Johan could practically see the system notification flashing in his mind. You've received a mysterious Pokémon egg. More pressingly, Matori stood before him, eyes sparkling with anticipation, clearly hoping for praise. On reflection, this was a sincere gesture from Giovanni. Matori likely went to great lengths to select this egg. And considering it was the offspring of one of Giovanni's own Pokémon, it had to be powerful. Maybe not legendary, but certainly worth raising. If he could train it to even half of Giovanni's level, that would already be a huge win. Thanks, Matori. I really appreciate it, Johan said, forcing a smile. If not for the 6 million Poke dollars cushioning his bank account, he probably would have hesitated to accept such a responsibility. I'm just glad you like it, Matori replied, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks. Johan chuckled awkwardly. Still, the thought of hatching a new Pokémon brought a strange warmth to his heart. He'd always loved the moment a new life broke out of its shell. And, conveniently, Charcadet was perfect for the task. With its flame body, hatching eggs was its specialty. So what Pokémon is it? Johan asked, unable to resist. Matori just smiled and blinked innocently. Guess. Johan deadpanned. Guess your head. Before he could ask again, Matori's eyes widened. Oh no, the shoot. It hasn't started yet. If she didn't show up soon, the onset trio would bombard her with those annoying watermelon head glasses lady jokes again. You guys go ahead, Johan said. I'll just watch. With a flurry of clicks from her heels, Matori vanished down the hallway. Johan exhaled and released Charcadet from its Pokeball. Goka, the little fire Pokemon chirped, blinking at the unfamiliar room. Without a word, Johan handed it the egg, still nestled in its incubator, and crouched beside it. Charcadet, this mission is yours alone. The fire type blinked in confusion, then looked down at the egg. Its eyes flicked back up to Johan's serious expression, and something clicked. Goka. It puffed out its chest, nodding with pride. Leave it to me, boss. I'll hatch this thing like no one ever has. You don't need to go that hard, Johan muttered with a sweat drop. Compared to his mischievous Jengar, Charcadet was an angel. Respected a little, and it'd move mountains for you. With Charcadet proudly cradling the egg, Johan stepped outside to check on the shoot. Snow blanketed the set, and in front of the cameras, Piku was putting on a show. Paichu, it cooed, batting its eyes at Meowth. The feline clutched its chest dramatically, staggering back. I can't take it. Someone call an ambulance, meow. Just as everyone was falling for the act, Piku's expression turned devious. It clapped its tiny cheeks. Paichu, zap. A burst of electricity sparked the air. Gah, I hate this feeling, meow. Off to the side, a Granbull waiting for its cue visibly gulped. Sure, Pika looked like a cuddly star on camera, but off camera, it was pure chaos. Even veteran Pokemon tiptoed around it. Cut, James called out through a megaphone, decked out in a director's outfit that somehow worked. Jessie stood beside him, already in costume for her next scene. Scene change. Indoor set next. Great work, Pika. Pichu, the electric menace, struck a smug pose, hands on hips. A group of staffers, wearing insulated gloves from Celadon Gym, cautiously approached to escort the little terror to the next location. The crew began migrating indoors. Meanwhile, Meowth, who had just collapsed dramatically in the snow, suddenly bounced back up, brushing off frost like nothing had happened. So James, how'd I do, Meow? Sanansu, Wobbuffet popped up helpfully, handing Meowth a prop. Not bad, James said, playing it cool. Let's be real, Meowth was the only Pokemon capable of surviving a Tom and Jerry-style career in one piece. Johan stayed outside. With how cramped the set got indoors, he'd only get in the way. Meowth deserves a raise, he thought. Maybe it was time to record that Meowth song. With Meowth's rising popularity, it could go viral. What was the tune again? Humming to himself, Johan began strolling back toward the hotel, only to be drawn toward a nearby commotion. What is that Pokemon? It's a disaster Pokemon. Quick, chase it off. But it's not doing anything. I want to catch it. Johan veered toward the noise and saw a group of kids gathered in a small square, all staring at something. Then he saw it too. An Absol. Oh, you poor, misinformed children. Johan sighed. Most people thought Absol brought disaster. In truth, it sensed it and tried to warn others. Still, something about this one made him uneasy. He glanced up. The Absol was perched silently atop a nearby rooftop, its crimson eyes locked onto his. Their eyes met. A chill ran down Johan's spine. Even an Absol is here? That can't be a good sign. Have you all finished your homework? A voice cut through the air like a whip. A girl with triple braided hair and a stern expression stormed into the scene, dressed in a sharp Japanese school uniform. Miss Candace, run. The kids scattered like seeds in the wind. Johan, the girl finally noticed him. They'd met once before, during the snow sculpture competition in Kalos. Candace, the famed Diamond Dust Girl, was both a schoolteacher at the Snowpoint Pokémon Academy and the gym leader of Snowpoint City. Like most high-level trainers, she wore multiple hats. Cynthia was a historian. Looker ran a library. Diantha acted in films. Candace taught math and battled for badges. Then there was Drake, who did absolutely nothing. But no one questioned him. Candace. Johan nodded politely. Did something happen? She asked, glancing toward the rooftop. The Absol was gone. Nothing serious. Just passing through, he said, shrugging. No need to stir up panic, especially with Cynthia and Looker already watching the city. Passing through, she echoed, smirking. You're here to challenge my gym, huh? Trying to sweep the lily of the Valley Conference? Johan frowned. I never said that. Same difference. Then her smile faded. Johan, I need your help. Her gaze was intense. Serious. This isn't just a trainer's request. I'm asking as a teacher, too. He raised an eyebrow. What is it? She looked him in the eye. Battle strategies. For snow teams. Johan blinked. Of all the Johan, please guide me. As Candace stepped onto the battlefield, her demeanor shifted like flipping a switch. The cheerful gym leader transformed into a blazing force of intent. Sharp, focused, and brimming with spirit. Momentum was everything to her. Whether in Pokémon battles, fashion choices, lesson plans, or even flirtations, Candace never wavered. She charged forward, always with a spark in her eye. Huh, now that's the kind of energy I respect. Gardenia grinned from the spectator stands, arms crossed as she leaned forward. She, too, was a firm believer in riding the wave of momentum to victory. Candace shot her a look, lips twitching in a smirk. Then, without hesitation, she tossed her pokeball high. Abomasnow, let's go. A flash of light burst into the arena as the hulking form of Abomasnow emerged. Towering and broad, it gave off an aura of ancient strength. With its shaggy, snow-covered fur and lumbering limbs, it resembled the legendary Yeti of old tales. Its typing, grass and ice, was notoriously fragile, but one trait made it invaluable. Blizzard now, hush! The moment Abomasnow appeared, snow began to fall with ferocity. The battlefield was swallowed by swirling frost. A thin sheen of ice glazed over the ground, and the snow warning ability surged to life. Johan, calm as ever, responded with a flick of his wrist. From his pokeball emerged a determined, disciplined presence, Kubfu. Ku, the little bear landed lightly, adjusting its headband like a warrior stepping into a sacred duel. Despite the size difference, Kubfu stared Abomasnow down with fierce resolve. It didn't just match Abomasnow's presence, it challenged it. Ku, the young fighter raised a paw dramatically, pointing at its towering opponent. Who dare stand before me? Name yourself coward. Abomasnow, just revving up, paused mid-growl. Its confident aura deflated by half as it blinked in utter confusion. Ka! Even Gardenia leaned forward, blinking in realization. She whispered to Lucian, wait, is this how Johan broke my momentum back then? Lucian shrugged, equally baffled. Maybe, on the battlefield, Abomasnow scratched its head, clearly lost. Kubfu, meanwhile, struck a proud pose and declared with theatrical bravado, Kuku, I am the undefeated General Kubfu. Johan let out a breath through his nose, nearly laughing. He probably shouldn't have introduced his Pokémon to so many historical dramas. Focus, Kubfu. Ku. As you command. With the referee's hand slicing through the air, the match began. Abomasnow, Ice Shard. Candace didn't waste a second. Ka! Abomasnow raised its arm and fired crystalline projectiles, moving faster than the eye could follow. Crack! 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 The icy shard slammed into Kubfu. Frost spread rapidly over its body, encasing it in frozen armor. From the sidelines, it looked like a KO. Gardenia laughed. Even Johan gets frozen sometimes. But Johan simply adjusted his jacket. Kubfu. Ku. With a flex of willpower, Kubfu shattered the ice around it like brittle glass. Steam hissed from its body as it broke free. Candace's eyes widened. Wah! Johan raised an eyebrow. My Alola Ninetales trained us all well. This frost? Barely a morning breeze. Close combat. Boom! Kubfu vanished in a blur, the snow exploding beneath its feet. In a blink, it was in front of Abomasnow, fists glowing. Abomasnow, Aurora Veil. Candace fought to regain momentum. Abomasnow summoned a shimmering veil of light and frost, trying to stall Kubfu's attack. But, too slow. Bam! 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 Kubfu's fists pounded through the barrier like sledgehammers breaking glass. Abomasnow staggered, only just withstanding the flurry, until, boom! A final punch sent it skidding backward, leaving deep trenches in the icy floor. But Candace wasn't finished yet. Now, Ice Punch. She struck at the perfect opening. Close combat had dropped Kubfu's defense. Now was her chance to hit hard. Abomasnow lunged forward, fist cloaked in icy energy. But Johan didn't flinch. Counter. Abomasnow's punch connected, but Kubfu's body glowed red, absorbing the damage and returning it in full. Crack! A retaliatory punch rocketed Abomasnow backward in a perfect arc before it crashed into the snow with a seismic thud. The battlefield went still. Kubfu adjusted its headband, then bowed slightly. Acceptable opponent. Johan smiled slightly. Momentum is great, but you need to know when you're walking into a trap. Candace's lips parted. Lucian's eyes widened in sudden clarity. That was bait, he muttered. Johan wanted Candace to counterattack physically so he could use counter. And since Abomasnow has decent physical stats, Gardenia added slowly. He lured her into a false sense of advantage. Lucian finished. Johan hadn't just anticipated Candace's strategy. He manipulated it. This wasn't just tactical thinking. This was chess at another altitude. Lucian stared at the field. He's not just battling, he's orchestrating. Candace recalled Abomasnow quietly, but she didn't falter. With a glint in her eye, she tossed another pokeball. We're not done yet. Go, Frostless. A ghostly wind stirred as Frostless emerged, then vanished into the blizzard like a whisper. Snow Cloak activated. Kubfu wouldn't do well against a ghost type. Without hesitation, Johan recalled it. This wasn't about pride, it was about discipline. Charcadet stepped forward, having passed the Pokémon egg to Kubfu like a relay baton. Take care of it, comrade. Johan's lips curled into a confident smile. Charcadet, sunny day. The tiny fire type blew a flickering ember into the sky. Boom! Sunlight shattered the storm. The blizzard broke apart in an instant, leaving only radiant light flooding the battlefield. Lucian watched with admiration. That's checkmate. Candace bit her lip. She had trained, studied, and planned for every snowy contingency. But she hadn't prepared for someone who could turn off the weather itself. She was out of options, and she knew it. But rather than frustration, she felt something else. A quiet thrill. This was the level she wanted to reach.
Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Candace had already expected to lose. She simply wanted to fight with all her strength. At the very least, she wanted to see just how large the gap between her and Yuan was. What she didn't expect was to lose so decisively. But there was no denying the benefits. She had learned a lot. Yuan, this is proof of your victory over Snowpoint Gym. Though you don't need proof of anything, I imagine this might still be useful if you plan to challenge the Lily of the Valley Conference. Candace handed over a badge, shaped like a shard of ice. And this TM ice breath. It might be of some use to you. From her words and tone, it was clear just how much respect she had for Yuan. Ice breath? A move that always lands a critical hit, not only perfect for his Ninetales but also highly compatible with a one-hit KO style. After a brief thought, Yuan accepted it without hesitation. Thanks, Candace. You're too kind, I should be the one thanking you. A smile spread across her face. This battle alone would give her plenty to think about and train with for a long time. Fighting strong trainers really was the best way to grow. Yuan couldn't help but reflect on that as well. To be honest, compared to other regions, the gym leaders in Sinnoh tended to be weaker on average. It couldn't be helped. Sinnoh's league was established later than others due to the influence of ancient Hiswise history. But he also noticed a trend. Sinnoh was actively pushing for younger trainers to take up leadership roles. Candace was one example, as were Maylene in Veilstone, Gardenia in Eterna, and Byron's son, Rourke, in Orberg. Even beyond the gym leaders, the Sinnoh League was making a deliberate effort to pass leadership to a younger generation. That was one of the reasons why, in the future, figures like Flint, Aaron, and Lucian would rise to become the Elite Four. Of course, that didn't mean they were weak. Once Cynthia took the champion's seat and the Elite Four lineup solidified, Sinnoh's league would be one of the strongest across all regions. And that was, in part, thanks to this youth-oriented strategy. Yuan. As he turned, he saw Flint and Aaron approaching, their expressions unusually serious. Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Their faces said it all. He had a bad feeling. Still, he forced a smile and turned to Candace. Candace, we should get going. She nodded, sensing the shift in atmosphere. If there's anything I can do to help, just let me know. I'll do my best. We'll keep that in mind. With that, Yuan, Flint, and Aaron left quickly. As soon as they stepped out, Yuan checked his phone. A message from Lucian. The volcano is acting up. Sinnoh, Snowpoint Temple. Cynthia, Lucian, and Professor Carolina were already there. You're here, Cynthia greeted them, her expression grim. What's going on with the volcano? Wasn't it stable yesterday? Yuan asked. In just one night. Professor Carolina shook her head. The previously calm volcano is now boiling over, as if someone poured oil on a fire. Yuan frowned. Shouldn't we call in reinforcements from the League? We already have, Lucian said, adjusting his glasses. But, right now, the Sinnoh League was in the middle of cracking down on the largest Pokemon poaching ring in the region. That gang was cunning, almost as if they had insider knowledge of the League's movements. The League had already poured too much time and manpower into this operation. Now, they had a difficult choice to make. They could either abandon months of effort to respond to the volcanic threat, or they could gamble on Snowpoint's situation not spiraling out of control. To make matters worse, Snowpoint was at the northernmost point of Sinnoh, while the League HQ was in the far southeast. Even if they mobilized immediately, it would take time to get there. Simply put, no one was prepared for how quickly this situation escalated. Bertha is on her way, Lucian added. Sinnoh is ground-type Elite Four member Bertha. At least they would have one Elite Four level fighter coming. To be honest, though, if Regigigas truly woke up angry, the League's forces might not make a difference. They were talking about a Pokemon that dragged entire continents. If Cynthia hadn't reached her prime yet, there was no one in Sinnoh who could go toe-to-toe with Regigigas. Maybe, just maybe, Jessie, James, and Meowth could take a few punches for them. But Yuan sighed in relief. At least, for now, the team was strong. Lucian, Flint, Cynthia, and Aaron, four of Sinnoh's future strongest figures. They had this covered. Right? Then he noticed something strange. They were all looking at him. Yuan stiffened. Wait. What? In their minds. Cynthia, Yuan might be able to calm Regigigas. No, he definitely can. Lucian, no need to panic. Yuan is basically an elder in this situation. Flint, Yuan is stronger than me. I'll just follow his lead. Aaron, wait, why are volcanoes and Regigigas even related? Yuan twitched. Oh no, I'm the main fighter. He muttered, am I supposed to be the head of this operation? Huh. The others didn't hear him clearly. Yuan, do you have a plan? Lucian asked. A plan? A plan? Yuan wanted to scream. The only plan I have is getting on a plane and flying home? He rolled his eyes, but before he could answer, Professor Carolina returned from a phone call. The League just appointed me as the temporary commander for this crisis, she said. Then she turned to Yuan, completely serious. But I don't know Pokemon like you do. I think you should take charge. Yuan pressed his hand to his forehead. I'm just a guy from Hone. But seeing their expectant expressions, he had no choice. First, we need to confirm whether the volcano's eruption will actually cause a disaster. Rumble. They all felt the ground shake violently. From the peak of Snowpoint Mountain, they could see lava and smoke rising into the sky. Aaron blinked. It kinda looks like it's about to erupt. Yuan. He took a deep breath. Then we need to confirm whether the eruption will actually wake up Regigigas. Rumble. A deep, ancient tremor echoed from within the mountains. In the distance, snow-covered peaks began to collapse, avalanches roaring down the slopes. Then, a low metallic hum reverberated through the air, an overwhelming presence pressing down on them. Like an ancient deity slowly awakening from its slumber. Lucian gulped. Yuan, could you not say things out loud? Everything he said just kept coming true. Yuan scowled. Like I'm doing this on purpose? Hey, Aaron said suddenly. Yuan, what if you just say, Regigigas went back to sleep? Maybe the crisis will be over. Flint's eyes lit up. Yuan glared at them. You actually believe that? Carolina sighed. It looks like the eruption really did wake Regigigas. This could either save them or doom them. Professor Carolina, start evacuating Snow Point, Yuan ordered. Will we have time? She asked. He glanced at the volcano. It was still building up. They had some time. Yes, Yuan said firmly. All right. Carolina sped off in her jeep. Yuan turned to Flint. Flint, the real powerhouse is waking up. You go first. Yes? Wait, me. Flint instinctively agreed, then did a double take. He swallowed hard and looked toward Snow Point Temple. Could he win? Yuan chuckled. He was just messing with him. At least now, everyone was a little more relaxed. Then he pulled Cynthia and Lucian aside to discuss a battle plan. They needed to prepare for the worst. Hopefully, Bertha would arrive in time. If not, Yuan glanced at the shadows. Marshadow had been following them for a while now. If things went south, maybe it could stall Regigigas for a few seconds. In the darkness, Marshadow shivered. Why did it suddenly feel like it was being targeted? The ground's shaking. Meow. Meowth, in the middle of filming, felt the tremors and quickly dove under a table. At the same time, Mattery received an urgent notice from the League directed at Snowpoint City's residents. The volcano on Snowpoint Mountain is showing signs of erupting. Everyone must leave Snowpoint City immediately. Mattery called out. Move, move. Hearing this, Jesse, James, and Meowth grabbed Wobbuffet and Piku and ran out to a jeep parked outside the villa. Wait, where's Yuan? James suddenly realized. Don't worry, with Yuan's strength, forget a volcanic eruption. Even if a legendary Pokemon shows up, he'll be fine, Jesse declared with confidence. At that, the trio exchanged glances and then shouted in unison. Yuan is incredible, meow, wabba wabba, pi I chew you. James, step on it? We're evacuating, Jesse ordered. James floored the gas pedal, and the jeep sped off. A few moments later, Mattery emerged from the villa, watching the dust trail of the departing vehicle with a blank stare. I wasn't in the car. I wasn't in the car. She chased after them for a few steps but then came to a halt, her expression twisting. You're going the wrong way. But by then, the jeep had already disappeared into the distance. On a research station overlooking Snowpoint Mountain, Flint let out a long yawn. Is this taking forever, or is it just me? His eyes teared up slightly from drowsiness. To be honest, when he first heard that Regigigas was waking up, he'd felt nervous. But he looked up at the sky. The sun had already traveled from east to west. This thing is taking forever to wake up. If he'd known, he would have taken a nap first. Cynthia put away her phone and nodded toward Yuan. Because Regigigas was waking up at such a sluggish pace, the evacuation of Snowpoint City had gone relatively smoothly. Then, boom, a deafening roar, far louder than before, exploded from the mountains. Flint stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. In the distance, massive sections of snow tumbled down the slopes, accompanied by large rocks cracking and scattering. The sky itself seemed to darken not just from volcanic ash, but as if heralding something ominous. Everyone's expressions shifted. Compared to the previous tremors, this was on an entirely different scale. And that ancient, overwhelming presence grew even stronger. It's awake, Aaron murmured. Let's move. Cynthia tossed out a Pokeball, summoning her Garchomp. She swiftly leaped onto its back. Grr. With a mighty roar, Garchomp shot into the sky, heading straight for Snowpoint Temple. Yuan clicked his tongue, then called out his Dragonite. Follow Garchomp. Oh. Flapping its stubby wings, Dragonite burst forward like a rocket. Aaron summoned both his Dustox and Beautifully, using their combined strength to take off. Bronzong. Lucian released his Bronzong and hopped onto it. Watching everyone take off, Flint opened his mouth, then looked at Lucian. Lucian sighed and rolled his eyes. Bronzong, take him too. Bronzong used its psychic powers to lift Flint, and the two of them followed the others toward the temple. As they soared through the air, Yuan shouted, when is Bertha getting here? Sure, their group looked strong at a glance but they were all still in their rookie phase. They needed time to develop their full potential. Having at least one Elite Four member on site would be reassuring. Then again, if Regigigas was truly enraged, even an Elite Four might not make a difference. She's still on the way. Cynthia called back from Garchomp's back. Still on the way. Did Bertha not have a flying-type Pokemon? Come to think of it, as a ground-type specialist, she probably didn't. Boom! The closer they got to Snowpoint Temple, the more intense the tremors became. Suddenly, a blinding white light shot out from within the temple ruins, piercing the clouds above. Even the heavy, swirling storm clouds were ripped apart. Then, a sound. Not just a roar, a metallic crash. Like the awakening of an ancient deity, filled with both rage and solemnity. Regi. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Yuan muttered under his breath. This is some Ultramantier awakening. They landed on an open field in front of the ruined temple. The entire ground was shaking violently, the surrounding trees distorted, their snow-covered branches stripped bare by the tremors. The blinding white light faded, replaced by a blood-red glow erupting from the shattered remains of the temple's ceiling. Boom! The temple collapsed. Chunks of stone and debris flew in every direction. A terrifying force surged forth, carrying a blast of ice and rock. Oh. Grr. Dragonite and Garchomp roared in unison. Dragonite spun up a whirlwind of water to defend, while Garchomp shattered the ground to raise a wall of stone against the incoming shockwave. From the debris, a colossal figure slowly rose. Regi. Sweat beaded on Lucian's forehead. He wiped it off before saying with difficulty, "This is the ancient titan, Regigigas." The sheer pressure was overwhelming. Were they seriously about to fight this thing? Regigigas stood, its massive frame covered in vines and moss. 3 golden stripes ran across its body, with 7 glowing dots on its face, arranged like the Big Dipper. Its arms and legs were adorned with additional red, blue, and white lights, all of which pulsed an angry crimson. Yuan's eye twitched. Professor Oak is full of crap. There's no way this thing is under 4 meters tall. If Regigigas was under 4 meters, then Yuan might as well claim to be 8 years old. By eye estimate alone, it had to be at least 10 meters tall, and according to the ancient text Cynthia deciphered, the real Regigigas was over 50 meters tall. So technically, it still wasn't fully awake. Regi. Lucian and Flint instinctively braced themselves. "What do we do?" Flint whispered. "Even if all 5 of them attacked at once, would it even matter? Don't make any rash moves," Yuan instructed. "We need to confirm whether Regigigas woke up just because of the volcano, or if something else is at play. If it only woke up to stop the volcano, like it did in ancient times, it might go back to sleep afterward. If that was the case, they wouldn't have to fight it." Everyone nodded, remaining still. Then, Regigigas turned. Not toward the volcano, but toward the ruins of the temple. Its red lights pulsed brighter. Regi. It stumped down hard. Boom! The remaining parts of Snowpoint Temple crumbled. Yuan's stomach sank. This wasn't right. If it was only angry about the volcano, why wasn't it heading toward the eruption? "Something's off," Cynthia said grimly. Flint clenched his fists. "Looks like we're fighting after all." Despite the overwhelming power before him, Flint was the first to step forward. Without hesitation, he released all 6 of his Pokémon. Goka. Infernape's flames roared to life, its fighting spirit ignited. "Typhlosion, Flamethrower," Flint commanded. Roar. The flames surged toward Regigigas, and then vanished. Regigigas barely even reacted. It simply brushed the scorch marks off its shoulder and glared down at them. Then, it slowly brought its massive hands together, energy building between them. A catastrophic force surged forth. Quiet. For the first time, Yuan activated his aura. The power of the wave spread outward. And finally, Regigigas responded. "I am so tired." The volcano spewed black ash into the sky, swirling like a flock of crows descending from above. The biting cold winds mixed with waves of heat, creating an unsettling contrast of freezing chill and scorching warmth. Yuan stood with his eyes shut, brows furrowed, his outstretched hands glowing faintly with an azure light. Cynthia and the others formed a protective stance around him. They weren't just dealing with the immediate threat of Regigigas' countless Pokémon, startled by the seismic activity, were now fleeing wildly through the mountains. But most importantly, they had to handle Regigigas itself. Yuan's Pokémon had all emerged on their own, standing loyally by his side. Goka. Charcadet gazed at the towering, mountainous figure ahead with a determined look. Would the Titan be willing to listen? "Is it working?" Flint asked again, a hint of relief in his voice. Lucian, too, eased up slightly, already impressed. As expected of Yuan, the renowned Pokémon psychologist, he could even calm an ancient Titan like Regigigas. Regi. Regigigas leaned forward slightly, as if lowering its head to find the one speaking to it. The sheer weight of its movements sent a wave of invisible pressure washing over them. Despite its seemingly slow motions, every step carried an undeniable sense of devastation, as if the mere flick of its hand could turn everything to dust. The glowing signals on its body flickered rapidly, and amidst the ominous red lights, other colors finally began to emerge. From Lucian's perspective, this seemed like a promising sign. However, Cynthia noticed Yuan's hands lowering, and more importantly, the deep crease that remained on his brow. Chika SSSS. Regigigas let out another earth-shaking roar, and the colors on its signal lights, which had briefly fluctuated, all turned blood red once more. At the same time, it pressed its hands together, then slowly spread them apart, raising them high above its head. A powerful orange glow gathered between its palms, growing in intensity. Yuan's eyes flew open. Without hesitation, he grabbed Cynthia's wrist and yelled, "Run!" "Shit! That's Crush Grip! Why the hell was everyone just standing there? Move!" Realizing the danger a second too late, Lucian and Flint finally reacted, stumbling backward. Confusion was written all over their faces. "Wait, wasn't it calming down?" Lucian asked in disbelief. "Why did it seem even angrier now?" Yuan exhaled sharply. The Titan's rage wasn't just from waking up abruptly. The eruption wasn't natural, it was man-made. That was the real reason Regigigas was so furious. For centuries, it had sealed away the volcano, allowing itself to finally rest. Yet in the blink of an eye, these reckless mortals had triggered another eruption, and to make things worse, they had rudely woken it up halfway through its nap. The eruption was intentional. Everyone was stunned. It all made sense now. The sudden instability of the volcano, it wasn't just nature taking its course. Someone had interfered. But now, there was a bigger problem. What do we do about an enraged Regigigas? "We have no choice. We're going with Plan 3, Yuan said, backing away. "Plan 3? Flint blinked. There were 3 plans. Since when? And more importantly, what the hell were Plans 1 and 2? The first plan was simple, observe Regigigas and see where its attention was directed after waking up. The second plan was for Yuan to negotiate with Regigigas as an emissary of other legendary Pokémon. And plan 3? The worst-case scenario. A direct confrontation. These discussions had happened earlier between Yuan, Cynthia, and Lucian, but they had never bothered to explain them to Flint. After all, he wouldn't have cared anyway. The snowfield, Lucian said, glancing at the landscape. It's the best place. Fewer wild Pokémon, less collateral damage. The problem is, Aaron frowned. It's getting faster. Yuan cursed under his breath. It really was. Regigigas' legendary slow start ability was wearing off. We won't make it, Lucian muttered. Not in time. We have to fight it here. Cynthia didn't hesitate. She leaped from Garcomp's back mid-flight, her coat and golden hair billowing in the freezing wind. Garcomp, Dragon Rush. Grr. Garcomp's eyes glowed red, and with a deafening roar, it cloaked itself in an aura of swirling blue and purple energy, becoming a raging dragon avatar. A supersonic missile, hurtling toward Regigigas. Its razor-sharp scythes carved a trail of sparks across Regigigas' body. Boom! Regi. The impact forced the giant to stumble back 2 steps. It shifted its focus onto Garcomp. This one was strong. But before it could retaliate, Garcomp swiftly turned and retreated into the sky. On Dragonite's back, Yuan held onto Cynthia, her hair whipping across his face. He really wanted to sneeze. Was that really necessary? He grumbled. Cynthia simply smiled and patted Dragonite's head. Damn, Cynthia's a beast. Flint shouted. Lucian gave him a side-eye. Really? Now was the time for this? He turned his head away. He saw nothing. Heard nothing. Oh, Aaron suddenly understood. With that single attack, Cynthia had bought them just enough time. Regigigas paused, allowing the group to reach the snowfield. Regi. Its roar shook the ground, sending tremors across the field. The ancient titan stepped forward. Boom. The ground trembled. Chikai SSSS. It raised both arms, its massive frame blotting out the sunlight. The energy gathering between its palms carried the same raw power that once moved continents. Cynthia exhaled, brushing loose strands of hair behind her ear. I don't even want to imagine how strong it was at full power. Flint swallowed hard. We're not seriously trying to beat this thing, are we? They didn't need to defeat it. Even in its weakened state, it was too strong. Instead, Yuan had a different plan. Cynthia, Flint, Aaron stall it. Then, he looked at Lucian. Lucian took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Bronzong, trick. Clang. A mysterious, shimmering energy linked Bronzong and Regigigas. Suddenly, Regigigas winced. It was poisoned. Again? Alakazam, trick. A fiery red orb switched places. Burned. Mr. Mime, one more time. A heavy iron ball took the place of the flame orb. Flint watched, eyes wide. Holy shit. Toxic orb. Flame orb. Iron ball. Since standard debuffs wouldn't work, they used items instead. This was pure strategy. I knew Yuan was a genius, Flint muttered. Now Regigigas was not only weakened, it was pissed off. Chikai SSSS. Garcomp, Dragon Rush, Lucario, Aura Sphere, Melodic. Burn, baby, burn. Infernape, Flare Blitz. Caesar, Giga Impact. Heracross, Close Combat. They had to end this before slow start wore off. Yuan watched as their Pokémon clashed with the Titan. Then an opening. Jengar, Ninetales, now Hypnosis. Kaka, oh. Yuan channeled his aura. A triple-layered sleep effect. Forced shutdown. Regigigas froze mid-attack. Its lights flickered. It worked. Oh, crap, Lucian suddenly muttered. Yuan turned. 3 figures emerged from the ruins. Regis, Regirock, Regis Teal. We forgot about them, Lucian whispered. Regigigas' lights flashed red again. Regi. Yuan sighed, rolling up his sleeves. Guess we do this all over again. I need more time, Yuan said in a firm voice. Cynthia gave a resolute nod. Leave it to me. No unnecessary words were exchanged. The two immediately sprang into action. Ninetales, nasty plot. Baton pass. Ice Ninetales' eyes gleamed with a sinister black light before it vanished into its Pokeball, wrapped in a crimson glow. In its place, Jengar emerged, inheriting the boosted power. Kaka. Jengar's pitch-black body glowed faintly, as if polished to a shine. Jengar, nasty plot again. At Yuan's command, Jengar boosted its power even further, stacking its abilities to a dangerous level. At the same time, Ninetales re-emerged. The snowstorm howled around them, and its 9 tails spread wide. Light screen. A shimmering barrier formed, stacking layers of protection before Yuan, Cynthia, and their Pokémon, forming a near-impenetrable defense. Meanwhile, Yuan's aura flared violently. His voice was calm yet commanding. Dragonite, Dragon Dance. Dragonite flapped its wings, rising into the air in a rhythmic, graceful motion. Then, Yuan's gaze sharpened. Outrage activate. Grr. A surge of dark red energy erupted from Dragonite, a furious aura surging into its mind. Bloodshot veins spread across its eyes, its body trembling with primal fury. Yet thanks to Yuan's guidance and its own willpower, Dragonite forced itself to stay in control. Tinkaton, Charcadet help. Cha, Goka. Both Pokémon shouted in unison. Tinkaton raised its massive hammer, sending a white energy pulse toward Dragonite, further amplifying its already surging power. Charcadet's body flared with fire, its golden light enveloping Dragonite, boosting its endurance. Kubfu coaching. Kubfu clenched its headband, its eyes shining with determination, casting a supportive aura over the entire battlefield. By now, Dragonite had become a living weapon of destruction. Even Lucian, who had been battling alongside them, turned to stare in awe. Even Flint began doubting if his Infernape could take a hit from that thing. Cynthia paid no attention to the commotion. She was completely focused on fending off Regigiga's relentless attacks. Despite being far from its full strength, Regigigas was still Regigigas. With its slow start handicap and multiple status effects weakening it, it should have been significantly crippled. Yet even under these conditions Cynthia was struggling just to hold her ground. Yuan had to time his intervention perfectly. Then his aura picked up something unexpected. A new presence. Wait a second. On a nearby hill, a jeep tore through the snowy landscape, kicking up a trail of dust. Inside, James, you're driving in the wrong direction? Why are the tremors getting stronger? And what's with that roar? Jesse yelled, gripping his collar. You're the one who told me to drive this way. James protested. Quit arguing, meow. Meowth screeched, kicking Jesse aside and clawing at James' head. Turn this thing around. I got a real bad feeling about this. Meow. Wobbuffet. Yuan blinked in surprise. Then, he grinned. Perfect. The backup plan had just arrived. Lucario, close combat. Ruaka. Lucario capitalized on Garcomp's opening, leaping toward Regigiga's massive frame, its fists raining down blows like a relentless storm. Regi. Even for a legendary Pokémon, Regigigas was still normal type. Fighting moves hit it hardest. Now, Dragonite. Yuan's eyes gleamed with confidence, his voice ringing across the battlefield. Extreme speed Dragon Rush. Crash it. Dragonite forced down its raging instincts. Its body ignited with a white-hot glow, before immediately being enveloped in draconic energy, transforming into a meteor of destruction. With a deafening roar it hurtled toward Regigigas. Drae. Fall. Boom. The impact was earth-shattering. Regigigas staggered back, its massive frame wobbling under the impact. Kubfu, Charcadet, Tinkaton. Already prepared, Tinkaton tensed up. Kubfu and Charcadet threw it forward like a catapult, launching it straight at Regigigas. Cha. Tinkaton shot through the air like a cannonball. Ninetales. Oh. Ninetales raised its upper body, psychic energy gleaming in its eyes. A layer of frost formed around Tinkaton's hammer. This was Ninetales' permanent ice wall. Smash it. Cha. Boom. With a furious battle cry, Tinkaton smashed its hammer straight into Regigiga's leg. The ancient titan stumbled. Then, it toppled backward. A mountain of divine power collapsing like a fallen titan. Boom. The ground wailed in agony, ice and snow exploding into the air. Hold it down. Cynthia didn't need Yuan's instruction. Her Pokémon were already on it. Yuan turned to Gengar. Now taunt it. Caw. Gengar grinned mischievously. It turned its back to Regigigas. And then, smack. Smack. It slapped its own butt. Chikai-SSSS. Regigiga's signal lights flashed with sheer rage. Yuan winced. That wasn't just a taunt, that was straight up insulting. But it worked. Now, Mega Evolution. A burst of multicolored light exploded from Yuan's Mega Keystone. Gengar's tongue glowed as its Megastone activated. A storm of power erupted. Its aura surged, its form twisting into something even more terrifying. What is that? Flint stammered. Mega Evolution. Lucian gasped. Even Aaron's antenna-like hair stood up in shock. Cynthia, however, smirked. This was it. Caw. The dazzling light faded. Mega Gengar emerged, its sinister eyes flashing an eerie blue. It raised its hands. Sleep. Now. Hypnosis? Regigiga's signal lights flickered. Its movements slowed. But the three other Regirock, Regis, and Regis Teal began to charge forward. Lucian, Flint, Aaron hold them off. Meanwhile, Yuan doubled down on his aura output. This wasn't their first attempt at putting Regigigas to sleep. They needed 3 full steps. Step 1, make it drowsy. Caw. Mega Gengar's sinister waves weakened Regigiga's consciousness. Step 2, drop its guard. Ninetales. Oh. Psychic power swirled Regigigas staggered. Step 3, force shutdown. Yuan gritted his teeth, his aura surging to its limit. Sleep, big guy. Hypnosis 3-part sleep tactic complete. Regigigas froze. Its signal lights pulsed twice. Then, darkness. Caw. Gengar wiped a ghostly tear from its eye. Yuan's sleep tactics. Legendary Pokémon? No exceptions. The cold wind swept across the snowfield, where an ancient titan lay, the ground around it scarred with deep trenches and destruction. With Regigigas now asleep, the 3 Regis stopped moving, standing by its side like sentinels. Thud. Flint and Aaron collapsed onto the ground, letting out long sighs of relief. It's finally over. Between the two of them, they had sent out 12 Pokémon in total, and only 4 were still standing. Lucian was exhausted too, but he managed to maintain his composure, leaning against Bronzong and adjusting his glasses. Looking at the sleeping Regigigas, softly snoring, Lucian muttered in awe, Yuan is incredible. Defeating Regigigas? That was probably impossible. But putting it to sleep? That was another way of winning. Seeing the light fade from Mega Evolution, returning Gengar to its normal form, Lucian felt a surge of curiosity. Mega Evolution? What kind of power was that? Mega Gengar felt significantly stronger after evolving, maybe not enough to match Regigigas outright, but its hypnosis ability had definitely improved. Well, that was a question for later. Yuan, having finished the Mega Evolution, turned a little pale, his body swaying slightly as if he could collapse at any moment. You okay? Fortunately, Cynthia caught him in time. Yuan shook his head. Mega Evolution still took a toll on him, and with his aura almost completely drained, his body felt utterly exhausted. Melodic, life do. Dre. Cynthia's melodic gently swayed its tail, releasing a soothing blue light that wrapped around Yuan, making him feel significantly better. Then, Yuan pulled out a citrus berry and started eating. Yuan, give me one too. Flint and Aaron, helping each other up, walked over. Flint immediately reached out. Yuan wasn't stingy, he handed out berries all around. Lucian hesitated, looking at the citrus berry in his hand, then at Flint and Yuan casually eating them alongside their Pokémon. Wait, aren't these supposed to be Pokémon food? What about Regigigas? Cynthia asked once Yuan had recovered. Although it looked like Regigigas was sleeping soundly now, it hadn't reverted to its dormant stone of light state, and the three Regis remained standing guard. If Regigigas woke up angry again, Yuan waved a hand dismissively. Yeah, its wake-up mood swings are a bit intense. In the Pokémon world, plenty of legendary Pokémon had serious temper issues after waking up. Groudon and Kyogre in Hone, for example, or Yveltal in Kalos. But right now, it's probably having a nice dream. Yuan glanced over at the giant. Although Mega Gengar had orchestrated the hypnosis, Yuan and Ninetales had intervened to ensure it wasn't a nightmare. After all, what kind of nightmare would work on Regigigas? Throwing it into a fight against Giratina? It would probably start a dream battle with it. A good dream was the better option. That's a relief, Flint and Aaron sighed in unison. They really didn't want to fight Regigigas again. A single punch from that thing could take out an entire squad. Who could handle that? But the volcano. Lucian hesitated before bringing it up, knowing it would kill the mood. But with Regigigas asleep, that was now their next big problem. The human-caused volcanic eruption. The very thing that had enraged Regigigas in the first place. Let the big guy rest first. Yuan continued, once it's in a better mood, I'll try talking to it. Honestly, Regigigas wasn't that difficult to communicate with. When Yuan had pretended to be an emissary of Rayquaza earlier, Regigigas despite its rage had still been somewhat willing to listen. The problem was just the sheer level of anger from being woken up. Even if Rayquaza itself had come, Regigigas probably would have fought first and talked later. It felt like the kind of Pokemon he could actually build a friendship with. After resting for a while, Yuan felt ready. He stretched, standing up and slowly approaching Regigigas. Regis, Regirock, and Registeel immediately turned their attention to him, their postures tensing. Yuan didn't go too close. He stopped at a safe distance, with Cynthia and the Pokemon by his side. He closed his eyes again. A soft pulse of aura spread from his body. At the same time, Yuan noticed something. His aura felt stronger, more refined than before. Could he finally use Aura Sphere? With that thought, he used his aura to enter Regigigas' dream. Since he was the one who had created this dreamscape, he had left himself a backdoor inside the dream. In a vast, icy snowfield, a natural hot spring bubbled with warmth, steam rising into the cold air. A shrunken-down Regigigas less than 4 meters tall lounged lazily in the water, a small white towel on its head, its face tinged red with relaxation. Yuan arrived, wearing a bath towel around his waist, stepping into the hot spring. Regigigas finally noticed him, blinking in mild confusion and a little irritation. Even in a dream, it remembered what had happened before. This human had thrown a ton of debuffs on it, and that Gengar had mooned it. But Yuan just smiled. He hadn't come empty-handed. A floating wooden tray drifted across the water. On it were all kinds of food: poke blocks, puffins, fresh berries, moo milk, and juice. Dream food was free, after all. Seeing the feast, Regigigas immediately forgot about being mad, swallowing its saliva. When Yuan nudged the tray toward it, Regigigas didn't hesitate, grabbing a handful. Yuan had always wondered how did Pokemon like Regigigas and the Regis eat. He quickly got his answer. Regigigas scooped up a handful of poke blocks, and the food simply dissolved into its body. So that's how it eats? Its signal lights flashed in a strange rhythm. Well, how's it taste? Yuan asked. Pretty good. Regigigas leaned back lazily in the hot spring, giving a satisfied sigh. Seeing it like this, Yuan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So this was probably the state Professor Oak's Pokédex described. That would explain a lot. Using food as an icebreaker was always effective, whether for regular Pokemon or legendary ones. Especially for a big, goofy legendary like this. With the ice broken, this was Yuan's specialty: Pokemon psychology. Sorry about what happened, Regigigas. We didn't mean to make you mad. I wasn't mad. You weren't. No. Here, have some more moo milk to calm down. Well, I do have a little trouble sleeping. A little trouble? You sleep for hundreds of years. Still, I can help with that. Putting Pokemon to sleep is my specialty, Yuan grinned. Really? Yuan gestured at their surroundings. Aren't you having the best sleep right now? Regigigas blinked. Was it awake or asleep right now? And if it was asleep, had it actually eaten anything? Confused noises. Anyway, when you wake up, I'll get you a real meal, and then I'll help you sleep even better. Hey, you're actually a pretty nice guy. And so, man and Pokémon soaked in the hot spring, chatting away. When they got to Regigiga's legendary feats, the Titan got excited and slung an arm around Yuan. I tell ya, back then massive meteors, shifting continents, crazy flames, I was there for all of it. Why hadn't Yuan realized earlier that Regigigas had such a thick accent and was a total chatterbox? Whirr. The latest model of the Rotom Berry mixer roared as its high-speed turbines spun. Under Yuan's careful mixing and Rotom's assistance, plate after plate of steaming hot poke blocks were quickly prepared. Regiaine. Regigigas sat on the ground, surrounded by Gengar, Tinkaton, Dragonite, Garchomp, and several other Pokémon. Hard to believe that just moments ago, these very Pokémon had been fighting. Or more accurately, it had been Gengar, Garchomp, and the others ganging up on Regigigas, and still failing to take it down. But now, caw, I'm done eating. Gengar patted its bowl, which was the size of a basin. Regigigas looked serious. When it came to eating, it had never conceded to anyone. But today, it had met a true rival. This little creature ate like a black hole, not even bothering to chew, swallowing everything in one go. Regigigas now held Gengar in high regard. Seeing that Gengar had finished, it also cleared its bowl in one go before turning its expectant gaze toward Yuan. I'm done too. Grr. Garchomp, having lost to Regigigas in battle, definitely didn't want to lose here. Meanwhile, Yuan was sweating profusely as he continuously poured berries into the mixer. At this rate, he'd rather fight Regigigas again? This was way too much food. Not to mention his own Pokémon, Cynthia's Pokémon, every single one of them looked like a hungry baby bird. Gengar, that's enough? Stop joining in. Yuan finally couldn't hold back. Even if the league was footing the bill, consider the one actually making the food him. Finally, as the sun set and the golden glow of twilight painted the sky, Regigigas patted its stomach and let out a burp. I'm full heek. Yuan and Ninetales then teamed up to give Regigigas a full sleep aid package. As Regigigas transformed into a stone of light and lay quietly on the ground, it marked the official end of this entire event. A deep exhaustion washed over Yuan. Whether it was battling Regigigas, negotiating with it multiple times, exhausting his aura through mega evolution, or simply cooking an absurd amount of food, he was drained. He flopped down onto the ground. Rotom, which had emerged from the berry mixer, collapsed in his hands. After making so many poke blocks, it was completely worn out. If it weren't for the Thunderstone Yuan had gotten from Raikou, Rotom probably would have shut down halfway through. Don't worry, when we get back, I'll get you a whole generator, Yuan promised. Rotom froze. Was this generator to help it make even more poke blocks in the future? Yuan rubbed his temples. Even Rotom was getting this sharp? He was running out of ways to fool it. But still, caw. Gengar suddenly opened its mouth wide. Under Bertha's watchful gaze, it swallowed an entire top-of-the-line Rotom berry mixer worth several million poke dollars into its dimensional pocket, along with all the remaining berries. Bertha opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end, she just sighed. Night fell. Snowflakes once again drifted down, and the restless volcano had returned to peace. The evacuated citizens of Snowpoint City slowly returned. As streetlights flickered back on, casting a warm orange glow over the roads, and the sound of laughter echoed from homes, Yuan and the others exchanged glances. Smiles spread across their faces. Flint walked with his hands behind his head, a smug grin on his face. You know, we kinda just protected all of Snowpoint City. Heck, maybe even all of Sinnoh. For once, Lucian didn't argue. He simply said, feels like it was worth the exhaustion. I've decided. Flint suddenly clenched his fist. It's time for me to seriously aim for the Elite Four. Beside him, Aaron's signature Ahog stood straight up. Count me in. Lucian adjusted his glasses with a smirk. It's not that easy. His gaze shifted toward Yuan and Cynthia. Don't look at me, Yuan shrugged. I'm from Hone. But Drasna is a member of the Kalos Elite Four. Cynthia blinked, hinting at something. Drasna was also from Celestic Town. Cynthia knew her well. Yet she had become Kalos Dragon-type Elite Four member instead of staying in Sinnoh. Yeah. Flint and Aaron immediately echoed. After all, Bertha had already invited Yuan earlier. Strictly speaking, the Elite Four doesn't have to be from the region they serve, Lucian added. He was already thinking ahead. Looking at the current state of things, everyone here had the potential to become Sinnoh's future Elite Four. And if they did, Cynthia, with her strength, was a guaranteed champion. But the thought of working alongside Flint and Aaron? Lucian could already see it. Endless piles of paperwork. If he could recruit Yuan into Sinnoh, his workload would be significantly lighter. As their expectant gazes turned to him, Yuan's mouth twitched. He quickly changed the subject. Hey, aren't you guys curious about what Mega Evolution is? Everyone's eyes immediately lit up, even Cynthia's. Sigh. Yuan dramatically patted his stomach and gazed up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. After all this work, I haven't had a single proper meal today. Yuan, you definitely snuck in a few poke blocks earlier. Flint started only to be silenced by Yuan's glare. Cynthia smiled sweetly, her eyes crescent-shaped. Lucian, you're treating us to dinner. Lucian stiffened as if struck by lightning, staring at Cynthia in disbelief. She's been corrupted too. Oh yeah, Flint realized. Lucian, I'm starving. You stay away from me. Lucian bolted. Flint and Aaron immediately gave chase. Viridian City, Team Rocket headquarters. After finishing his training, Giovanni wiped sweat from his forehead with a towel. He gestured for his Pokémon to take a break, then reached for his phone. There was a missed call from Materi. He called back immediately. Boss, I sent you some news articles. I'm looking now. Giovanni set down the towel, took a sip of water, and started scrolling through the reports. Ancient Titan awakens. The news covered Regigiga's awakening and the volcanic eruption in Snowpoint City. Of course, to avoid public panic, the League had edited the details as usual. They also officially recognized and commended Johan, Cynthia, and the others. The Regis? Giovanni asked. According to our intel, it should be Regigigas. With so many people involved, even the League's censorship couldn't hide everything from Team Rocket's information network. Materi added. Johan put it to sleep. Even Giovanni fell silent for a moment. Then, after a brief pause, he chuckled. As expected of Johan. As expected of the person he had taken an interest in. There was no doubt Johan was the world's foremost Pokémon psychologist. Even a legendary Pokémon could be put to sleep. For most people, that would be unimaginable. But for Giovanni, after everything he'd seen with Mewtwo, it wasn't surprising at all. Materi, however, was still stunned. Especially having been in Snowpoint City herself, she had felt the sheer force of Regigiga's awakening. Even from a distance, it felt like an earthquake. She couldn't begin to imagine how terrifying it would have been up close. By the way, Materi hesitated. Boss, there's another video. A reporter had interviewed Team Rocket's infamous trio. Because of Wabaface's contributions, and with Yuan's influence, the three had unexpectedly been hailed as heroes. Looking at the flood of positive comments, Giovanni paused. Since when had Team Rocket become something the public admired? Then, realization struck him. This was exactly what Yuan had suggested, bringing Team Rocket into the public eye. And now, thanks to Meowth and Pika, that plan was actually working. Even while handling Regigigas, Yuan had still managed to advance Team Rocket's goals. Giovanni fell silent for a long time. Then, he smirked. Did Yuan say anything else? Materi recalled. He asked, when we're leaving. He has a gift for you. A gift? How long had it been since Giovanni last received a gift? His smirk deepened. Now, he was looking forward to. Sinnoh, Lily of the Valley Island. The Sinnoh League's headquarters stood tall on this island. At this moment, inside the League President's office at the top floor of the headquarters, the Sinnoh League President was in a video call with Elite Four member Bertha. You're saying that Johan Professor Johan, along with Cynthia and the others, successfully calmed Regigiga's fury, the President confirmed. On the large screen, Bertha nodded solemnly and added. To be more precise, Johan successfully put Regigigas to sleep and even established a friendly relationship with it. She paused briefly before continuing. The eruption of Snowpoint Mountain's volcano under Yuan's guidance was quelled by Regigigas and the three Titans. Hearing this, the Sinnoh League President smacked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. After a long silence, he finally asked. What's your opinion, Bertha? Recruit Yuan, Bertha stated firmly. And his response? He hasn't given a definitive answer. No definitive answer meant no outright rejection, which meant there was still a chance. However, given that Yuan was from Hone, it wouldn't be easy to get him to switch regions. With Drasna's situation as a precedent, the Sinnoh League had been paying close attention to homegrown talent, even implementing a youth-focused training policy to cultivate young, capable trainers. Bertha hesitated for a moment before adding. However, Yuan seems to have a very good relationship with Cynthia, as well as with Lucian, Flint, and Aaron. Cynthia, huh? The Sinnoh League President's eyes lit up. That was excellent news. The League had been monitoring Cynthia for a while now, investing significant resources into her development. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been invited to participate in so many exhibition matches at League events. Of course, part of the reason was that Cynthia herself had massive fan appeal. The President immediately caught on. Next time we hold an exhibition match for Cynthia, extend an invitation to Yuan as well, he said, grinning. Sinnoh is rich and clueless, get here fast. Reimburse his travel and accommodations. Show sincerity. The more he visits, the more likely he is to stay. And besides, Cynthia and Yuan. Bertha glanced at the League President's strangely amused expression. Did he want Yuan to stay, or was he just nosy about gossip? Oh, right. Bertha suddenly remembered something. I heard that Yuan has already obtained the Canalave and Snowpoint gym badges. He might be interested in the Lily of the Valley conference. Oh, the League President raised his brows in surprise. With his level of strength, he's still interested in League tournaments. He could fight Regigigas, and he still wanted to compete in the conference? Bertha pressed her lips together. Maybe it's just a personal hobby of his. After a pause, she added, and technically, Yuan is still only registered as a beginner trainer in the League database. The President was speechless. A beginner trainer? Someone who could go toe-to-toe with Regigigas? After a moment of thought, he said. Then send him an invitation to the next Lily of the Valley conference. Typically, trainers entered the League by collecting gym badges or through official academy routes. Those were the two most well-known pathways. But there was another way, the League could directly invite a trainer, in which case gym badges weren't required. Understood. Bertha agreed without hesitation. We should also properly reward him for this incident, she added. Regardless of whether Yuan ultimately stayed in Sinnoh, the trainers who had defended an entire city, perhaps even the entire region, deserved recognition and compensation. The League President nodded. I'll put some thought into it. Bertha nodded in return. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to mention the fate of the league's top-of-the-line Rotom Berry mixer. High or low, it was just a small matter. After everything Yuan had done for Sinnoh, they needed to act with some generosity. Snowpoint City. Late at night, a gentle snowfall blanketed the city. In the villa's courtyard, the group had set up umbrellas and a fire pit, chatting casually while enjoying the snowy night. Lucian sipped the coffee Yuan had brewed, casually crossing his legs as he flipped through a book. Finally, some relaxation. No need to bury himself in historical research. No need to rack his brain strategizing against a powerful opponent. This was truly relaxing, Lucian murmured, smacking his lips as he took another small sip. And Yuan's coffee-making skills were fantastic. No wonder he ran a cafe. Not just coffee. Lucian glanced at Cynthia, who was happily nibbling on a slice of cake, her eyes curved into contented crescents. That cake looked amazing, too. Damn it. Was he starting to envy Cynthia? Delicious, Cynthia said, licking her lips. Lucario silently handed her a cup of warm water. Thanks. Lucia. Lucario, ever the gentleman, glanced at Yuan, gave him a slight nod, then moved aside to lean against the wall, arms crossed as he gazed at the night sky. Did Lucario just approve of him? Yuan chuckled softly, stroking Ninetales' fur as she curled up on his lap. I'm glad you like it. This is a cake I developed based on poke puffs. It'll be a new item in my cafe. As he spoke, he quietly focused on his own aura. After repeatedly exhausting and restoring it during the Regigigas incident, it felt like his aura had become more refined. Was this an unexpected breakthrough? Jengar's drinking the same thing? Cynthia asked, blinking. Both of them turned to look, and saw. Caw. Under the moonlit snow, Jengar was holding a mug, exhaling a frosty breath before taking a slow, satisfied sip. Its body shuddered slightly then relaxed in sheer bliss. Yuan's eye twitched. That's, not for humans. It was something Jengar had brewed itself. A concoction made from revival herbs, a toxic orb, and various poison-type Pokémon's secretions. According to Jengar, 1 sip wakes you up, 2 sips give you infinite energy, 3 sips grant eternal life. Oh yeah. Cynthia tilted her head. Did you just drink some? I tasted it before it added the special ingredients, Yuan said flatly. A simple revival herb tea. Given how much he had drained himself today, a sip wasn't out of the question. Caw. Jengar waved over the other Pokémon. Hey, the moon looks weird tonight. Dragonite and Garchomp immediately turned their heads skyward. The other Pokémon, meanwhile, were busy with their own tasks. Boom, 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 Tinkaton was hammering away. While filling the volcano, Regigigas had unearthed some metallic ore, which Tinkaton had eagerly gathered. But now, no matter how hard it hammered, the changes felt insignificant. Still, Tinkaton believed in persistence. One day, I'll forge the strongest weapon in the world. Charcadet stood nearby, cradling a Pokémon egg. With how protective Charcadet had become, Yuan was starting to suspect it had a hidden talent for parenting. Goka, Charcadet asked. When's my armor going to be ready? After the Regigigas battle, Charcadet had realized just how lacking its strength was. It had played its part but not enough. If I evolve, things might be different. Kubfu had the same thought. If I evolve, I could one-shot Regigigas. But while Charcadet had a clear evolution path, Kubfu had no idea how it evolved. So what is in that Pokémon egg? Cynthia asked, noticing it. I hope it's a Cutiefly, Yuan replied, almost in denial. Cynthia chuckled knowingly. Just then, I've got breaking news. Flint burst out of the house, waving his phone. The league is rumored to be planning a youth masters tournament. A masters tournament? A competition specifically for young trainers aiming to reach master status? Is this info reliable? Lucian asked, setting down his book. See for yourself, Flint said, handing over his phone. Lucian glanced at it, then promptly rolled his eyes and tossed it onto the table. He wasn't sure if the news was true, but the website Flint was browsing? It was filled with sketchy clickbait articles including unseen photoshoot of Diantha, exclusive, Seabold's secret recipes, Cynthia's hidden secrets. Cynthia's eyes narrowed. There's more of these. Yuan glanced at the site's name, and silently memorized it. Sinnoh, Galactic Team Base. Cyrus carefully reviewed the latest intelligence reports from Snowpoint City, a resurrected ancient titan, an extinguished volcano. His expression grew more serious. Buzz. The screen behind him suddenly lit up, displaying a woman with silver hair and large black windproof goggles. Pokémon Hunter J. She was standing atop a menacing Salamence, flying at high altitude somewhere. Without turning around, Cyrus asked, looks like you've gotten out of trouble. Hunter J's tone was heavy, but I suffered serious losses. The League's raid came too suddenly and too swiftly, catching her off guard. If not for Cyrus secretly reaching out and assisting her, her situation could have been much worse. She herself might have been trapped. I've done all I can to help you, Cyrus said flatly. Because of my involvement, we may have been exposed. We'll need to keep a low profile for now. Intercepting Bertha was a calculated move to lure more League executives to Snowpoint City. As a result, Team Galactic wasn't exactly exposed, but they had definitely attracted the Sinnoh League's attention. I understand. We'll also be lying low for a while, Hunter J replied. She needed time to replenish her lost personnel and Pokémon. For that, she had already sent her subordinates out to secretly capture powerful Pokémon for training. When the time is right, I'll contact you, Cyrus said. Hunter J nodded slightly. Call disconnected. Cyrus exhaled slowly, lifting his gaze from the tablet screen. Softly, he muttered. Yuan. Snowpoint City, Ampharos Express. Given the volcano's instability and Regigiga's slumber, Yuan and the others needed to stay in Snowpoint City for a while longer. So, the group boarded the Ampharos Express, the city's famous scenic train, and set off for Lake Acuity. Lake Acuity wasn't far from Snowpoint City. If anything happened, they could immediately fly back on their Pokémon. Lake Acuity, along with Lake Verity and Lake Valor, were three of Sinnoh's most famous inland lakes. Legends spoke of these lakes. That when Arceus created the world, it also created Dialga and Palkia, the dragons of time and space. Then, to bring emotion to the world, it created three beings Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf representing wisdom, emotion, and willpower. These three Pokémon were collectively known as the Three Lake Mushrooms, Yuan said with conviction. They're called the Lake Guardians, Lucian corrected him. But they really do look like mushrooms, Flint commented, staring at an ancient illustration. Yuan turned to Aaron and asked, Aaron, what do you think? Aaron studied the image for a long moment, then nodded seriously. Mushrooms. The three of them exchanged high fives and laughed. Lucian looked helplessly at Cynthia. Champion, say something reasonable. As an expert in history and mythology, he trusted Cynthia's judgment. Cynthia lowered her head slightly, golden hair cascading down, then smiled and said, they do look like mushrooms. Great eye. Yuan gave her a thumbs up. Lucian stared blankly. I was a fool. I actually expected Cynthia to support me against Yuan. The problem isn't me, it's this world. Yuan handed Cynthia a delicately crafted cake. She lit up like a child receiving candy and eagerly took it. Delicious. Lucian looked at Flint and Aaron, who were completely oblivious. Then he turned to the window. I shouldn't be inside this train. I should be under it. Let the world burn. On the train. Caw. Jengar waved enthusiastically at the Ampharos operating the train. In just one short trip, it had already befriended the train's Ampharos. Dre, speed up, Ampharos called out to the conductor. As the train neared Lake Acuity, the vast landscape unfolded before them, pure white snow stretching as far as the eye could see. Yuan clicked his tongue. Other people go on spring outings. We're going on a snow trek. Flint cracked his knuckles. Nothing a little fire can't fix. He tossed a Pokeball, summoning his fire-type Pokémon. Leave it to me. He pounded his chest with confidence. Yuan smirked. All right, then bring out your Torkoal. Flint froze. I don't have a Torkoal. Yuan gave him a disdainful side-eye. And you call yourself a fire-type expert. Why Torkoal? Lucian mused. Torkoal has drought, making it an excellent weather setter for sunny day teams. Building a sun team was a solid strategy for a fire-type specialist. Certainly better than a hail team. Hearing this, Flint's eyes gleamed. A sun team, huh? That was worth considering. But wait, what about Charizard? Did this mean he had to abandon his dream of raising a Charizard? Not at all. Yuan pulled out cookware from Jengar's shadow pocket. Torkoal is the best mobile stove for outdoor picnics. Lucian and Flint. Yuan patted Jengar's head and whispered. This is the perfect chance to learn. With Cynthia, Flint, Lucian, and Aaron all here, each with strong, well-trained Pokémon, now was the best time for Jengar to pick up some new tricks. Caw, you're right. They had been traveling too much lately, no time to steal techniques. But now was the perfect opportunity. Caw. Jengar leaned in and whispered. What should we learn? I already scoped it out for you, Yuan smirked. Some key techniques included Garcomp's scale shot, Lucario's martial arts, Drapian's crunch, Bronzong's trick room setup. And most importantly, Flint's Infernape. Flint's boosted fire punch technique was legendary, using power-up punch as a base. That was something both Jengar and Dragonite could learn, if they mastered power-up punch and incorporated it into their battle styles. Yes, this was the path to the ultimate ghost-type fighter. Jengar clenched its fists excitedly. Caw, the path to becoming the ultimate boxing champion starts now. It shadow jumped right up to Flint's Infernape and shouted. Caw, single combat, monkey. Coo. Infernape, who had been shoveling snow, blinked. Me? A memory surfaced in its mind, Jengar mega evolving and hypnotizing Regigigas. Its expression stiffened. It liked fighting, but not fights where it got hit with 5 different status effects. Jengar waved its fists. No moves, just fists. Ding! Infernape's eyes sparkled. A pure fist fight? At that moment, Lucario, Cubfoot, Dragonite, Tinkaton, and Caesar all stepped forward. Even Lucian's Alakazam sighed. I too know a little hand-to-hand combat. Yuan's expression turned odd. Fighting a ghost with hand-to-hand combat? What were these Pokémon thinking? Did they even know they couldn't physically hit Jengar? And so, the first ever Jengar's boxing tournament began? To everyone's surprise, Jengar didn't win easily, because Marshadow showed up. And Marshadow, with its perfectly copied fighting techniques, wasn't about to lose. Of course, its real reason for joining had nothing to do with the delicious aroma coming from Yuan's cooking pot. None at all. What is this? On the way back from their winter outing, Yuan looked at the tiny claw Jengar had secretly taken out. He wasn't too surprised. After all, he knew his Jengar all too well. For Jengar, venomous fangs, poisonous claws, and toxin-laced spikes from other Pokémon were just after-meal snacks. This small, dull-looking claw was most likely just another trophy from a poison-type Pokémon that had tried, and failed, to attack Jengar. But then, Yuan's Pokédex, which hadn't reacted for a long time, suddenly lit up. Uxie's Claw, a claw shed by the legendary lake Pokémon, Uxie. Said to contain the light of wisdom, it grants young Pokémon increased intelligence. Only those possessing great wisdom can obtain it. Yuan. Uxie's Claw? His mind filled with question marks. From the Uxie? The yellow mushroom of the three lake guardians? Yuan opened his mouth slightly. Did you steal Uxie's Claw? He originally wanted to ask, what did you do to Uxie? But after thinking about it, he realized Jengar couldn't possibly harm a legendary Pokémon. Not to mention that Uxie was a psychic type, which naturally countered Jengar. Jengar, knowing Yuan far too well, immediately recognized his stunned expression as a sign that this claw was something unusual. So, it confidently raised a finger, flashed a smug grin, and lightly wagged it. Caw. It was a gift from Uxie. A gift. Jengar proceeded to explain how it met Uxie, how it gave Uxie an energy cube, and how Uxie, in return, gifted it a claw. Caw. Seeing Yuan's highly skeptical expression, Jengar immediately vouched. Marshadow can confirm it. Yuan stared at it for a moment. While Jengar might embellish details, it was probably telling at least 80% of the truth, which led to a troubling thought. When did my Jengar become so good at scamming other Pokémon? Or rather, when did Uxie go blind? How did it mistake Jengar for a being of great wisdom? Caw. Jengar waved its hand in front of Yuan's face. What's wrong? Nothing. Yuan shook off the thought and looked at the claw again. Normally, Uxie's claw wouldn't have much practical use. At most, it might help certain Pokémon awaken their intelligence faster. But this claw was also the key ingredient to creating a certain object. An object Cyrus had obsessed over. The Red Chain. A tool that could bind Dialga and Palkia. A tool that could control the gods of time and space. And Jengar just got it, as a gift? If Giratina ever finds out about this, that thing would jump with excitement. Aside from wanting to beat Arceus senseless, the only thing Giratina seemed to enjoy was bullying Dialga and Palkia. With this claw, Yuan now had a very valuable bargaining chip in any future dealings with Giratina. It had been a while since he last contacted Giratina. Jengar had probably been keeping in touch with it all this time. Yuan turned to Jengar, who was grinning with a praise me expression. He patted its head. Actually, this Uxie's claw wasn't useless right now. The Pokédex description said it could make young Pokémon smarter. And Yuan just so happened to have an egg. If the hatchling ended up as a genius, it would be perfect for his role as a Pokémon psychologist. Charcadet, this claw is for the egg. Goka. Charcadet tilted its head, puzzled. But it trusted Yuan's decisions, so it solemnly nodded. It strung the claw onto a piece of string and carefully tied it to the egg. Rustle. The egg wobbled slightly. As a Pokémon with the Flame Body ability, Charcadet was accelerating the incubation process. The little one inside would likely hatch very soon. The next day, nothing unusual happened in Snowpoint City. In fact, when Battle Pyramid's head Brandon heard about what happened at Snowpoint Temple, he immediately flew over. With Brandon stationed here, even if something else happened, he could hold the fort until the League arrived. That meant, Yuan and the others were finally free to leave. Before departing, Yuan specifically visited Mattery and Team Rocket's trio, giving them gifts. At the same time, he asked Mattery to deliver a special gift to Giovanni. As the trio tearfully waved goodbye, Yuan boarded the plane and left Snowpoint City. Arrival at Celestic Town. Here, the group went their separate ways. Aaron headed to Eterna Forest, looking for a bug/water-type Pokémon. Cynthia stayed behind to finish a historical research report with Professor Carolina. Once the report was done, the League would approve a new round of research funding. Some of that funding was Yuan's. This had absolutely nothing to do with Cynthia's training facility being newly renovated. At first, Yuan planned to stay and help. But then, Flint mentioned he was heading back to Sunnyshore City, and Yuan changed his mind. Because, Fulner. Yuan hadn't forgotten how Fulner's Pikachu once asked him for help. Fulner was suffering from severe battle fatigue, and even Cynthia's attempts to help him hadn't fully worked. So, now that Yuan was in Sinnoh, and Flint just happened to be heading back, he decided to go too. As for Lucian, at first, he wanted to return to Canalave City to rest. He had absorbed too much historical knowledge lately. The constant crisis situations had worn him out. But then, after a single conversation, Flint changed his mind. Flint claimed he couldn't afford to rent a private plane, meaning he had to go with Lucian to Canalave City first. And Lucian instantly knew, if Flint followed him home, he'd never leave. So, Lucian chose to take the long route. Yuan and Flint secured a free ride. Celestic Town, departure. Cynthia stood in the plaza, hands in her pockets, her black trench coat sharp and elegant. She smiled slightly and gave Yuan a small nod. Yuan nodded back, feeling a bit sentimental. Then, he boarded the plane. Rotom, take off. Understood, Roto. The engines roared to life. Lucian was filthy rich. This wasn't just any plane. It was a high-tech aircraft powered by a Rotom engine. Yuan was already fantasizing about a Rotom mecha. If that ever happened. Anti-Regigigas armor, anti-Groudon suit, anti-Arceus exoskeleton. Suddenly, these were no longer just dreams. He might single-handedly rewrite the world's tech tree. Hey, Flint, face swollen from bruises, suddenly shouted. That website from last night, it's gone. Yuan smirked. Cynthia deleted it. She found out. Luckily, he saved the good parts. Tuesday, clear weather. Sinnoh, Sunishore City. The warm winter sunlight bathed every corner of the city, casting a golden hue over Sunishore. As Sinnoh's most famous port city, Sunishore serves as one of the best routes to reach the Sinnoh League on Lily of the Valley Island, with its ferry service being a prime choice for travelers. Built on a narrow cape, the city compensates for its limited space by constructing elevated walkways lined with solar panels, providing energy for the entire city. It is said that Sunishore wasn't always like this. Although it was a port city, its geographical constraints made development difficult. It wasn't until Fulner became the gym leader and heavily invested in the city's electrical and high-tech infrastructure that Sunishore transformed into the thriving metropolis it is today. The name Sunishore's Thunder, belonging to Fulner, now resonates throughout Sinnoh. Walking down Sunishore's smooth streets with his hands in his pockets like a laid-back wanderer, Flint sighed in admiration. Every time I leave and return, I feel like this city has changed so much. As a fellow native of Sunishore and Fulner's close friend and rival, Flint had chosen a completely different path. Fulner stayed behind, dedicated to developing Sunishore, elevating both the city and his own reputation. However, Sunishore had become both Fulner's achievement and his cage. He was bound by it. Meanwhile, Flint ventured beyond Sunishore, experiencing different landscapes, battling different trainers, and constantly challenging stronger opponents to grow. It wasn't a matter of which choice was better. The fact was that Flint encountered increasingly powerful trainers, and through repeated setbacks and breakthroughs, his passion for battle only intensified. Meanwhile, Fulner could only face the challengers who came to him. As his strength reached a certain level, those challengers could no longer ignite his fighting spirit. Eventually, he even grew weary of battling. And yet, Sunishore remained Sinnoh's undisputed 8th gym, and Fulner was widely regarded as one of the strongest contenders for the next Elite Four position. This alone was enough to prove Fulner's remarkable strength. In fact, in the animated series, manga, and special editions Yuan had seen, Fulner was consistently recognized as being at an Elite Four level. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that Sinnoh could have 5 Elite Four members in the future. That was Fulner, the 4th-generation powerhouse. Compared to Fulner, I feel like a complete failure, Flint muttered self-deprecatingly. Pfft, Buck snorted. For once, you're actually self-aware. But lately, Fulner. Flint didn't argue with Buck's teasing and instead sighed, clearly more concerned about his friend's condition. Buck, seeing this, softened his expression slightly. Well, Yuan's here now. Both men turned toward the railing, where Yuan was feeding Wingull alongside his Jengar and Ninetales. Caw. Jengar grabbed a handful of food, throwing one piece to the Wingull and shoving 3 or 4 into its own mouth. Was it feeding the Wingull, or just feeding itself? Buffet. Yuan shook his head. Let's not go to a buffet. Jengar had spotted a buffet restaurant earlier and suggested teaching the owner a lesson, but Yuan figured. One should be kind. Buffets are dangerous places. The Wingull hovering nearby looked on helplessly. Come on, feed us already. On the way to Sunishore Gym, Flint, eager, asked, Yuan, how do you plan to fix Fulner? Fix him? Yuan had been pondering that very question the entire trip. Unlike Pokémon, humans have more complicated thoughts. He could try replicating Ash's method from the anime, but he wasn't Ash. So, beat him up first, then ask him what's wrong during the battle. Yuan muttered, rubbing his chin. After all, words don't work as well as Pokémon battles. A battle. Flint's eyes lit up. Maybe we can do a double battle, you and Buck versus me and Fulner. Yuan blinked. A double battle? That could work. Buck also seemed intrigued. Or, we could give Fulner a demonstration first. I'll battle Yuan, then Buck will battle Yuan, and finally, Fulner will. Wait, are you trying to fix Fulner, or are you fixing me? A gauntlet match against me, huh? I refuse. Buck immediately shot down the idea. If you want to fight Yuan, don't drag me into this. He shot a glare at Flint. You should just challenge Fulner one-on-one. Flint widened his eyes. Buck, we're partners? We've been through life and death battles together. As the two bickered, the trio arrived at the Sunishore Gym. The doors were tightly shut. But next to the entrance sat a box overflowing with gym badges, all lighthouse badges. Anyone could just take one. And yet, despite this, Fulner remained the gym leader, testament to his overwhelming reputation and strength. Flint stepped forward and banged on the door. Fulner? It's me, Flint. Open up. Caw. Jengar reached into the box, grabbed a lighthouse badge, and flashed a victorious hand gesture at Yuan. Yes, I got a lighthouse badge. Pika. The noise drew out a yellow mouse from a side door. Pikachu. Flint grinned. Pika. Fulner's Pikachu recognized Flint immediately, waving in greeting. Caw. Jengar noticed Pikachu and grinned, waving back. Long time no see, buddy. Pikachu squinted at Jengar for a moment before realization struck. Wait, wasn't this the Ghastly from back then? Its eyes lit up, and it rushed forward. Flint squatted down with a big smile, only for Pikachu to zip past him and high-five Jengar. Buck smirked at Flint's frozen expression. Idiot. Flint fumed. Buck, let's battle right now. Buck scoffed. TCH. They had battled countless times before. Flint had challenged Cynthia more, but still. Their win-loss record? 50-50. Flint's performance fluctuated, while Buck remained consistent. Pikachu, where's Fulner? Yuan asked. Pika. At the mention of Fulner, Pikachu's ears drooped. It pointed inside the gym, indicating that Fulner was working on some electrical projects and hadn't noticed the commotion outside. That guy. Flint gritted his teeth and pounded on the door again. Caw. As he knocked, Flint noticed Jengar sticking its head through the door, scratching its head in confusion. Flint looked at the closed door, then at Jengar inside. Guess we'll have to take a more direct approach. Yuan sighed. He turned to Rotom. Rotom, open the door. No problem, Roto. Rotom zipped out of Yuan's Pokédex and dove into the gym's electrical system. Click. With a hiss, the heavy gym door slowly opened. ZZZT. Golden electricity crackled along the doors and walls. Pika. Pikachu immediately warned them it was a security grid. Stay back. But before Pikachu could finish, the electric arcs vanished. In fact, the gym's power seemed to low heek. Rotom re-emerged, glowing golden and letting out a satisfied burp. Pika. Pikachu blinked, a giant question mark forming over its head. Did it just eat all the electricity? Even Buck was startled. This Rotom wasn't even Yuan's main Pokémon, and yet, it devoured nearly all of Sunishore Gym's power? And considering Jengar's bottomless appetite and the fact that Yuan's Dragonite was twice the size of a normal one, what kind of Pokémon does he even train? Let's go. Flint strode in confidently. But a second door blocked their way. Fulner's security is something else, Buck muttered. Yuan calmly said, Tinkaton. A red flash Tinkaton landed beside him, hammer in hand. Yuan patted its head. Smash it. Cha. With a grin, Tinkaton took a deep breath, raised its hammer. Boom. The metal door shattered. Inside, a voice finally called out. Who's there? Yuan smirked. Gym challenge. A gym challenge? Wearing a work jacket and safety goggles, Fulner looked up, slightly surprised. And everything had been fine just moments ago, so why did the gym's electricity suddenly vanish? Compared to the challenge, this issue concerned him more. His carefully designed gym circuitry shouldn't have any problems, unless. Then, he saw Yuan, Flint, and Buck standing at the entrance. Flint, Buck, and Yuan. Fulner frowned. Pika. Pikachu ran up to Fulner, gesturing excitedly. There was a strong challenger here. A gym challenge? Sitting on the floor, Fulner took off his goggles and lazily scratched his head. The badges should be outside the gym. If you want one, just take it. Fulner. Flint called out sternly, someone's challenging the gym, get up and react. Where's your energy? Fulner glanced at his passionate friend and gave a mild smile. Aren't I already up? Flint clenched his jaw. Battle me, Fulner. Fulner ignored him. He doesn't seem quite like the rumored 8th gym leader of Sinnoh, Buck remarked. Neither Flint's encouragement nor Buck's provocation worked. Meanwhile, Yuan, who had just shouted about a gym challenge, was now casually surveying the battlefield. He nodded approvingly. This arena looks good. Caw. Jengar nodded along. It seems sturdy, less likely to be destroyed. Fulner, Yuan suddenly called out. Fulner frowned. They had met in Rustboro City and even worked together. Later, Yuan participated in the Indigo League and speedran the Battle Frontier. Fulner hadn't watched much, but he had heard about him. He wasn't too familiar with Yuan, but he wasn't a stranger either. Let's make a bet, Yuan said. A bet. Fulner chuckled. If I lose, I have to get my spirit back? I think I'm doing just fine. No. Yuan waved a finger, smiling. If you win, I'll tell you why your gym's electricity suddenly disappeared. Fulner paused. That actually caught his interest. He was confident there were no issues with his gym's electrical system, yet it had completely blacked out. That meant there was a flaw somewhere. You know electricity? Fulner asked, his tone gaining a bit more energy. Electricity. Yuan's mind flashed back to the horrors of Ohm's law, resistance and conductance, electrical work and power, Joul's law. He smirked. I know a little. Flint nudged Buck and whispered, why does Yuan always know a little about everything? Buck adjusted his glasses. When most people say a little, they mean it literally. When Yuan says it, he's just being humble. Flint looked enlightened. Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. This time, he really only knew a little. But he ignored them and continued. Also, if you win, I can introduce you to a few people. In the field of high-tech electrical devices, they're among the best in the world. Considering the trio's ability to build a mecha by hand, calling them top tier wasn't an exaggeration. If Fulner teamed up with them, Yuan wasn't sure what kind of wild inventions they'd create. Top tier. Were there electrical experts out there he didn't know about? Seeing Yuan's confident expression, Fulner chose to believe him. And if you win? Fulner asked. If I win? Yuan glanced around the gym's large battlefield and grinned. I'd like to borrow this place for a few days. Fulner blinked. That's it. Yuan nodded. Yep, that's all. No problem. Fulner agreed immediately. For more knowledge about electricity, what was one battle? He agreed just like that. Flint watched as Buck pulled him toward the spectator seats. He had yelled so much earlier, yet Fulner didn't care. But Yuan only said a few sentences, and Fulner was in. It's psychology, Buck muttered. He was starting to understand. Yuan had approached Fulner from his biggest interest, electricity, and slowly piqued his curiosity. To Fulner, the bet seemed slightly unbalanced, but Buck had a feeling Yuan might just take over the entire gym. He needed to start reading up on psychology, otherwise, he might get manipulated without even realizing it. Though Fulner hadn't done gym battles in a while, Sunny Shore Gym was still fully equipped. Hearing there was a battle, the chubby referee rushed back from outside. The rules for this battle. The referee hesitated for a moment before officially announcing the match. Fulner stood with Pikachu at his side, while Yuan's Jengar floated beside him, bouncing lightly on its feet. Alright, you're up. Fulner tossed a Pokeball. Grr. Out came one of his signature Pokemon, Electivire. Unlike Fulner's laid-back attitude, his Electivire was brimming with energy. The two cables on its back crackled with sparks. Yuan also threw a Pokeball. Alright, it's you, Tinkaton. Cha. Tinkaton landed with a commanding presence, hammer resting on its shoulder. Another door to smash? Wait. It blinked. This time, it wasn't breaking doors, it was battling. Cha. Excited. Tinkaton. Fulner squinted. That door earlier had been smashed by this seemingly cute little thing, right? A tiny, pink, twin-tailed Pokemon, with that much strength. Fulner seems to be getting serious, Flint observed from the stands, noticing Fulner's shift in expression. Buck, legs crossed, said casually. Well, it is Yuan. That Tinkaton had recently smashed a Regigigas into the ground. Battle, begin. With the referee's announcement, the battle officially started. But the battlefield fell silent. Neither Yuan nor Fulner made the first move. Both stood still. This isn't an opening attack. Flint gritted his teeth. This was the perfect opportunity. Fulner had really changed. He felt frustrated. Not every opening attack is an advantage. It could also be a trap. Fulner is calmer than you, Buck said. Yuan chuckled. So, you're confident that Tinkaton isn't good at ranged combat. Then, he commanded. Tinkaton, flash cannon. Cha. Tinkaton's hammer glowed silver, gathering metallic energy before firing a concentrated beam. Fulner's eyes narrowed as the metallic beam approached. His expression tensed. He was entering battle mode. Electivire, Thunder Punch. Electivire's back cables sparked violently, electricity surging like golden serpents into its fists. Grr. With a roar, it threw a punch infused with crackling electricity, colliding directly with the flash cannon. Interesting, Buck murmured. Flint clenched his fists. Boom. Electivire shattered the beam with its electrified punch and charged forward, electricity crackling from its back, making it move even faster. It's here, Flint whispered. Fulner's signature electric engine acceleration. Electric engine, this Pokemon is immune to electric-type moves. When hit by one, its speed increases by 1 stage. Fulner's Electivire constantly discharged electricity to boost its speed, mimicking the speed boost ability. Electivire, Wild Charge. Grr. Electivire became a blur of golden electricity, its amplifier at full power. Finally interested? Yuan's eyes narrowed. But this wasn't enough. Tinkaton, play rough. Cha. Tinkaton didn't flinch. It gripped its hammer and swung without hesitation. Golden lightning clashed with a storm of pink energy. Boom. Electricity and shockwaves exploded outward, sending both trainers' clothes fluttering. In Fulner's pale blue eyes, a glint of battle spirit finally emerged. This was a real opponent? Electivire grinned viciously, its eyes burning with excitement. It had been too long since it had faced a fight like this. Grr. Electivire roared, its body erupting with golden light, illuminating the battlefield. Even the gym's power previously drained by Rotom started to flicker back on. Nice one, Electivire. Flint stood up. Fulner, look at your Pokemon, it craves battle. Fulner inhaled sharply. In that case, Electivire, Gigavolt Havoc. ZZZZT. Its amplifier roared at maximum output. Now that's more like it, Yuan grinned, turning serious. Tinkaton, Gigaton Hammer. This wasn't about strategy anymore. It was a direct clash of power. Cha. Tinkaton stumped forward. Crack. The ground beneath it fractured. With a mighty swing, its hammer became a blur, meeting Electivire head-on. Lightning and steel collided. Boom. Pika Pika. Fulner's Pikachu, his very first partner, could sense the shift in his attitude more than anyone else. From initial laziness to being completely absorbed in battle alongside Electivire, Fulner's buried fighting spirit had started to reignite bit by bit. Though he wasn't fully back to his old self, he had already changed significantly from before. That made Pikachu excited. At the same time, its own battle instincts flared up. After all, it had once rivaled Flint's Monferno. Its desire and enthusiasm for battle weren't any less than Flint's Infernape. So, Pikachu's eyes sparkled as it turned to Fulner, requesting to fight. Fulner blinked, his expression slightly dazed. Had he been so oblivious? His Pokemon all loved battling this much? Had they simply suppressed their instincts out of consideration for him? Electivire was like that. And now, it seemed Pikachu was the same. Taking a deep breath, Fulner nodded. In that case, you're up, Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu shivered with excitement, a smile spreading across its face as it patted its cheeks. Sparks flickered from its red electric sacs. Then, it ran onto the battlefield. Pikachu, huh? Yuan recalled Tinkaton and, after a moment of thought, threw another Pokeball. Alright, I'll leave this to you, Charcadet. Goga. Charcadet glanced at the Pokémon egg in Jengar's arms and immediately became even more fired up. Fetal education starts early. If the unborn little one could sense its passion, it would surely grow up to be a strong and reliable warrior. Charcadet. Fulner instinctively looked toward the stands, locking eyes with Flint. Charcadet's burning determination reminded him of Flint's Monferno from the past. Flint exaggeratedly wiggled his eyebrows at Fulner. Fulner returned a confident nod. Fulner, I understand, my friend. Flint, no, you don't? Be careful of that Charcadet. Be very careful. The battle continued. Charcadet, flamethrower. This time, Johan didn't wait for Fulner to act first, he took the initiative. Goka. Like a glowing ember, Charcadet's body turned red-hot as it clasped its hands together. A surge of orange flames erupted from its palms. The firelight reflected in Fulner's eyes, and it ignited something in his heart. A roaring pillar of flames burst forth, scorching the battlefield with an intense wave of heat. This power. Fulner finally understood Flint's warning glance. But more than that, this fire dragged him back to the past, to when he faced off against that relentless, red-haired explosion of energy. For the first time today, a smile appeared on Fulner's face. Pikachu, quick attack to evade then wild charge. Pika, Pika, Pika. A white light flashed over Pikachu's body as it deftly dodged the heart of the flames. Then, golden electricity surged around it. Turning sharply, it bolted toward Charcadet, switching from defense to offense. It relied, of course, on Pikachu's innate, unrivaled speed. His reactions are much sharper than before. He quickly spotted a weak point in the fire and exploited it, Buck commented. Flint grinned. Because that guy understands fire. I doubt anyone knows better than him how to fight a fire-type Pokemon. Humming. One of Flint's Pokeballs opened on its own, and Infernape appeared beside him. As an old friend and rival, Infernape wanted to witness Fulner's return to Ku. Right. Flint glanced at Infernape before turning his attention back to the battlefield. He's Fulner, after all. Fulner, huh? Buck nodded slightly. A faint smile crept onto his face. But his opponent is Johan. Charcadet. Johan called. Goka. Charcadet took a deep breath. Its eyes burned bright as waves of aura radiated outward. At the same time, its body glowed an even deeper red. Whoosh! The fire Pikachu had seemingly dodged suddenly surged back like a living tide. Again. Flint murmured. His gaze drifted toward Infernape. Should fire types really be eating charcoal? Ku. Infernape felt a sudden chill. Meanwhile, Pikachu. Seeing the flames close in, Fulner's eyes widened. Pika, Pika. Within the inferno, Pikachu gritted its teeth, forcing itself through the blaze despite the searing pain. Fulner had finally regained his fire. Now wasn't the time to let him down? Pikachu. With sheer determination, Pikachu sprinted through the fire, slamming straight into Charcadet. Boom! Charcadet was sent flying, but Pikachu also staggered upon landing, steam rising from its body as its fur turned slightly red. It had been burned, but its eyes remained unwavering. Breathing heavily, Pikachu locked its gaze onto Charcadet. Pikachu. Fulner murmured. Goka. Charcadet steadied itself and gave Pikachu a respectful nod. That kind of resilience deserved recognition? Pikachu, Electro Ball. Fulner commanded. A trainer's emotions influenced their Pokemon, but in turn, their Pokemon's emotions also influenced them. Electivire. Pikachu. He had trained them to this level. He had spent every day with them. How could he not understand their thoughts? Especially now, watching Pikachu carve its way through fire. Fulner felt something stir inside him. Right now, he only wanted to respond in kind. Pikachu leaped high, gathering a golden sphere of electricity at the tip of its tail before launching it at Charcadet. Pikachu. The best way to counter lightning is fire. Yuan's eyes sharpened. Charcadet, Flare Blitz. Whoosh! Charcadet's plume shimmered. Golden flames spread across its forehead before engulfing its entire body. Boom! A massive explosion of dust, embers, and electric arcs filled the battlefield. Fulner clenched his fists, eyes locked onto the blast's center. Did Charcadet get hit? The next second. Goka. Bathed in flames, Charcadet shot out of the smoke, slamming straight into Pikachu before it could react. Pikachu. Fulner rushed forward and caught Pikachu midair. But Charcadet's momentum wasn't easy to stop. Man and Pokemon crashed into the gym's spectator wall. Yuan twitched. Why were Pikachu trainers always like this? Just because you're physically strong doesn't mean you should play reckless. Referee, you're just gonna let this slide? Foul play? But that impact. It jolted something deep in Fulner's memory. He remembered. When he and Flint took on a poacher as kids. When they lost. When Pikachu was flung through the air. And he had caught it in his arms, just like this. Pika. Pikachu quickly turned over, worriedly looking at Fulner. I'm fine. Fulner shook his head. Fine? The wall was literally cracked. He stumbled slightly but stood up, glancing at Yuan with a look of apology. Sorry, Yuan. Yuan waved it off. His goal had been to wake Fulner up. Beating him up outright wouldn't work. Cynthia had already tried that, and it didn't help much. So he had chosen Charcadet to face Pikachu. A fire versus electric battle to spark Fulner's memories. Because fire ignites. Both the opponents will end one's own. Fulner took a deep breath and nodded. He and Pikachu locked eyes. They didn't need words. They had one goal. Enjoy this battle to the fullest. Then, evolve, Pikachu. Yuan. Fulner pulled out a Thunderstone. He had prepared this long ago but never used it. Now, it was the perfect time. Pika. Without hesitation, Pikachu touched the Thunderstone with its tail. A radiant light burst forth. Rai. When the glow faded, Pikachu was gone. In its place stood a larger, orange-furred Pokémon with a sleek, lightning-shaped tail. Raichu. Golden arcs of electricity flickered across its body. Rai. Raichu charged back onto the battlefield. And now, the real fight was about to begin. Luxray is unable to battle. The winner is the challenger, Johan. The referee wiped the corner of his eye as he announced the final result. It had been so long since he last declared the outcome of a gym battle. The wait had nearly made him gain weight from stress. Caw. Gengar waved at the now conscious Luxray. Grr. Luxray eyed it warily, its fur standing on end. How was it that Electivire and Raichu had such exhilarating battles, while its opponent was Gengar? It liked battling too, but it never wanted to fight Gengar again. Too dirty? Gengar immediately shook its head. Unacceptable. Your focus sash can't compare to my toxic orb. Besides, you can't even eat it? That's when Luxray realized, it still had the toxic orb. No wonder it felt weak right after eating a citrus berry. Johan, I know you probably don't need it, but please accept this badge and this TM as a reward. Fulner felt a bit drained now. The first 2 battles had been great, but the third one? He wasn't used to that kind of fight. Still, he couldn't deny that this battle had rekindled some of his old passion. More importantly, it reminded him there were so many powerful trainers out there waiting for him to challenge. Strength shouldn't be confined to one's comfort zone. There were strong trainers all around. Flint, Buck. Fulner's gaze landed on Johan and his Gengar, and his heart trembled slightly. And Cynthia. Yes, Cynthia. Johan had successfully redirected Fulner's desire for a rematch onto Flint and the others by traumatizing him with Gengar. The TM he handed over was Charge Beam. Charge Beam, an electric-type move with 50 base power. Due to its charge effect, it has a high chance of boosting the user's special attack. An offensive move that also had a buffing effect. Though, that 70% chance was pretty unreliable. For Johan, rounding that down was basically 0. If you pair Charge Beam with a Thunderstone or a Magnet, its learning speed, effectiveness, and even its buffing success rate can improve, Fulner explained, even handing over a Charge Beam learning manual. For Johan, the only Pokémon that could learn it was Rotom. But Rotom wasn't exactly into battling, so into storage it went. Fulner continued. I already used my Thunderstone, so take this instead. He pulled out a special item, an Electivirizer, the evolutionary item that turned Electabuzz into Electivire. Wow, generous. Johan chuckled and accepted it without hesitation. Nice. Fulner knew how to be a good host. As a gym leader, backed by Sunaishore's resources, plus the entire city's support, Fulner had way more wealth than broke Flint. Rotom, here's that generator I promised you. Johan handed the still warm Electivirizer straight to Rotom. Now, home electricity bills were a thing of the past. And Rotom could probably run 24/7 now. Tisk. So much money saved. Lo. Rotom accepted it with tears in its eyes, unsure whether to be happy or sad. And this too. Johan gave it the Charge Beam TM and the learning manual. It could learn if it wanted to. If not, no pressure. Rotom. Fulner finally noticed it. As an electric-type specialist, he was very familiar with Rotom. Recently, Rotom had been appearing everywhere, powering appliances, furniture, and even entire devices. He had always wanted to catch one to assist in his research. But, he had been too lazy to bother. Wait, don't tell me the gym's power. Fulner's eye twitched. Johan didn't even bother hiding it. Yep. Rotom ate it. Eat it. Fulner's eyes widened. He knew how much power his gym stored. It ran on a complex electrical system, fueling countless mechanisms. The sheer amount of energy inside was enough to power all of Sunaishore City for a short time. And Rotom had eaten it. Sorry, Rotom stammered. And no, it's not your fault. Fulner muttered. Calm down. Flint stuffed his hands into his pockets and smirked. Now that Fulner had snapped out of his slump, he was back to his usual slacker self. He added, Johan's Rotom was recognized by Raikou. Raikou? Fulner stiffened. Anyone into electric types knew about Raikou. In Pokémon Adventures, Lieutenant Surge even used Raikou to power a magnetic train. Roto? Sigma? Rotom stared at Johan. You sure we should be saying this? Also, where did it get Raikou's recognition? Didn't Tinkaton steal something off Raikou? Flint, don't hype me up like this, I'm scared. I'm just an emotionless cameraman. Buck patted Fulner's shoulder. Don't get too excited. That Charcadet you fought? It has Entei's blessing. Entei? Fulner instinctively turned to Flint. Don't look at me. Flint blurted. The way Fulner stared at him made him feel like a fraud. How could a fire-type specialist not have Entei's recognition? Unfazed, Buck continued. And that Gengar? It put Regigigas to sleep. Fulner. Flint blinked. Oh, and Tinkaton smashed Regigigas. Fulner took a deep breath. He had only locked himself in his gym for a while. Why does it feel like the whole world changed? Huh? Cynthia, I'll challenge you again someday? Seeing Fulner's overwhelmed expression, Buck and Flint exchanged glances. Another one bites the dust. You guys are exaggerating, Johan muttered. At this rate, people would think he killed Regigigas. He scoffed. Why not just say I kidnapped Dialga and Palkia? Fulner's eyes widened. Buck calmly replied, that part's fake. Fulner sighed in relief. But Flint, recalling Yuan's power of manifesting nonsense into reality, mumbled. It might become real. Yuan shot him a glare before walking off to treat his Pokemon's minor injuries. Tinkaton and Charcadet had taken a few hits, but Gengar? Not a scratch. Meanwhile, Gengar was discussing potential photo spots with Rotom. Sunishore's lighthouse looked nice, and there was a giant Pokemon-shaped rock in Sunishore, shaped like a Snorlax. It'd make for a cool shot. Rotom's eyes sparkled. Kaka Gengar grinned. By the way, Rotom, when are you gonna try battling? Me? Rotom looked horrified. See, can I, Roto? Kaka. Gengar waved it off with a smile, saying it was just a joke. But it might actually be strong. Rotom didn't like battling, so Yuan never forced it. But every time the others trained, Rotom watched and followed along for better camera work. Which meant it had unknowingly trained with them. Yuan never underfed it either. It ate high-quality poke blocks, absorbed Draco's energy, learned new moves, and now had Charge Beam and an Electivizer. Gengar was convinced. Rotom wasn't weak. After treating Tinkaton and Charcadet, Yuan approached Fulner. I'd like to use your battlefield for training. Since it was part of their bet, Fulner agreed immediately. No problem. He even offered, I've installed special mechanisms for training. You're free to use them, but he frowned. The gym's electrical systems were shot. They needed repairs. See, this is why high-tech stuff is great. Automated training facilities? That'd boost progress instantly. Thanks, Fulner, Yuan said sincerely. Fulner shook his head. I should be the one thanking you, Yuan. You reminded me to listen to my Pokemon again. Yuan patted his shoulder. We're partners. Growth is all about mutual understanding. Then, he turned. Rotom, power mode. Roger, Roto. Rotom zipped into the gym's circuits. BZZT, the gym's systems roared back to life. Fulner blinked. That power demand was insane. Yuan, is Rotom your main electric type? Yuan yawned and stretched. Nah, it's just an emotionless cameraman. Fulner. Yuan clapped his hands. All right, training starts now. And at that moment, Fulner finally realized. The bet had always been fair. Sinnoh, Sunishore City. Is gym leader Fulner renovating the gym again? This time, it feels even more intense than before. Maybe he's working on some new tech? Feels like it's about to explode. Let's get out of here. Outside the gym, Fulner listened to the constant rumbling from inside and the passing pedestrians' chatter. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Today is the third day, Fulner muttered. Suddenly, he felt impressed both with himself and with the gym he had built. It had managed to last 3 days under Yuan's training. That's actually incredible. Flint patted him on the shoulder in consolation. It's fine. Out with the old, in with the new. Just take it as completely shedding your past, lazy self. Fulner gave him a look. Easy for you to say. It's not your gym. Not that he really cared about the damages. He hadn't done any gym battles for so long that all the league's allocated maintenance funds had just been sitting there untouched. He had plenty to burn. But he was curious. What kind of training could cause this much destruction? So, when Yuan battled him, was he holding back? By the way, I heard that restaurant is holding another event. Want to check it out? Flint suggested. 7 Stars Restaurant. Fulner immediately knew which one he meant. 7 Stars Restaurant was the most upscale eatery in all of Sinnoh. Many of the region's wealthiest people dined there. It was also a famous battle restaurant, but unlike others, it specialized in double battles. Every so often, 7 Stars Restaurant would hold a special event. Win a double battle, and you could eat there for free. Back before Flint left Sunishore and Fulner became a gym leader, they used to frequent the place for free meals. It was also where they had first shared their dreams and aspirations. Flint figured Fulner needed to reaffirm those aspirations. And conveniently, the event was happening again. What about Yuan? Fulner glanced toward the gym as Yuan emerged with his Pokemon, seemingly finishing up training for the day. He'll come too. Flint grinned. Yuan loves food, whether he's cooking it himself or tasting someone else's. At the same time, Yuan was speaking to Dragonite. That's the gist of it. Next time there's an earthquake, feel the Earth's flow first. Giovanni's book The Secrets of the Earth was finally proving useful after Dragonair's evolution. Dragonite had become the only Pokemon on Yuan's team capable of using multiple ground-type moves. It was a huge boost to his team's overall coverage. Plus, Fulner had built specialized training machines to help his electric Pokemon resist ground-type moves. Perfect for Dragonite's training. Gotta admit, Fulner's traps and gadgets were very useful for practice. Dragonite nodded earnestly. During training, it had already gotten its tail stuck in Fulner's machines 5 times. Yuan, want to grab a meal? Flint called out. Kaka. At the mention of food, the Pokemon instantly perked up. Sure. Yuan had no reason to refuse. Who turns down food? But, I mean, it's just a meal. Do we really have to bike this far? The sun was setting. Yuan, on a bicycle, sighed. When Flint and Fulner took him along on their bikes, he had felt that something was off. Why were they leaving the city just for food? By the time they had been pedaling since noon until dusk, he knew. He had been scammed. Besides, if the restaurant is that far, why not drive? Cycling is good for your health. Flint beamed, flashing a thumbs up. Back then, Fulner and I rode our bikes to 7 Stars. We're just reliving our childhood. You two are reliving memories, so why am I being dragged along? At that moment, Yuan swore to get himself a rotom bike. Where's Buck? Yuan asked, noticing he wasn't with them. Oh, Buck took a car earlier to reserve a table, Fulner said, smiling innocently. Yuan, you had a car all along? Don't think that just because you're smiling like a proper Sinnoh champion I'll let this go? Flint, you're on my list. We're here. Flint pointed at a grand, luxurious building. 7 Stars Restaurant. Exquisite flavors beyond your imagination. That was their slogan. Located by Lake Valor, 7 Stars Restaurant was part of a complex known as Lakefront Hotels. Unlike Snowpoint's frozen lake acuity, Lake Valor had warm, resort-style buildings. Every year, travelers and Sinnoh locals flocked to dine there, especially trainers, because a win in a double battle meant free food. Unlike buffets, which still aimed to make a profit, this restaurant's dishes were normally expensive. But only during special events did battles determine whether you could eat for free. It was simply the owner's personal hobby. That meant Yuan had no moral guilt about unleashing his Pokémon here. When they arrived, long tables lined the restaurant's outdoor corridors, covered in food. And it looked like a buffet. Flint explained. These are just appetizers. The restaurant owner prepares them so every participating trainer and Pokémon can be in top condition before their battles. Pure luxury. Caca. Upon hearing this, a plump, shadowy hand extended from Yuan's own shadow, and swiped an entire table's worth of desserts, plates included. The only thing left behind was a neatly stacked tower of empty plates. Caca. Came the sound of Jengar munching. Yuan casually picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. Leave some for the others, Jengar. Caca. Jengar's voice echoed from the shadow. It had already saved portions for the rest. Amy. Fulner suddenly spotted someone at a corner table, with a mountain of empty plates in front of her. Long chestnut hair tied into twin braids, a light blue dress. A girl who looked extremely gentle and elegant. Olivine gym leader Amy. Her signature Pokémon were an Ampharos named Lumi and a massive Steelix. People called her the girl of impenetrable defense. V. Fulner. Amy turned pink, hastily explaining. These were left by the last diner. She mumbled at the pile of plates. Despite her delicate appearance, Amy was a legendary big eater. She was just too shy to admit it. Yuan glanced at her table, then at Jengar's stash. Probably only Jengar could out-eat her. Yuan did remember her, though, from the days of Heart Gold and Soul Silver, when he spent ages looking for medicine for her Ampharos, sailing endlessly, battling dozens of swimmers. Fulner chuckled and introduced her. This is Flint. And this is Yuan. Yuan. Amy's eyes sparkled. It's an honor to meet you, Yuan. She wasn't unfamiliar with him, partially because of battle live streams, but mostly because her best friend Erica constantly talked about him over the phone. Flint jabbed a thumb at himself. And me? Nice to meet you, Amy, Yuan greeted her. Amy is the Olivine gym leader. She visits Sunishore often, Fulner added. Because the lighthouse here reminds me of Olivine's. Amy quickly emphasized. Not because of 7 Stars Battle to Eat free promotion. If even Amy had come from Johto for this event, it really showed how famous the restaurant was. Just as Yuan had this thought, a voice called out from behind him. Yuan. Turning around, he saw a pink-haired girl in a blue tank top, white pants, barefoot, with a bandage on her nose. Maylene. Yuan recognized her immediately. Veilstone Gym's fighting-type leader. Another human Macamp. Maylene hadn't been a gym leader for long. One could even say she had just taken on the role. Before that, her life had been full of hardship. Her father was a gambling addict who spent his days at Veilstone Game Corner, racking up massive debts. As a result, Maylene not only had to train her Pokémon but also shoulder her father's debts, bearing a crushing burden at a young age. In Pokémon adventures, her poverty was even more extreme, often training on an empty stomach while convincing herself it was part of her hardcore discipline. She earned the title the Barefoot Fighting Genius for a reason, but she never gave up. Instead, she pushed herself further, growing stronger. With Sinnoh League's push for younger gym leaders, along with her sheer willpower and talent, Maylene was appointed as Veilstone's new gym leader. However, even before that, she had frequently teamed up with Jasmine to challenge 7 Stars Restaurant. For different reasons, both of them could only eat properly here. The outgoing Maylene and the reserved Jasmine. Their fates intertwined, and they naturally became partners. Seeing them together, Yuan started to understand why so many gym leaders had side jobs. A gym's salary was enough to raise a full team of Pokémon, but it wasn't necessarily enough to raise them properly, especially for a newly appointed gym leader like Maylene. Maylene, you should consider picking up a side gig, Yuan suggested. Maylene scratched her nose sheepishly. I've washed dishes, done laundry, farmed, worked as a cleaner, but I kept messing up. Maylene was naturally strong, but she never realized it. So whenever she took on those jobs, her sheer strength would cause disasters. Plus, with her personality, she struggled with most jobs. Fortunately, now that she was a gym leader, her life should become a lot easier. It'll get better, Yuan reassured her, patting her shoulder. There wasn't much else he could do to help. But that gambling-addicted father of hers? Yuan could keep an eye on him. No way that guy was still going to cause trouble with League Police and Interpol watching. Besides, Veilstone City was home to one of Team Galactic's bases. Maylene nodded firmly, full of determination. Caw. Jengar sniffed the air, drawn to a dessert station in the corner of the plaza. This was where most of the sweets were coming from. A group of chefs in white uniforms bustled around, whipping up fresh desserts and sending them to different tables. But Jengar's attention was locked on something else. Sitting atop the dessert table, a tiny Pokémon covered in whipped cream, decorated with strawberries, resembling a delicate little cake. An Alcremie? It held a tiny spoon, carefully scooping some cream from its own body and spreading it over a cake handed to it by a pastry chef. All the while, it hummed a happy little tune. Caw. It smells so good. Jengar stared at the little thing and gulped. Why my? Noticing the hungry ghost staring at it, Alcremie shuddered. Thinking fast, it quickly scooped a bit of its own cream and flung it at Jengar. Chomp! Jengar caught it midair, devouring it in one bite. Caw. Omega. Delicious? Why my? Alcremie tilted its head, then sighed in relief, patting its chest. Luckily, the cream it threw had calming effects once consumed. The target should lose all will to fight. Caw. Jengar opened its mouth and pointed inside, signaling. More, please. Why my? Alcremie glanced at the nearby cakes, torn between its job and its survival. Jengar's eyes gleamed mischievously. And suddenly, it made a spooky face. Why my? Alcremie panicked and flung another scoop of cream. Chomp. Jengar devoured it instantly. At that moment, Jengar figured it out. Scare it, get more cream. Caw. Why my? Caw. Why my? Caw. Why? Alcremie. Finally noticing Jengar's disappearance, Johan turned and saw the whole thing. Caw. Jengar waved happily. Johan, come try this cream, it's amazing. Johan's forehead twitched. Couldn't Jengar see that poor Alcremie was on the verge of tears? And the moment it spotted Johan. Wah! Alcremie broke down crying. Why my? Jengar froze, then panicked. Caw. Omega. Frantically, it grabbed a handful of poke blocks and tossed one into Alcremie's mouth. Why my? Alcremie instinctively chewed. And immediately stopped crying. It blinked. Sniffled. Then, its eyes curved into little crescent moons. Why my? Caw. Jengar laughed happily, patting Alcremie on the head. Then, realizing its hand was now covered in cream, it promptly licked it clean. Johan rubbed his chin, studying the cream-scented, vanilla-flavored Alcremie. Alcremie was a unique Pokémon. It could produce whipped cream, and the happier it was, the sweeter and more fragrant the cream became. For this reason, owning an Alcremie was the dream of pastry chefs everywhere. Its cream could be used for cakes, cookies, pastries, anything. And in battle, it had the incredibly powerful Decorate move. Decorate greatly boosts the target's attack and special attack. A double stat boost on PAR with Mustard's coaching. Plus, outside of battle, Decorate could make any food look more appetizing. Most Alcremie weren't fighters. Instead, when facing danger, they threw cream at their opponents, using its calming effects to neutralize threats. Jengar had completely exploited this loophole, making poor Alcremie throw cream over and over. And yet, the calming cream had zero effect on Jengar. This Alcremie is amazing, isn't it? Huh? Johan turned. A young man wearing a white suit, with short light blue hair, exuding an air of nobility, around 23 or 24 years old, had appeared behind him. Wait, are you Johan? The young man looked surprised upon recognizing him. Johan raised an eyebrow. The man smiled and introduced himself. I'm Thorn, owner of 7 Stars Restaurant. Oh, so this was the boss. 7 Stars Battle to Eat Free event was his idea, created alongside his fiancée, Chloe. Johan shook his hand. So, you're Thorn. Then, he glanced at Alcremie. This Alcremie, is it yours? There were pastry chefs nearby, but none of them seemed to be Alcremie's trainer. Otherwise, they would have stopped Jengar already. Thorn smiled and shook his head. No, it's an employee of the restaurant. An employee? Thorn explained. Alcremie had originally worked at a bakery, but it had been miserable, leading to flavorless cream and eventually, the bakery's closure. Afterward, Thorn took it in. Over time, with proper care, Alcremie became happier, and its cream grew sweeter and richer. I see. Johan nodded, then frowned slightly. A suspicion crept into his mind. That bakery owner, was he a? Johan didn't finish the sentence, mindful of Alcremie listening. But Thorn understood. He sighed. Yes. He bought it from a hunter. Johan fell silent. Another case of Pokémon poachers. And yet, at that moment, Jengar and Alcremie were feeding each other snacks and cream. And Jengar was absolutely smitten. How can an Alcremie be this cute? Johan's expression turned odd. Wait. Was Jengar bribing Alcremie with food, in exchange for cream? Jengar had unlocked the ultimate food transaction. Thorn chuckled. It seems happy. And the happier Alcremie was, the tastier its cream became. Johan suddenly had a thought. Should he try stealing Thorn's employee? Johan gently placed his hand on Alcremie's head. Why my? So comfy? Feeling Johan's aura, Alcremie was instantly overwhelmed by a sensation of pure bliss. Sensing that something was off, Thorn immediately suggested. As trainers, Johan, we should settle this in the way of trainers. The way of trainers? Johan exchanged a glance with Jengar. Then both of them grinned. The 7 Stars Restaurant Tag Battle Tournament was taking place at Lake Valor's shores. Since the number of participants wasn't always an even number, and even when it was, randomly pairing trainers might prevent them from performing at their best. The tournament had a flexible rule. The default format was tag battles. However, a single trainer could enter alone as long as they controlled 2 Pokemon at once. You're already in Canalave City. Holding his phone, Yuan looked stunned. Had Fitzwilliam already reached Canalave City? No wonder. No wonder Fitzwilliam had left early in the morning, while Yuan and the others had only set out in the afternoon. And on the other end of the call, Fitzwilliam, who had just realized that Yuan wanted to team up with him for the tournament, was absolutely regretting his life choices. This could have been a free win. Why had he rushed off so fast? He could have stayed back, teamed up with Yuan, and completely steamrolled through the competition. And maybe even bullied Flint a little in the process. Huge mistake. Forget it, Yuan sighed. Looks like I'll have to go solo. He turned to look at his Pokemon. Even though teaming up with Fitzwilliam would have been a solid strategy since their battle styles were quite compatible, the guy had run off, so there was no helping it. Kaka, Gengar, brimming with fighting spirit, rallied the entire team. For food? The moment the word food was mentioned, Yuan swore he could see their eyes literally ignite with passion. Even Marshadow, who rarely made an appearance, stepped forward to hype up the squad. When the contestant list was officially announced, it immediately caused an uproar. What? Yuan, Fulner, Jasmine, Maylene. Is this an all-star lineup? I never thought I'd see so many elite trainers at a restaurant tournament. Yuan defeated Brandon? If he's here, does that mean? Relax. Fulner, Jasmine, and Maylene are all strong too. And besides, Yuan is competing alone. Yeah, he might be strong, but can he really beat all of us before his stamina runs out? Standing amid the excited chatter, Flint let out a deep sigh. Seriously? Am I really that irrelevant? I'm supposed to be the future strongest fire-type trainer, and I don't even get a mention? Even though this was a restaurant tournament, the competitors aside from the gym leaders weren't weak at all. 7 Stars Restaurant was the most prestigious dining establishment in Sinnoh. Naturally, only skilled trainers would even make it past the preliminary requirements to enter the Battle for Food challenge. Even Jasmine and Maylene had to team up to secure their free meal. That alone spoke volumes. Every contestant here had at least competed in one league conference and achieved respectable results. Some were seasoned veterans who had competed in multiple tournaments. Of course, there were exceptions, like Thorn and his fiancée, Chloe. The definition of bad at battling, but addicted to it. In the end, 8 teams and 15 contestants entered the tournament. Yuan was the only solo participant. Under the 7 Stars tournament rules, winning a single round would grant a free meal. Higher placements, champion or runner UPS, would earn special luxury rewards from Thorn and Chloe. With such a star-studded lineup, the spectators' enthusiasm was sky-high. As the crowd roared, the tournament officially began. The first match featured Jasmine and Maylene, aka the Hungry Duo. Their opponents? A random mountaineer and an equally random bug catcher. Though their Pokemon weren't weak, they were still no match for Jasmine and Maylene. Success. After winning, Maylene excitedly hugged Jasmine, ecstatic that they had secured their free dinner. Meanwhile, Jasmine, shy as ever, blushed furiously. Then, it was Yuan's turn. His opponents? Thorn and Chloe. Yuan instantly realized. This tournament was rigged. But it actually worked in his favor. This wasn't just about the free meal. It was also a battle for employee rights. Kaka. Gengar cheered from the audience, holding 2 bouquets of who knows where they came from flowers, playing the cheer squad. Beside Gengar, Alcremie, happily waving its own set of flowers. And in Alcremie's shadow, barely visible, Marshadow. It sat motionless, eyes locked on the battle. But if you looked closely, you'd notice. Its gaze kept wandering toward Alcremie. After a long internal struggle, Marshadow finally made a move. It stealthily extended a hand, swiped a tiny bit of Alcremie's cream, and instantly popped it into its mouth. Marsha? Delicious? Wait. As a proud guide of shadows, could it really leave such a weak Pokemon unprotected? Marshadow's eyes sharpened. It turned to Yuan with determination. Chosen one, win this battle, or else? On the battlefield. Yuan, please go easy on us, Thorn and Chloe said in unison, performing a noble bow before releasing their Pokemon. A Snorlax. And a Munchlax. Kami. Kabii. Seeing the massive, sleepy Snorlax and the smaller, but equally chubby Munchlax, Yuan's expression turned odd. Who enters a tag battle with a Snorlax and a Munchlax? Was this a buffet battle? Aside from being adorable, this duo had zero synergy. But since they were the owners, the audience still cheered enthusiastically. Yuan chuckled. Rotom, wanna give this a shot? Me? Loto. Hovering beside him, Rotom looked stunned. Yuan smiled. Just asking. Can I? Rotom hesitated. It never really enjoyed battling. But after watching so many fights alongside Yuan, it had definitely felt the urge to try. Back in Fulner's gym, Rotom had already been tempted to join. It just hadn't realized it at the time. Yuan had noticed. And that's why he asked. This was the perfect chance. Of course. Yuan patted Rotom and gently encouraged it with his aura. Go for it. Loto. Rotom took a deep breath and floated onto the battlefield. Then, Yuan sent out his second Pokemon. Charcadet, you're up. Goka. Yuan, you only have one body. There's no way you can take us all on. Yuan smirked. One body is enough. I can take every single one of you. Flint, Fulner, Jasmine, Maylene, bring it on. Jasmine and Maylene? We didn't even say anything? Above Lake Valor, a faint shadow flickered. A powerful will had been ignited. Yuan, please give us your guidance. For his second match, Yuan faced Jasmine and Maylene, the famous hungry duo. Since they had already won one battle, they no longer felt pressured about securing their meal. So when they faced Yuan, they were relatively calm and composed. At the referee's signal, both sent out their Pokémon. Go, Steelix. I'm counting on you, Medicham. Jasmine's Steelix was her signature Pokémon. Though she was also known for her Ampharos Light, it was her Steelix that truly earned her the title of the Iron-Walled Girl. Meanwhile, Maylene's Medicham had a distinctly humanoid appearance, resembling a yoga master with its wide, red pants and matching red hair, an iconic fighting-type Pokémon. Medicham, the meditative Pokémon? A fighting/psychic type. It uses mental power to predict its opponent's movements and is said to be able to meditate for a whole month without eating. Loto. Having returned to the Rotom Dex, Rotom resumed its narrator role. Notably, Medicsam's ability to go a month without eating was an uncanny match for Maylene's lifestyle. As the two Pokémon appeared on the battlefield, Yuan released his own Pokeballs. Drae. Ku. With a flash of red light, Yuan's Dragonite and Cubful landed on the battlefield. Their appearance alone sent a ripple of excitement through the audience. After all, Dragonite was the pseudo-legendary of Kanto, a Pokémon of great fame. And Cubful was even rarer, so much so that most people in the crowd couldn't even name it without someone else explaining. Yuan is getting serious, Flint muttered to Fulner. He had witnessed firsthand both Dragonite's overwhelming strength and Cubful's masterful grasp of fighting techniques. Especially, Dragonite's controlled outrage. Back when Regigigas was taken down by Tinkaton, it was Dragonite's devastating impact that had set up the final blow. Even without Flint's comment, Fulner could feel the intensity radiating from Yuan's Pokémon. It wasn't just them. Jasmine and Maylene felt it too. But unlike Jasmine, who was more cautious, Maylene was excited. Finally, a chance to test herself against fighting master Yuan. Even if it wasn't a direct physical battle, this was still a duel. Yuan, we'll give it our all. Maylene clenched her fists, full of fighting spirit. Jasmine, though too shy for dramatic pre-battle declarations, nodded firmly. Their teamwork had been honed over multiple tag battles, their synergy unquestionable. Once the referee confirmed readiness, the match began. Battle, start. Steelix, Autotomize. Jasmine, despite her timid demeanor, was razor-sharp when it came to battles. She immediately commanded her Steelix to shed excess metal, reducing its weight and sharply boosting its speed. Ruoor. With a mighty cry, chunks of metallic plating fell from Steelix's body, making it lighter and faster. Cha. In the audience, Tinkaton flinched, eyes locked on those falling metal pieces, clenching its fists. Yuan was suddenly relieved that he hadn't sent out Tinkaton for this battle. Otherwise, Tinkaton might have helped Steelix become even lighter. Medicham, reflect. Maylene immediately followed up. Medicham dashed in front of Steelix, sweeping its arms downward, forming a translucent barrier around their side of the battlefield. One side was buffing its speed. The other was fortifying defenses. And notably, neither of them needed verbal or visual confirmation. Their synergy was flawless. In double battles, a two-person team had an inherent advantage. They could divide responsibilities. One trainer focusing on offense, the other on support, making their reaction speed and battle pacing much smoother than a single trainer controlling both Pokémon alone. Of course, that was only true for average trainers. For Yuan, controlling two Pokémon at once was effortless. Dragonite, Dragon Dance. Drae. Dragonite flapped its wings, whipping up powerful gales as its attack and speed steadily increased. Cubfu, however, did not move. It simply stood in front of Dragonite, remaining motionless. Not because Yuan couldn't command both at once, but because he chose not to. Yuan was confident in his reaction speed and real-time strategy. Cubfu's stillness wasn't hesitation. It was bait. Flint and Fulner immediately understood. But most of the audience didn't. Instead, they assumed Yuan was struggling. Steelix, bind. Jasmine struck first. Boom. Steelix, despite its gigantic size, moved shockingly fast, coiling its body around Cubfu. Dragonite. Dragonite flashed white, vanishing just before Steelix's tail could grab it, countering with extreme speed. But Jasmine smirked. Steelix's true target had never been Dragonite. It had always been Cubfu. The entire plan was to lure Dragonite into a counterattack, while eliminating the real threat Cubfu. Yuan's eyes gleamed. Move. Cubfu dodged. But not fast enough. Steelix caught it. Flint's eyes widened. Even Fulner looked surprised. Had Yuan finally miscalculated? The audience exploded. Yuan is struggling. Well, he's fighting two gym leaders. Even he has limits. Is Yuan finally gonna lose? I'm kind of excited. These fans were way too eager to see Yuan take a loss. On the battlefield, Dragonite's attack was intercepted by Reflect. Maylene saw her chance. Medicham, high jump kick. Yuan smirked. Knew it. Chara. Medicham launched itself into the air, bending its knees inward, before springing forward. A full 130 base power fighting move, boosted by pure power, a one-shot kill against almost anything. Except, detect. Ku, Omega, ZZZ, Cubfu. Slept. Briefly. Then snapped awake, shifting its body just enough to avoid Medicsam's attack entirely. Boom. Medicham slammed into the ground, taking severe recoil damage. The crowd erupted. He countered that. That was a setup. There was no way to escape. Even against 2 opponents, Yuan is still this dominant. Fulner narrowed his eyes. He wasn't just reacting. He was waiting for that exact moment. Flint let out a deep exhale. Yuan didn't fall into their trap. He set up his own. Yuan adjusted his glasses. Checkmate. Dragonite Aqua Tail. Dragonite spun. Its water-cloaked tail smashing Steelix aside. Kubfa broke free and unleashed the final blow. Steelix was down, and with Medicham weakened by recoil, the battle was decided. Yuan had turned the tables, and he had done it playing from behind. This is the art of counterplay. Marcia. Hiding in Jengar's shadow, Marshadow suddenly sensed something, turning its head slightly to look to the side. There, in the dim light, was a shadowy figure, its outline indistinct, almost formless. Marshadow gave Jengar's cloak a gentle tug. Caw. Following Marshadow's gaze, Jengar scratched its head, its round eyes filled with confusion. This scene felt strangely familiar. Could it be the friend from Lake Acuity had followed them here? That wouldn't be impossible. After all, when it came to pursuing someone who could compete with Marshadow, it had chased Yuan from Kanto to Johto, from Johto to Hone, and now had been tailing him throughout Sinnoh. To be honest, it wasn't just Jengar. Most of Yuan's Pokémon had gotten used to Marshadow's presence by now. Even Yuan, whenever he prepared meals for his team, would always set aside an extra portion in the shadows. After all, every time he went to clean up, the entire bowl would be spotless, not a single crumb left behind. Caw. Oh. Jengar waved at the shadowy figure, then gestured invitingly, pulling out a handful of poke blocks. Ying. The shadow tilted its head, its expression puzzled. Who's this? Do we know each other? But the thing it was holding smelled amazing. Jengar divided the poke blocks, some for Marshadow, some for Alcremie, keeping a share for itself, and placing the rest in the empty space beside it. No need to be shy, we're all friends here. Yumeo, carrot. Oh. Alcremie, who had already grown close to Jengar, happily grabbed a poke block and started munching. As it chewed, it hummed a little tune, its tiny feet, hidden beneath its creamy skirt, gently swaying in delight. Caw. Jengar nudged Alcremie slightly. Hey, wanna come with us? You may go with them. Jengar had successfully recruited Alolan Ninetales the same way before, so it figured it would give it a shot here too. Meanwhile, that shadowy figure, after a brief hesitation, finally gave in to the temptation of food and floated forward. Marcia. A nervous Marshadow awkwardly greeted the newcomer. It could sense far more than Jengar. It knew this wasn't Uxie from Lake Acuity but rather, Azelf, the guardian of Lake Valor. Ying. Azelf greeted Marshadow in return, but seemed far more relaxed. Then, without hesitation, it plopped down beside Jengar. At that moment, the battle between Yuan, Jasmine, and Maylene had officially begun. As Azelf took its first bite of the poke block, its eyes immediately lit up. Ying. Its tail and feet swayed rhythmically as it enjoyed its snack. Caw. Don't worry, there's more where that came from. Today, Jengar was feeling generous after making sure everyone had their fill. It pulled out another box of poke blocks. Azelf paused, then suddenly asked, Ying, what's your dream? Its voice echoed directly into their minds. Jengar, Ninetales, Tinkaton, Charcadet, and Rotom all heard it simultaneously. Caw. Dreams? Jengar hesitated. It had a lot of dreams. Like helping Yuan become the strongest trainer, eating every delicious food in the world, or becoming the ultimate Lord of Fear. As it was thinking, Alolan Ninetales suddenly spoke up. Oh. To stay with Yuan forever? Caw. Cha. Goka. Rotom. The others froze for a moment, then enthusiastically agreed. They weren't sure if it technically counted as a dream, but it was something they were deeply committed to. Ying. Then, something unexpected happened. Azelf lifted its tiny hand, shielding its eyes, as if blinded by something incredibly bright. What did it see? So dazzling? From Jengar, Ninetales, Tinkaton, Charcadet, even Rotom, it saw a blazing aura, a manifestation of pure conviction. Azelf was shocked. It had never seen such solidified will before. Even though, from a legendary perspective, these Pokémon's lifespans were limited, their resolve was undeniable. They were willing to dedicate everything to this belief. For the first time ever, Azelf felt compelled to acknowledge this level of determination. So, it left behind a tiny, white tooth where it had been sitting. Then, without another word, it vanished. Marshadow blinked. Wait, you're just gonna leave? And you took the poke blocks with you? Caw. Jengar looked down at the tiny tooth, scratching its head. Huh? What's this? This friend was so strange. First, Uxie left behind a tiny claw. Now, Azelf had left a tiny tooth. Neat, but couldn't they coat it in some poison first? Would it kill them to add a bit of venom before gifting these things? Back on the battlefield. Yuan, we've lost? With the match over, Jasmine and Maylene accepted their defeat graciously. Honestly, they thought their strategy was pretty solid. Their timing was perfect. If they had knocked out Kubfa, they might have been able to defeat Dragonite using Steelix and Medicham together. But their strategy had been read from the start. And the biggest issue? Yuan had seen through their entire high jump kick Medicham plus pure power setup, because he had used the exact same strategy before. With the right combo moves, Medicham could be a devastating sweeper in double battles. Unfortunately for them, Yuan knew it all too well. Wow, only a true fighting master could read Medicsam's abilities this well, Maylene thought. Yuan patted Mei Lin's shoulder, smiling. Hey, I'll introduce you to someone in a few days. A fellow strong girl. Mei Lin and Bea should have a lot in common. And if he added Korina from Kalos into the mix, they could debut as the fighting type trio. With his battle over, Yuan returned to the spectator area, sitting beside his Pokémon. As he glanced at Alcremie, now laughing and playing with his team, he smirked slightly. He wasn't going to rush things. After all, bosses choose their employees, but employees also choose their bosses. If Alcremie preferred to stay at 7 Stars restaurant, he wouldn't force it. Caca. As soon as he sat down, Jengar tugged at his sleeve. He looked down. Jengar opened its palm, revealing a tiny, white tooth. Yuan blinked. Wait, did you lose a tooth? Caca. Jengar's eyes widened in mock outrage, flashing its perfectly white, intact teeth. How dare you question my dental health? Yuan rubbed his temple, looking at the tooth in his hand. Then at Charcadet's egg, where the tiny claw from Uxie was still attached. Uxie's claw. A Zelf's tooth. And if they added Mespri's feather, they'd have everything needed to craft the red chain. Oh no, was he actually about to get dragged into this mess? There was no way he was setting foot in Lake Verity now. No way. Still, Yuan glanced at Jengar, who grinned back at him. Oh well. Our little ghost is still ridiculously cute. Flint and Fulner's opponents were quite strong. Both had previously competed in the Pokemon League and achieved solid results. However, against the Fire and Thunder duo, they were simply outmatched. In the end, Flint and Fulner secured an overwhelming victory. And now, the final match was set. Yuan versus Flint and Fulner in a doubles battle. Despite their time apart, Flint having traveled, while Fulner languished in boredom, the two had once been childhood training partners. After their first 2 rounds, their long-lost battle synergy had fully returned. Facing their combined strength, Yuan felt a significant amount of pressure. Of course, the audience's hype had reached its peak. I don't know who that wild-haired guy is, but I have to admit he's actually pretty strong. He's not dragging Fulner down. Their coordination is on point. This won't be easy for Yuan. One is calm and analytical, the other is hot-blooded and aggressive. It's actually a really solid combo. Yeah. Hearing the crowd's comments, Flint squatted down in a corner and started drawing circles on the ground. He had finally been acknowledged. But only as that wild-haired guy. With the tournament nearing its climax, the restaurant owners, Chaikyu and Chika, finally revealed the championship grand prize. As someone with some influence in the culinary world, I've arranged for a special reward for the champions. The winners would receive 10 gourmet passes, granting them free meals at any 5-star restaurant affiliated with 7 Stars restaurant worldwide. In the Pokemon world, dining at high-end restaurants was extremely expensive. Even a meal for 2 normal people could cost thousands of Poke dollars. If you added Pokemon into the mix, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of Poke dollars per meal was normal. And if you had Pokemon like Gengar or Dragonite at the table, Yuan didn't even want to think about the bill. But with 10 passes, they could eat for free not just at 7 stars, but at elite restaurants across multiple regions. The moment they heard the prize, Gengar and the others went wide-eyed. Gengar immediately applied to enter the battle, and not just Gengar. All of Yuan's Pokemon volunteered for battle. Every single one of them swore to fight with everything they had. Even Charcadet wanted in. Normally, Charcadet had the smallest appetite out of Yuan's entire team. That is, if you ignored its constant need to consume charcoal. But Charcadet wasn't fighting for itself. It was fighting for the unborn Pokemon inside the egg. It had a feeling. That little one was going to be a big eater. This was its veteran's instinct. Previously, the free dinner had already ignited their fighting spirit. Now, with 10 gourmet feasts on the line, they were ready to risk it all. Even Marshadow stepped out of the shadows, holding a tiny wooden stick. Need my help? Marshadow? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wouldn't that be too unfair? Marsha? Asterisk. Marshadow subtly tilted its head. This isn't about the prize. I just haven't stretched in a while. We won't lose. Flint remained as confident as ever. Even though he'd lost to Cynthia over 100 times, he never stopped believing he could win. As the battle began, their Pokemon choices surprised Yuan. Fulner sent out Electivire. Flint sent out the one and only King. Yes, Flareon. Yuan ultimately decided not to send out Marshadow. After all, very few people even knew Marshadow existed. And the little one wasn't fond of being in the spotlight. It was naturally shy. For a mere 10 gourmet meals, it really wasn't worth forcing it to fight. So instead, Yuan chose Kaka, Gengar and Ninetales, the first 2 Pokemon Yuan ever caught. And still, the 2 with the strongest bond. The moment they appeared, Flint and Fulner felt a wave of pressure crash down on them. They knew exactly how powerful these 2 were. Gengar had absolutely demolished Fulner's Luxray. Ninetales had completely frozen Flint's Infernape. Yuan is really going all out for these free meals, Flint muttered. But doubles battles were different from singles, and with their synergy, they still had a chance. Battle, start. Fulner immediately took the first move. Electivire discharge. BZZZT. As snowflakes drifted down, Electivire's engines roared to life. A golden surge of electricity exploded outward, spreading in all directions. Normally, discharge was a risky move. It hit everyone on the field, including allies. But that was exactly their plan. Both Pokemon absorbed the attack. Electivire's speed skyrocketed thanks to its ability, Motor Drive. and Flareon became paralyzed on purpose. Guts ability Flareon. Guts, when affected by a status condition, attack is boosted by 50%. As if to confirm Yuan's thoughts, Flareon threw back its head and howled. Its fighting spirit surged. Bree-ya-ya-ya. Flint now. Flareon, Curse. For non-ghost type Pokemon, Curse lowered speed but sharpened attack and defense. But wait. Flareon was paralyzed. How was it still moving so smoothly? Was this friendship hacks? Or were they just cheating? Looking closely, Flareon's entire body was cloaked in a faint layer of flames, flickering like a second coat of fur. Just as Flint had said, no one understood fire types better than Fulner, and vice versa. No one understood electric types better than Flint. After countless battles and teamwork trials, they had developed a seamless battle style. Hacks. They're both hacking, Yuan thought, rolling his eyes. Still, he didn't hesitate. Aurora Veil. Nasty plot. In the whirling snow, Alolan Ninetales cast a shimmering barrier, dampening all incoming attacks. Meanwhile, Gengar smirked as it boosted its special attack. Fulner and Flint were completely unfazed. They had already expected this. Now, Flareon Flare Blitz. Boom! A pillar of flames erupted from Flareon's body, as it charged straight for Alolan Ninetales. At the same time, Electivire Taunt. Electivire drew the enemy's attention, preventing them from using support moves. Flint clenched his fist. We got them. Flareon's boosted Flare Blitz, with Guts plus Curse plus type advantage. Even if it didn't one-shot Alolan Ninetales, it would definitely cripple it. But Yuan simply smiled. Ninetales dig. Oh, and in an instant, Alolan Ninetales disappeared. Flint and Flareon, Flint. Wait, what do we do now? Boom, boom, boom. Under the night sky, dazzling fireworks cast a colorful veil over Lake Valor and the 7 Stars restaurant. The doubles battle tournament at 7 Stars restaurant had concluded. Yuan successfully secured 10 unlimited dining passes, handing one each to Jasmine and Maylene, leaving the two girls deeply grateful. As for Fulner, as the Sunnyshore gym leader, known as the Thunder of Sunnyshore, he didn't need one. And Flint? Well, he had Fulner. Then came the moment everyone was looking forward to the free dinner. There was no denying that 7 Stars restaurant was the most famous eatery in the Sinnoh region for a reason. They practically swept through the entire restaurant like a storm. Even Thorn and Aim, the restaurant owners, hadn't expected the meal to end because the food ran out. They always stocked up well when hosting doubles tournaments, but this was the first time they'd completely run out. The reason was simple: Yuan's Pokemon had eaten to their heart's content. After the feast, Yuan took his little ones on a walk around Lake Valor. Earlier, he had been concerned about encountering Azelf, but since he had already met it and even received the Fang of Azelf, there was nothing to worry about anymore. Gentle ripples shimmered on the lake's surface, occasionally revealing wild water-type Pokemon poking their heads out. Had he not been so full, Gengar might have already put on swimming goggles and dived right in. At that moment, Yuan was on the phone. The report has been submitted. The follow-up research funding should be approved soon. Cynthia's voice came through the phone. She had been staying in Celestic Town with Professor Carolina, completing their research report on the ancient giants. Since Regigigas was officially registered by the Sinnoh League as a Pokemon requiring special monitoring, this report was of utmost importance. So, they had rushed to complete it. Good work, Yuan said. After all, a portion of that funding would be his reward. Cynthia's voice carried a hint of exhaustion. How Sunnyshore? Everything going well? Not bad. Yuan briefly summarized their experiences over the past few days. Overall, Fulner was gradually recovering his form. Yuan's main goal for coming to Sunnyshore was more than halfway complete. You guys joined the 7 Stars restaurant doubles tournament. Cynthia sounded surprised. She had heard of it before. Yuan scoffed. They called it doubles. I fought alone. Flint ditched me. At this, Yuan began to grumble. Originally, he had planned to team up with Flint. Not only would the battles be easier, but with their tactical skills, they would have completely crushed that clown Flint. But Flint bailed early, leaving Yuan to fight alone. Then Flint and Fulner deliberately targeted me, using ridiculously tricky strategies. I almost lost. After a moment of silence, Cynthia asked, confirming. Flint. Yep. At that moment, Yuan was the picture of someone tattling. Meanwhile, having finished dinner, Flint was lounging on the sofa with Fulner, reminiscing about their past visits to the restaurant. Suddenly, he shivered violently and sprang up from the couch. Fulner gave him a puzzled look as Flint rubbed his goosebump-covered arms. For some reason, I feel like my life is in danger. The next morning, cloudy skies. On the 3rd floor of 7 Stars restaurant, in the VIP suite, Yuan lazily woke up in bed. Last night, he had a dream. In it, there was a massive cake, which upon closer inspection, turned out to be a Gigantamax Alcremie. Without hesitation, he had grabbed a bucket of sugar and charged at it. Fresh cream with sugar? Perfection. Only after waking up did he realize. That shouldn't have been his dream. It should have been Gengar's. Glancing at the ceiling, he saw Gengar sprawled out, drooling, wrapped in a giant spirit cloth like a blanket. Yuan narrowed his eyes. Could Gengar have influenced his dream? Looks like they really do love Alcremie. After last night's battle, Alcremie had been busy in the kitchen, so Yuan hadn't had a chance to talk to it. But he could tell Alcremie was interested. Gengar and the others must have been working on persuading it. A little more effort today, and he'd probably be able to recruit it. After waking up, washing up, and having breakfast, Yuan took his Pokémon to the lakeside for their usual warm-up and training. Morning, Mr. Yuan. He happened to run into Maylene, already drenched in sweat from practicing her martial arts. Judging by her state, she had been training for quite a while. Morning, Maylene. Mr. Yuan, can you teach me some fighting techniques? Maylene asked earnestly. To demonstrate her strength, she ran barefoot to a massive boulder about 2 people tall and requiring 3 or 4 people to encircle it. Then, with a light shout, she pushed it, leaving a deep groove in the riverbank. Yuan. Teach how to get beaten up? That's enough, Maylene, Yuan quickly said. Oh, Maylene obediently stepped back. Ahem. Yuan awkwardly adjusted his glasses and said with a serious face. Next time, for sure. Maylene, unfazed and completely missing the hidden meaning, clenched her fists and nodded. All right. Then she ran off, full of energy, continuing her training. Yuan wiped his forehead. Even though he had awakened his aura powers, Pokemon World's superhuman strength still left him feeling outmatched. Shaking off the thought, he clapped his hands, signaling the start of training. Compared to move training, basic training was much quieter and could be done anywhere. Goga. Charcadet solemnly handed its Pokemon egg to Yuan before diving into training. Yuan could feel the warmth radiating from the egg. His aura told him that the little one inside was incredibly lively and full of energy. Charcadet's flame body would not only speed up the egg's incubation but also nurture the Pokemon inside. So Yuan had temporarily entrusted the Rainbow Feather to Charcadet. With Flame Body, Rainbow Feather, and the Life Fire, plus the blessings of Uxie's Claw and Mespri's Fang, Yuan had a feeling this little one would be something extraordinary upon hatching. Elsewhere, Kaka, Gengar approached Marshadow. It wanted to see if it could learn a move from Marshadow. Back when they fought Regigigas together, Gengar had been very impressed by the way Marshadow pounded on its head. Marshadow shook its head. It wasn't unwilling to teach, but close combat just wasn't a move Gengar could learn. Kaka, Gengar scratched its head. Wasn't there another powerful move? Marshadow rubbed its chin thoughtfully. Gengar stared, blinking. Why was Marshadow starting to act like Yuan? Marsha. A strong move? This one? Marshadow clenched its fists and struck its palm. Then, under Gengar's expectant gaze, it extended its hands toward a distant rock. A shadow shot out from beneath Marshadow. Boom! The rock shattered, and wisps of dark energy, like bats, returned to Marshadow's hands. Gengar's eyes sparkled. A ranged punch? With bad effects? Marshadow shook its head again. Marsha. That move was even harder to learn. Because it was its signature move, Spectral Thief? But Gengar loved it. Kaka. It had to learn it. And it would. Marshadow hesitated. Marsha. It wasn't that it didn't want to teach Gengar, but whether Gengar could actually learn it depended on its own talent. Signature moves weren't necessarily impossible for other Pokemon to learn, but it was incredibly rare. For example, Smeargle could copy practically anything with Sketch, but that was a special case. Kaka. Gengar confidently puffed up its chest. It had excellent learning abilities. To prove it, it spread its hands wide. Dark energy emerged from its body, swirling together into 2 small bats, looking just like the ones Marshadow had recalled earlier. How hard could it really be? Shadow? It already mastered that. Stealing? It could borrow Tinkaton's pickpocket ability. Attacking an opponent's physical strength? It knew Lick. Negating stat boosts? It had Clear Smog as a reference. If it combined all these skills, there was no way it couldn't pull it off. Not to mention, it had Yuan, the strongest trainer, guiding it. This was totally doable. Marshadow gave a small nod, subtly tucking the 3 boxes of poke blocks into the shadows before beginning its explanation. After finishing basic training, Yuan returned to the restaurant with his Pokemon, estimating that Alcremie's morning shift was nearly over, so they waited for it inside. Gengar. Yuan, while brushing Ninetales' fur, noticed how unusually quiet Gengar was today. Kaka. Gengar scrunched up its round face. It had to admit Spectral Thief was the hardest move it had ever tried to learn. At that moment, Yume. Walking out of the kitchen with tiny steps, Alcremie immediately spotted Yuan and his team. Yuan pulled out his ace. He played a video on his phone showing the Alcremie's potential future teammates, the Ndidi siblings, along with the pastries and cakes they had made. We have the world's greatest patissiers, Yuan said. All that's missing is you. Want to work together to create the most delicious cake in the world. Pastry chefs admired Alcremie, but Alcremie also sought the right pastry chefs. Ai Yume. On the other end of the video call, the Ndidi sister warmly extended an invitation to Alcremie. A partnership built on mutual passion. Yume. Alcremie's eyes shone. Yuan knew. It was on the verge of saying yes. Sinnoh, Sunnyshore City. After spending a few more days in Sunnyshore, Yuan bid farewell to Flint, Fulner, Maylene, and Jasmine before boarding a flight to the Hone region. He had been in Sinnoh long enough, and honestly, he was starting to miss his own bed. Besides, if he calculated correctly, it was almost New Year's. He couldn't just leave the Ndidi siblings at home to celebrate alone, right? Sunnyshore City Airport. Mr. Yuan, I have some news. The League just sent it to me recently. Before parting, Fulner spoke up. Oh, was it about the League's reward? After all, he had helped pacify that giant baby Regigigas. Surely, they would reward him with at least 10 or 20 million poke dollars, right? The Sinnoh League headquarters has officially invited you to participate in the next Lily of the Valley conference, with no prerequisites required, Fulner said, glancing at his phone. At the same time, he handed Yuan an invitation letter detailing the tournament schedule and basic rewards. After a brief silence, Yuan finally asked uncertainly, "That's it. That's it." Yuan adjusted his glasses slightly, deep in thought. Was this supposed to be his reward for helping with Regigigas? Just a free pass to enter the Lily of the Valley conference? Did they seriously think that was enough? Should he cancel his home trip, wake up Regigigas, and take it on a stroll to Lily of the Valley Island? Sensing Yuan's dangerous train of thought, Fulner quickly added, "Yesterday, Elite Four Bertha called me. She said the Sinnoh League is still carefully considering the matter. They want to ensure you receive a reward that is absolutely satisfactory. You should have said that earlier. Protecting the Pokémon world is everyone's responsibility. Rewards aren't important." Yuan straightened his expression. Flint scratched his head. So, was he asking for a reward or not? All right, see you next time. Waving, Yuan stepped into the airport. After he was out of sight, Flint elbowed Fulner and lowered his voice. Does Yuan want the reward or not? Having spent the past few days with Yuan, Fulner had gained some understanding of him. Without hesitation, he replied. He wants it. And he wants it soon. On the flight from Sunnyshore City to Rustboro City, Lily of the Valley Conference, Yuan schemed through the invitation letter Fulner had given him, mainly glancing at the rewards. It was pretty similar to what the Indigo League offered. However, the invitation did specify that these were base rewards, implying there was a more advanced version available. I'm not exactly short on money right now. I'll think about it later. Yuan casually stuffed the invitation into Jengar's mouth. He still had over 5 million poke dollars in his savings. Cynthia's payment for the Regigigas research would likely be deposited in the next couple of days, at least another 7 or 8 million poke dollars. Plus, whatever the Sinnoh League was planning to reward him with. He wasn't short on cash. Over 10 million poke dollars. For the first time, Yuan actually felt financially comfortable. And he had successfully recruited Alcremie for the cafe. With the combined talents of the Ndidi sister and Alcremie, business was bound to boom. At least for a while, money wouldn't be a problem. Probably. There was still plenty of time to think about it. Yume. Just like Jengar, Alcremie was pressed up against the airplane window, staring curiously at the scenery outside. It was the little one's first time on a plane, so everything fascinated it. From outside the plane window, one could see a large purple face and a small, cream-like face side by side. Kanto, Viridian City. Team Rocket Space. Boss. Madari's high heels clicked rapidly against the polished tiles as she excitedly approached Giovanni, holding a package in her hands. You're back. Giovanni had just finished his workout. Wearing a sleeveless training shirt, his well-defined muscles were on full display, causing Madari's face to flush slightly. Yes. She nodded vigorously, then handed over a neatly wrapped pink gift box. Giovanni raised an eyebrow at the unusual color choice but accepted it anyway. Madari, full of curiosity, leaned in slightly. She was eager to see what Yuan had sent Giovanni. After all, it was a gift from Yuan, so she didn't dare open it herself. As Giovanni unwrapped the packaging, a plain cardboard box was revealed. Inside, Meow, Meowth. Madari blinked in surprise. It was a plush toy of a Meowth. Yuan's gift was a Meowth plushie? She cautiously glanced at Giovanni's face but couldn't tell what he was thinking. It wasn't that Yuan's gift was bad. In fact, he had accurately pinpointed Giovanni's love for cats. After all, the boss had adopted an entire group of stray Meowth at the base. It was just not quite the kind of surprise she had been expecting. Suddenly, Giovanni chuckled. B-boss, Madari asked cautiously. Tell Yuan that I really like this gift. He was thoughtful, Giovanni said with a smile. Why yes, sir. Madari nodded, but her confusion only deepened. A Meowth plushie made Giovanni this happy? Was there some kind of hidden meaning behind it? Giovanni seemed to notice her puzzlement. Or maybe, since the next phase of their operation involved this very subject, he decided to explain. You don't get it, do you? Get what? Madari's expression grew even more bewildered. Giovanni lifted the Meowth plush and said, This is the next step. The next step. We're going to commercialize the characters from Meowth and Pika, building brand recognition, attracting a loyal fanbase, and then selling merchandise, Giovanni said confidently. Merchandise. Madari blinked before realization struck. She got it? Yuan's gift wasn't just a plushie, it was an actual business plan. The animated series Meowth and Pika had already built a solid fanbase. With continued episodes, more supporters and fans would emerge. Eventually, people would want to buy official Meowth and Pika merchandise. And if managed properly, merchandising could be far more profitable than the show itself. Plus highs, capsule toys, keychains, figurines, stationery, clothing, it could all form a massive industry. But even that wasn't the real plan. In Giovanni's eyes, this was about integrating Team Rocket into the daily lives of ordinary people. Imagine, if things went smoothly, starting with basic items like figures and plus highs, they could expand into clothing, stationery, keychains, even household goods like water bottles and wash basins. Slowly but surely, Team Rocket would weave itself into everyday life. Once their brand was solidified, they could expand into various industries, producing all sorts of daily necessities. What was this? This was a grassroots takeover, a bottom-up strategy to surround the Pokémon League by embedding Team Rocket into society itself. Not only would Team Rocket establish itself publicly, but it would do so in a way the League couldn't directly oppose. Was this just a plush toy? No. This was Team Rocket's future? No wonder Johan is so highly regarded, Madary murmured. At the same time, she felt a heavy weight on her shoulders. It was clear this project would fall under her responsibilities. Like it? Glad to hear that. Grateful? Haha, it's just a simple plushie. No need to be so formal. Alright, next time I'll drop by for a visit. Johan hung up his call with Madary and rubbed his chin. Looks like Giovanni really does love cats. A single Meowth plushie made him this happy. If I send him a life-sized Persian plush next time, will he be over the moon? This guy's actually pretty easy to get along with. Walking through the familiar streets of Rustboro City, he spotted his cafe in the distance. Waiting at the entrance, the Ndidi siblings. Aie. After giving them a big hug, Johan released his Pokémon. It had only been a few days, but the reunion was full of excitement. Yume. Alcremie shyly peeked out from behind Johan, looking at them. Aie, the Ndidi sister, who had already noticed Alcremie, immediately stepped forward with a warm, gentle gaze. Yume. A gentle Ndidi sister, a shy Ndidi brother, and an understanding Alcremie. The cafe's lineup had leveled up once again. Johan looked at the little ones getting acquainted again and clapped his hands. I got you all some gifts. Bringing back gifts after a trip had practically become a household tradition. The moment he said that, all the Pokemon's eyes lit up. Gengar, in particular, was the most eager, floating closer with an excited caw-caw. Johan chuckled and began distributing the gifts one by one. For the Ndidi siblings, he had brought a set of beautifully carved wooden serving trays from Sinnoh, perfect for use in the cafe. For Alcremie, he had specially picked up a set of premium cream-based ingredients, something it could use to experiment with new flavors. For Gengar, he had gotten a ghostly patterned scarf, something stylish yet fitting for its mischievous nature. For Charcadet, he had found a high-quality polishing stone, perfect for maintaining the shine of its armor. And for Ninetales, a special brush. It's made with fine bristles designed for fire-type fur, should feel really nice. Ninetales rubbed against him, clearly pleased. Seeing everyone happily examining their gifts, Johan felt a sense of satisfaction. Home. This was home. Though he had traveled far and seen much, the feeling of returning to the cafe, to his Pokémon, to the ones waiting for him, it was something irreplaceable. As the afternoon sun cast a golden glow over Rustboro City, Johan stretched lazily. Alright, let's get back to work. Business won't run itself. With that, the daily routine of the cafe resumed, but this time, with an even stronger team. And who knew? With Alcremie now part of the crew, maybe the cafe really would become famous for having the best cakes in Hoenn. December 31st, clear skies. With a loud whoosh, Gengar yanked open the curtains, gazing at the frost patterns on the window and the serene view of the garden and slow-moving river outside. Taking a deep breath, it bared its teeth in a wide grin. Caw-caw. Another day full of energy. Whoosh. A pillow came flying at it, but Gengar twisted midair and caught it with ease. Caw-caw. Hands on its hips, Gengar burst into laughter. It had the talent of a baseball player. A mere pillow was nothing. Just as it was feeling smug, another object came flying. This time, Gengar opened its mouth and caught it in one bite. Huh? It was an energy cube? Gengar was overjoyed. However, after chewing twice, it instantly realized something was very wrong. Caw-caw-caw? TT, Sigma. So spicy? It was Charcadet's energy cube? Damn it! Johan let out a long yawn, rubbing his head. Looked like Gengar hadn't gone out last night full of energy first thing in the morning. Ninetales blinked its deep blue eyes and looked at Johan pitifully. Sorry, I pressed on your fur cough, I mean, your tail. Johan grinned apologetically. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, he stretched lazily, looking out at the scenery. Today is another energetic day. Caw-caw? Asterisk. Why are you copying me? Gengar, its tongue now even redder from the spice, cried out in mock resentment. Johan gave it a side glance. Copying it? What a joke. If anything, you're copying me. Man and ghost wrestled into a tangled mess. Caw-caw, caw-caw. Wrong, my bad. Seeing Johan clutching the dusk stone he had just bought, Gengar immediately admitted defeat, bowing deeply in exaggerated sincerity. Johan smoothed out his hair, letting out a cold laugh. A mere little ghost dares challenge me, the mighty celestial dragon, wielder of supreme dharma. After playing around, Johan and his Pokémon finished washing up. At the large oval dining table, Johan and his family enjoyed breakfast together. Watching the little ones happily munching away, Johan couldn't help but sigh internally. Before he knew it, his household had grown to this size. Aside from Gengar, Ninetales, Tinkaton, Dragonite, Cubfoot, and Charcadet, there were also Rotom, the Ndidi siblings, and the recently recruited employee Alcremie. And in the center of the table, basking in the delicious aromas, the Pokémon egg. Rustle. The egg gently shook. I have a feeling that if this continues, whatever hatches is definitely going to be a foodie. In those cultivation or high martial worlds, spirit beast eggs were surrounded by the purest energies and rarest materials, ensuring they were born with unparalleled potential. Meanwhile, in his household, this Pokémon egg was bathed in the scent of gourmet food. If it hatched, Yuan shook his head, unwilling to think further, just imagining it might give him nightmares. Oh, and there was also Marshadow hiding in the corner, increasingly developing a peeping Tom habit. Don't get the wrong idea. It was only spying to make sure no one was sneaking extra food behind its back. After breakfast, Yuan clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Then, he announced the day's plan. Today's mission is spring cleaning. December 31st. Tomorrow was a new year. In the Pokémon world, there were no distinctions between solar and lunar calendars, so Yuan simply treated tonight as New Year's Eve and tomorrow as the New Year. People here had their own ways of celebrating, but Yuan, he preferred New Year's Eve, which meant there had to be a big feast, and today was all about welcoming the new and bidding farewell to the old. With his encouragement, the Pokémon immediately sprang into action. Spring cleaning, the cafe's first and second floors, the living area, the backyard garden, everywhere had to be cleaned. The little ones were full of enthusiasm. After all, this was their first time celebrating New Year's Eve with Yuan. They had to take it seriously. Meanwhile, the NDD siblings and Alcremie followed Yuan into the kitchen, starting preparations for the feast bright and early. With a new assistant, the once strictly no entry except for Yuan and Jengar kitchen was now bustling with activity. As for the cleaning, that was left to Jengar and the others. Technically, it was spring cleaning, but to the Pokémon, it was mostly just an excuse to play around. Dragonite sprayed a stream of water, flooding the entire room in an instant. Tinkaton and Cubfo, one with a mop, the other with a broom, turned the living room into a martial arts arena. Caca. Floating midair, Jengar gently exhaled at the chandelier before wiping it clean, nodding in satisfaction as it gleamed. Make way, Rotom coming through. Rotom, possessing the cleaning robot, zoomed around the house. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought it was piloting a boat rather than vacuuming. Oh. Ninetales curled its tail around a duster and a cloth, dusting the sofa while wiping the coffee table. According to Jengar, Ninetales alone was worth 9 workers, a true natural-born labor saint. That is, until Ninetales glared at it fiercely, and it promptly shut up. As for Charcadet, it was in charge of the final step, burning trash while radiating heat to dry the wet floors. Overall, everything ran pretty smoothly, except for some minor incidents, like the lampshade getting melted by Jengar, or the floor being smashed open, or the walls getting scorched. Minor details. Yuan kept poking his head out of the kitchen to monitor their progress, making sure they didn't destroy the place completely. Night fell. Yuan's entire household, from the oldest, Jengar, to the youngest, the Pokémon egg, sat around the table, which was packed with all kinds of dishes. There was the roast duck Jengar had requested, the cakes and desserts loved by Ninetales and Cubfo, the fire noodles for Charcadet, and, of course, Rotom's oil-dressed battery salad, a special dish on their table. The TV was on, though no one was really watching. The ongoing New Year's Eve festival broadcast simply added to the atmosphere. Feels a bit off without the Spring Festival Gala, but having these little guys around is more than enough. Outside, light snow began to fall, symbolizing a bountiful year ahead. Inside, warmth filled the air as they excitedly discussed their goals for the new year. The new year is almost here, so let's. Yuan raised his glass, filled with freshly squeezed berry juice. All the Pokémon did the same. Even Marshadow, feeling the atmosphere, stepped out of the shadows and raised its glass of Moo milk. Cheers. A chorus of cheers erupted. Alcremie, though new, couldn't stop smiling, deeply moved by the warm family atmosphere. The cream on its body released a rich, luxurious aroma as if reaching peak quality. After downing their drinks, Yuan smirked as he saw the little ones getting restless. Lowering his voice deliberately, he said, "All right then, let's eat." Boom! The room exploded into motion. Alcremie, hurry up. If you're too slow, Jengar will eat everything. Yuan quickly placed a drumstick into Alcremie's bowl. The NDD siblings were used to it, but Alcremie, seeing its helpless, wide-eyed expression, Yuan made sure to slip it some extra food. You may? Oh, carrot. Oh. The new year had arrived. Jengar and the others made their wishes under the dazzling fireworks. Yuan, watching his little family, smiled. This year, and every year after, they had to be happy. As for his wish, Jiriki, if you're listening, forget long life. Just grant me immortality. January 1st, clear skies. A brand new year, the very first day. Early in the morning, Yuan received a flood of New Year's greetings. There were messages from his students, including Steven and the others, from Academy professors, from Team Rocket, Professor Oak, and various figures from Kanto and Johto. There were also greetings from Sinnoh, Kalos, Galar, and other regions. Seeing his screen almost overflow with messages, Yuan realized, I've really gotten to know a lot of people. Among them weren't just famous names but also many ordinary people, including trainers who had once sought his advice on Pokémon psychology. They, too, had sent their well wishes. Happy New Year. A lazy voice came through his phone. Cynthia. Judging by her tone, she probably hadn't even gotten out of bed yet. Happy New Year, Yuan replied with a chuckle. Still not up? The sun's already shining on your face. The sound of rustling could be heard, but instead of getting up, it seemed like she just turned over. I'm facing the window now, Cynthia said. Yuan wiped his forehead. When did she become this clever? Let me guess, you haven't even opened the curtains. Yuan sighed. Oh, right. Yuan. Where did the sharp and imposing Cabbage Queen go? Did you lock her away somewhere? After ending the call with Cynthia, his phone immediately rang again. Happy New Year, Mr. Yuan. Same to you, same to you. To his surprise, this call was from Looker's partner, Annabelle. Through the call, Yuan could faintly hear the sounds of a scuffle. You're nothing much, just apprehending some Pokémon hunters, Annabelle said with a smile. Good grief. Even on New Year's, Pokémon hunters were still hard at work. But then again, it made sense just like thieves. The best time to act was when people let their guard down. That's tough work, Yuan said. Both international and regional police officers had it rough. Even on New Year's, they had to remain on duty and carry out missions. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Annabelle finally revealed the real reason for her call. Congratulations, Mr. Yuan. Due to your outstanding performance in both Operation Snow Peak and Operation Canalave, the International Police has officially promoted your rank to Superintendent. Annabelle announced. Superintendent one rank above Inspector. If an inspector was equivalent to the head of a criminal investigation unit, then a superintendent was comparable to the chief of criminal affairs. Although it seemed like only a small promotion, the implications were completely different. Inspectors were senior field operatives responsible for carrying out missions. Superintendents, however, had officially stepped into the ranks of command and had the authority to plan and direct operations. In other words, this promotion officially marked Yuan's entry into the management level. To put things in perspective, Annabelle had worked diligently in the international police for over 10 years, yet she was still only a chief inspector, just one rank above superintendent. And chief inspectors already had the authority to oversee covert operations in a given region. Above them were deputy chief superintendents and chief superintendents, who managed entire regions as top officials. Of course, Yuan was a specially appointed professional, different from officers like Annabelle who had climbed the ranks through political and operational achievements. A bad cough, good piece of news to start the year with, Yuan forced a smile. For most people, rank promotions were a big deal, a recognition of ability. But to Yuan, a bonus payout would have been way more exciting. When it came to police ranks, Yuan's attitude was about the same as Handsome's. Still, this promotion would be useful for cracking down on Pokémon hunters in the future, especially now that his own household had gained another victim, Alcremie. After Annabelle, more calls kept coming in. For example, Professor Oak. Yuan, I'm very interested in Regigigas. Did you record any data? Good, good. Next time we should study it together. Looks like I've already got my research topic for this year's conference. Excuse me, weren't you the one who initially documented it as being less than 4 meters tall? Oh, by the way, did you message Bertha? I sent her one, but she hasn't replied, Professor Oak said, sounding puzzled. So, the New Year's greeting was just an excuse he actually called to ask about Bertha? How long was Yuan supposed to be this human telephone for? Then there was Lance. Even on New Year's, he was still out fighting crime. Team Rocket was on holiday, yet Lance was still working overtime in the investigation bureau. At this point, it almost felt like law enforcement was Lance's side job. And when Yuan heard that Team Rocket had actually promoted Lance, he almost spat out his drink. Other calls followed. From Sabrina, preparing for the New Year's banquet, you haven't updated your menu in a while. Hurry up and add something new, Alakazam can't wait any longer. From Lorelei, half a year away from graduation, I realized that Pokémon like Ninetales counter both dragon and flying types quite well. From the Team Rocket trio, currently filming, Happy New Year, Mr. Yuan, Meowth, Sorai Nansu. From Flint and Fulner, no idea why, but we got beaten up by the boss lady last night. From Palmer, just starting overtime, Elite 4 Bertha actually assigned me a mission. From Mustard, Little Yuan, Happy New Year, we're doing just fine, no need to visit Armor Island. From Professor Sycamore, Yuan, I'm about to publish my research. Want to take a look first and see if anything needs adding. From Lana, Mr. Yuan, I think I just saw Lugia. From Mallow, brand new 100,000 volt pineapple juice. When are you coming to Alola? It's on me. And Yuan even got a message from Giovanni. From a very motivated Giovanni, Happy New Year. Thanks for the gift, I understand your message. This year, we will reach new heights. See, this was why Giovanni was the boss, so deep and full of hidden meaning. Except, Yuan had no idea what exactly Giovanni thought he understood. After that, greetings continued rolling in. Clearly, this was not going to be a quiet morning. All thanks to the mass message Yuan sent out after midnight last night. But honestly, chatting with these people wasn't so bad sometimes. While his other friends could only send greetings and invitations via text or call, Stephen and the others were different. Happy New Year, teacher. Stephen, Flannery, and Roxanne showed up at his doorstep. Each brought a prepared gift. Stephen gifted a metal coat, Flannery brought a lump of charcoal, and Roxanne gifted a hard stone. All were quite valuable items. Clearly, his students knew him well. As for their return gifts, Yuan had prepared them back in Sinnoh. Plus highs. Everyone got a plushie. Equality for all. Stephen received a Maywile, Flannery got a Torkoal, and Roxanne got a Rockruff. Wait, why do they get cute ones, and I get a Torkoal? Flannery pouted, squishing her plushie. Not that I don't like it, but because Torkoal is perfect for picnics, Yuan thought. But he couldn't say that out loud. Instead, he said, "Ahem, you just don't understand. Torkoal is one of the few Pokemon with the drought ability. It fits perfectly with your fire-type team." Flannery immediately looked enlightened, realizing Yuan's thoughtful intentions. "Then, what about my Rockruff?" Roxanne asked. "Well," Yuan paused slightly. "You excel at defense but lack offensive power. When Rockruff evolves into Lycanroc, it'll help cover that weakness, especially in terms of speed." "I see." Roxanne nodded, understanding his reasoning. Steven, meanwhile, curiously asked, "So, what about my Mewtwo?" "Coverage. Steel types are strong, but they lack the ability to deal decisive blows against dragon types." By now, Yuan had perfected his ability to bullshit convince without hesitation. And since Steven's team mainly consisted of Steel/Rock Pokemon, the Fairy-type Mewtwo also helped mitigate his Fighting-type weakness. "Understood." Steven nodded seriously. Yuan discreetly wiped his forehead. "All right, let's go. I'll treat you all to our cafe's new desserts." New desserts. Flannery and Roxanne instantly perked up. The cafe is open again. A new year, a new beginning. "Teacher, there's actually something else I wanted to ask for your opinion on today." After downing half a cup of coffee and 2 cakes, Steven looked refreshed. "Opinion?" Yuan raised an eyebrow in confusion, glancing at Flannery and Roxanne. But the two of them looked just as puzzled as he was. Ever since Steven had returned, he had been almost impossible to find, probably off somewhere digging for rocks. What could he possibly need an opinion on? Steven, however, simply smiled mysteriously, stood up, and said, "We might need a change of scenery." The 4 of them headed to the lakeside behind Yuan's house. Seeing them move, the Pokemon that had been doing their morning training in the backyard also followed curiously. What was going on? Yuan shrugged at their inquisitive stares. He had no clue either. Then, Steven took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. A light breeze stirred his tie, and with a flick of his fingers adorned with 2 silver rings, a Pokeball appeared in his hand. "No way." Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Steven's fingers moved elegantly, as if playing an invisible piano. His eyes snapped open, filled with unwavering seriousness, as he tossed the Pokeball forward. "Go, Metagross." Kongjin. A dazzling shiny Metagross landed with a resounding thud, its silver-white body gleaming in the sunlight like scattered stars. Steven and Metagross exchanged a glance and nodded in unison. Then, with an elegant flick of his fingers, Steven revealed a pin that shimmered with prismatic red light. His gaze sharpened. Bringing the pin to his lips, he murmured with a smile, "Metagross, Mega Evolution." Buzz. A radiant, 7-colored glow burst forth from shiny Metagross, making Yuan's eye twitch. So it's true. Steven had really found Metagross Megastone. And embedded in his brooch was a keystone? Kongjin. A blinding light engulfed Metagross, its form shifting rapidly within the brilliance. The X on its face expanded, its eyes glowed a piercing red, and the claws on its 4 massive arms extended, glinting dangerously. A powerful aura surged outward. Roxanne and Flannery had to shield their eyes. Tinkaton, on the other hand, was tearing up from sheer excitement. Boom! The rainbow light suddenly dispersed, sparkling fragments scattering into the air. Standing before them now was Mega Metagross. "This is," Yuan muttered. "XP system upgrade. Super XP system?" Cough. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Steven had finally evolved into an unstoppable force. Hone was secure. Kongjin. Mega Metagross let out a mighty roar, its presence overwhelming. This was now the 2nd Mega Evolution Yuan had personally witnessed in the Pokemon world. Leave it to Steven once he learned about Megastones and Keystones, he actually managed to find them. Though, just this morning, Professor Sycamore had called Yuan, saying he was about ready to publish his research on Mega Evolution. It wouldn't be long before the era of Mega Evolution began. A new world, where Garchomp suffered the most. Caw. Gengar scratched its rear and pointed at Mega Metagross, turning to the others. "Hey, who looks cooler? Me or that guy?" Tinkaton, "It's not just cool, it's amazing." Goka. Charcadet's egg wobbled slightly in its arms, as if shocked by Metagross' transformation. A Mega Metagross? So Steven really found its Megastone. Flannery was stunned. Roxanne was equally surprised. But after the initial shock, she felt a bit puzzled. Why does it feel different from when Teacher's Gengar Mega evolved? Different. Flannery blinked. Then she suddenly realized. It really was different. The scale of the transformation was way smaller. When Gengar Mega evolved, it felt like the entire sky had darkened. The sheer presence and intensity were overwhelming. Steven's Metagross, though undeniably impressive, lacked that same overwhelming impact. Buzz. After a brief display, Mega Metagross was engulfed in another wave of rainbow light, as its body shed the shimmering energy, reverting to its original form. Steven wiped his forehead. Even maintaining the transformation for just a short while was exhausting. A full battle would be a true test of endurance for both trainer and Pokemon. "Teacher, what do you think?" Steven asked expectantly as he walked over with Metagross. Yuan smiled and patted Metagross' heavy frame. "It's excellent." He still remembered their first meeting. Steven's Metagross had been just a shy, self-conscious beldam. Now, it had reached its ultimate form. Steven nodded. This wasn't his first time attempting Mega Evolution with Metagross. And he had noticed the same thing Roxanne and Flannery had. Why did his Mega Evolution feel so much weaker than when Yuan's Gengar transformed? At one point, He even doubted whether there was a problem with his own mega evolution. That was why he sought out Yuan's guidance. Now, hearing Yuan's confirmation, Steven finally relaxed. It wasn't that his mega evolution was flawed, it was just that Yuan's mega evolution was on another level. According to Yuan, mega evolution wasn't just about a Pokemon's strength, it was also about the bond between trainer and Pokemon. The stronger the bond, the greater the transformation's power. Rotom, did you record that? Yuan asked. Recorded everything, Roto. Send a copy to Professor Sycamore. Understood, Roto. A moment later, Steven and his Mega Metagross super cool and powerful. Avi sent, Roto. Wait. Ivy? Cough. Yuan shook his head, dismissing some, less appropriate thoughts. Good boy, Metagross. He patted its head again. Then, using his aura abilities, he checked Metagross' condition. Overall, Steven had trained it exceptionally well. Any past confidence issues had been completely resolved. Kongjino, ///////// Q. Metagross squinted its eyes happily. Afterward, the group naturally began discussing Pokemon training and battle strategies. Knowledge when shared only grew richer. January 7th, clear skies. The beginning of the new year had been blissfully peaceful. Eat, sleep, battle. Flannery Yuan's schedule was fulfilling. The cafe's business was booming. At one point, Yuan even considered opening a chain of stores. But then he realized his cafe's charm came from the Ndidi siblings and Alcremie. They couldn't duplicate themselves, so what was the point? Lying back in a sun chair, soaking up the warm winter sun. Now this is the life. Just 2 words. Pure bliss. The Pokemon were also engaged in their own activities after training. Gengar continued practicing Spectral Thief with Marshadow. To Marshadow's shock, Gengar was actually making progress by cobbling together different skills. Ninetales was studying Price's Perpetual Ice Barrier. If it could combine it with Aurora Veil, its defensive capabilities would skyrocket. Tinkaton was refining its armor craftsmanship, while Dragonite was meditating over a broken jade green orb of grass, muttering to itself. Kubfu was the only one who shared Yuan's love of relaxation. Even its training consisted of sleeping, which was fine, except that whenever it woke up sore, it suspected someone had attacked it in its sleep. Meanwhile, Charcadet was holding a thick book and reading to the Pokemon egg. If one looked closely, the book was The Secrets of the Earth. Since Yuan suspected the egg contained a ground-type Pokemon, Charcadet had chosen to study this book instead of the Heart of Fear or Perpetual Ice Barrier. And surprisingly, the egg seemed to enjoy the lessons, wobbling slightly as if listening attentively. Well, at least it's safer than letting Gengar do the teaching. Just as Yuan was about to drift into a nap. Beep beep. His phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw a strange, scribbly number. Like tadpoles swimming across the screen. He almost hung up. But then, for some reason, he answered. Yuan, you finally picked up. Flint's voice rang out full of despair. Yuan frowned. Flint? He checked his contacts. He definitely had Flint saved as Exploding Monkey +3. The numbers at the end? That was the number of times Yuan had added him to his blacklist. Hanging up. No. Flint's scream was blood-curdling. Don't hang up. If you do, I won't be able to call again. Huh. Save me? Teacher Yuan, I'm trapped somewhere, please get me out. Flint's SOS call? And judging by his tone, he wasn't joking. I was finally enjoying my break. Try saving yourself first. Yuan didn't believe for a second that Flint of all people could actually be captured. Please? I haven't slept in 3 days. They won't let me sleep. Flint wailed. They keep chanting in my ear. You're a monkey, you're a monkey, you're a monkey. Yuan. Flint, I can't take it anymore, teacher. I've been locked up for 3 days, and they won't let me sleep. Every time I close my eyes, they start again. You're a monkey, you're a monkey, you're a monkey. Yuan. For a brief moment, he seriously considered just hanging up. Then, with a sigh, he rubbed his forehead and asked, all right, where exactly are you? I don't know. Flint wailed. It's some kind of underground facility. I got captured by them. The Frontier Brains. Flint's voice was filled with despair. They caught me and threw me in some kind of training facility. It's hell, I tell you, hell. Yuan was silent. The Frontier Brains? Hoen's Battle Frontier? He suddenly had a very bad feeling about this. Explain, he said. It all started 3 days ago, Flint sniffled. I was just minding my own business, visiting the battle tower, when suddenly, I got ambushed. Yuan, ambushed. Yes, by the Battle Frontier's security team. Flint cried. They said I was a perfect candidate for their specialized combat training program, then they dragged me away. Yuan. And now I'm stuck in this nightmare of endless battles? No rest, no sleep, just fighting? Every time I finish one round, the next opponent walks in, and they never stop. Yuan. And the worst part? They have this AI system that keeps repeating things like your instincts are strong, but your strategy is weak. You rely too much on brute force. A true warrior hones both mind and body. Yuan, pfft. Flint, why are you laughing? Yuan coughed. Sorry, just so they're making you train. Train? This is torture. They have simulations, real-time combat, reflex drills, it never ends. I haven't even seen a bed in 3 days. Yuan wiped his face. All right. So Flint, the so-called exploding monkey, got kidnapped by the Battle Frontier for special training. And now he was desperate to escape. Honestly, Yuan was a little impressed. He knew the Battle Frontiers training was brutal, but this? Even Flint couldn't handle it? Wait, Yuan said. You're telling me you Flint, the guy who can solo an entire Pokemon League with nothing but instinct, can't get out? Flint fell silent. Then, in a small voice, he muttered, I tried. Yuan, and Flint, they were prepared. Yuan, how prepared? Flint, very prepared. Yuan was about to ask what that meant. But then, from the other end of the call, he suddenly heard a deep, ominous voice. Flint, your next challenger is ready. Report to the battle room immediately. Flint, Nuo, Yuan. Teacher, help, save me. Flint wailed. I can't do this anymore. They keep saying I have unpolished talent and unrefined battle techniques. I can't take it. Yuan let out a long breath. All right. This was bad. Not because Flint was in danger, but because if he really broke, then that meant the Battle Frontier had actually managed to tame the wildest monkey, which was, frankly, terrifying. Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose. Fine, he said. I'll come get you. Flint, really? But only if you survive until I get there, Yuan added lazily. Flint, what does that mean? It means, Yuan smirked, if they actually manage to reform you before I arrive, I might just leave you there. Flint, no. Yuan hung up. Then he stretched, letting out a long sigh. Well, there goes my peaceful vacation. January 8th, clear skies. Yuan arrived at the Hone Battle Frontier. As expected, the facility was massive, an entire training complex dedicated to elite-level combat conditioning. Welcome to the Battle Frontier, the receptionist greeted him. Yuan flashed his credentials. I'm here for Flint, he said. Immediately, the receptionist's expression changed. Oh, that one. Yuan. Follow me. Inside the training facility, Yuan was led to an observation room. From the large glass windows, he could see a massive combat arena. And in the middle, Flint. His clothes were tattered. His hair was a mess. His face screamed exhaustion. Across from him stood his next challenger, a Battle Factory AI trainer. Flint, the AI droned. You rely too much on instinct. Predictability leads to defeat. Again. Flint, Nuo. Yuan stifled a laugh. The Battle Factory staff member beside him sighed. I have to admit, we didn't expect him to last this long, they said. Most trainees either adapt or collapse. But this one? He just keeps screaming. Yuan, that sounds about right. The staff member sighed again. All right, since you're here, you can take him. Yuan smirked. He picked up the intercom and pressed the button. Oi, Flint. Flint's head snapped up. Teacher. Congrats, Yuan said. I'm taking you home. Flint, I'm saved. He dropped to his knees in pure relief. But then, a different voice came over the speakers. Wait. Yuan paused. He turned to see an approaching figure. A man in a dark, formal suit, eyes sharp with battle-hardened wisdom. Annabelle Superior. A frontier brain. We have one final test, he said. Yuan raised an eyebrow. And that is? The frontier brain smirked. Yuan, excuse me. If you want to take him, the frontier brain said, you'll have to beat him in a battle. Yuan looked at Flint. Flint, still on his knees, slowly turned his head toward Yuan. His lips trembled. His eyes filled with terror. And in the smallest, weakest whisper, he muttered. Teacher, please don't. Yuan smirked. Oh, so all I have to do is beat you. Flint turned pale. The frontier brain nodded. Yuan chuckled, cracking his knuckles. All right then, let's battle. The moment Yuan accepted the challenge, Flint's face turned ashen. Teacher. Flint's voice quivered. Please, have mercy. Yuan simply smiled. Oh, I thought you were the great Flint the Unstoppable. Flint shuddered. The frontier brain, watching the exchange with interest, gestured toward the arena. If you win, you can take him. If you lose, he stays for another week of training. Flint visibly lost the will to live. Teacher. I'll do anything. Just don't. Come on, Yuan stretched lazily. Let's see how much you've improved after all this training. Flint, Nuo. Battle Frontier Official Arena. The stadium lights blazed as Yuan and Flint stood across from each other. Despite his exhaustion, Flint still held his Pokeball tightly. This is it. If I lose, I'm free. But if I win, I'm doomed? Yuan smirked. Ready. Flint gulped. A judge stepped forward. This will be a one-on-one battle, he announced. Begin. Flint threw out his Pokeball. Go, Infernape. With a flash of light, the fire/fighting type Pokemon appeared, flames burning brightly atop its head. Yuan nodded approvingly. Not bad. Let's go, Gengar. Caw. Gengar materialized from the shadows, grinning widely. Flint's eyes widened in horror. Oh no, he remembered. He remembered what happened the last time teacher used Gengar against him. The psychological trauma resurfaced instantly. Gengar. Yuan cracked his knuckles. Mega Evolve. Boom. Darkness engulfed the battlefield. The stadium lights dimmed, and a chilling pressure filled the air. Shadows writhed as Mega Gengar emerged, a massive grinning specter sinking into the battlefield like a nightmare made real. Flint's entire body trembled. I can't win this. His mind screamed at him to throw the fight. But, from the sidelines, the Battle Frontier trainers watched intently. He's been through a rigorous training for 3 days. Let's see if he applies what he's learned. Flint internally sobbed. He knew what they were expecting. He had to at least fight. But, how do you fight a monster? Yuan tilted his head. You're not moving. Flint swallowed hard. Swords dance. Infernape crossed its arms and boosted its attack sharply. Yuan smiled. All right. Hypnosis. Infernape locked eyes with Mega Jengar, and immediately collapsed onto the floor. Fast asleep. Flint, Nuo, Yuan, tisk too easy. The Battle Frontier staff. The judge looked at Flint. You may recall your Pokemon and surrender. I surrender. Flint didn't hesitate for a second. He grabbed his Pokeball and collapsed onto the ground in relief. It was over. He was finally free. Yuan recalled Jengar, stretching lazily. Well, that was fast. Flint, I don't want to talk about it. The Frontier brain nodded. A battle is a battle. Yuan wins. You may take him. Flint nearly burst into tears. Battle Frontier exit gate. Flint limped out of the facility like a prisoner who had just been pardoned. Teacher. He sniffled. I've never been so happy to see the sky again. Yuan rolled his eyes. Seriously? It was just 3 days. 3 days of hell. Flint cried. Do you know how many times I heard you're a monkey in my sleep? Yuan chuckled. Well, at least now you're stronger. Flint physically flinched. No, no more training. No more Frontier. I'm going home to sleep for a week. Yuan smirked. Are you, though? Flint froze. Something about Yuan's tone sounded ominous. Then his phone rang. Yuan picked it up. Yo, Steven? What's up? Flint's heart sank. Steven? No, not again. Then, Yuan's next words shattered what little hope he had left. Oh, you're in Hone right now. Yuan's voice was far too casual. Sure, we'll meet up. I've got Flint with me. Flint? No. What could possibly make a future member of the Sinnoh Elite Four call a Hone trainer for help? Yuan was skeptical. But considering how desperate Flint sounded over the phone, it probably wasn't a joke. After some thought, Yuan decided to make the trip just in case there was real danger. Getting from Hone to Sinnoh wasn't easy, though. So, he made a quick call to Steven. Not long after, a Devon Corporation private jet landed in his backyard. Steven, being deep in his rock-digging business, couldn't come himself. So, Yuan had to go alone. Once aboard the plane, he dialed Cynthia's number. Flint. Cynthia paused, as if recalling something. After a moment, she said, Oh, right. I think I got a weird call earlier. But once I heard Flint's voice, I assumed he wanted another battle, so I just hung up. Where exactly is he? Yuan asked. Send me his location, Cynthia replied. Yuan forwarded the coordinates Flint had sent him. Salation Town? Salation Ruins. Cynthia immediately recognized it. The ruins were located within Salation Town. Salation Ruins was an ancient site where people once worshipped Dialga and Palkia. Sinnoh had many such ruins, dedicated to legendary Pokemon. Yuan also recalled something. Wasn't Salation Ruins the first site in Sinnoh where Unknown were discovered? That's right, Cynthia confirmed. Now that the conversation had shifted to ruins, Cynthia's interest was piqued. Thus, the two agreed to meet in Salation Town. At first, Yuan thought that with Cynthia on the case, Flint would be fine. But if Flint was trapped by Unknown, he might be stuck in an illusion, making it harder to extract him. So, Yuan decided. Better safe than sorry. Next, he called Palmer. Yuan? Didn't expect a call from you, Palmer said, surprised. Did Flint call you? Flint? Who's that? Never heard of him. Palmer's voice was utterly indifferent. Yuan, poor Flint. Ahem. Can you check the historical records on Salation Ruins? Yuan asked. Is this urgent? A little. Got it. I'll look into it. He also tried calling Aaron. No service. Probably in some remote mountain, catching bug types. As for Fulner, I don't usually pick up calls from unknown numbers. Yuan. No wonder Flint ended up calling him last. It probably took him hours to get through. Honestly, it was Flint's own fault. If he weren't so, Flint, maybe people would have taken him seriously. In fact, even Yuan had nearly hung up on him. Most people wouldn't believe Flint was in real danger. But if they had known for sure, they probably would have come to help. Tisk. Yuan took a sip of his freshly brewed coffee, reclining in the luxury massage chair of the private jet. Poor guy. The internal structure of Salation Ruins resembled a pyramid, built from massive, precisely cut stone blocks. Its maze-like passages made it easy to get lost. The ruins were also riddled with traps, falling boulders, hidden stone doors, spike pits. Plus, wild Pokemon had made it their home. It was not a safe place. Deep inside the ruins, a very exhausted Flint was running in place with his Infernape. Or rather stuck running endlessly. Surrounding them were swarms of Unknown, floating eerily in the air. A strange energy field radiated from them, trapping Flint and his Pokemon in an illusory loop. From Flint's perspective, he was trapped in a never-ending labyrinth of staircases. No matter which direction he ran, he couldn't escape. And every time he stopped, a random Pokemon appeared. Electivire, Garchomp, even Jengar. And every attack felt real. Flint and Infernape had been stuck in this torturous loop for 3 days and nights. No escape. No sleep. Yuan, hurry up. After countless failed calls, he finally got one person to answer. Yuan. Flint teared up. In my time of need, he actually answered. He clenched his fists in determination. From this day forward, my treasures are Yuan's treasures. My wallet is Yuan's wallet. My moves are Yuan's moves. My wife is... Wait, no. Yuan's sister-in-law. Private jets were much faster than commercial flights. By 2 p.m., Yuan arrived in Salation Town. As soon as he stepped off the plane, he spotted Cynthia waiting for him. Salation Town was small and peaceful, with a slow-paced lifestyle. The town thrived on ranching, with herds of Multank and Toros grazing in the fields. Besides Moo Milk, Salation was also famous for its Pokémon daycare center, one of the most reputable in all of Sinnoh. To the south stood Lost Tower, Sinnoh's version of MT Pyre or Celestial Tower, a Pokémon burial site. Flint is really trapped in the ruins. Cynthia still found it hard to believe. Flint had challenged her countless times and never won, but she acknowledged his strength. At the very least he was stronger than the average gym leader. Yuan shrugged. He says so. And the GPS points here. Cynthia sighed. Then let's be careful. If the ruins could trap Flint, they could trap them too. Better to be cautious. They followed the forest path leading to the ruins. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of Salation ruins. This is it. The entrance was a long flight of stone steps, flanked by statues of Dialga and Palkia. At the base of the statues ancient inscriptions were carved into stone. Yuan recalled. All life meets others, and from there, new life is born. That was one of Cynthia's favorite quotes. Cynthia smiled slightly. This phrase comes from Sinnoh's ancient legends. You will find it in many ruins across the region. She gazed up at the ruins. This is my first time here, too. My grandmother studied it before. What you see now is actually a reconstructed version. That explains how Palmer found the architectural blueprints so easily. Yuan pulled up his phone. Rotom, 3D projection. Understood, Roto. Rotom scanned the blueprints Palmer had sent. Moments later, a holographic map of Salation ruins appeared before them. 2 red dots marked their current location. Some sections are missing from the records, so the full map isn't available, Rotom reported. This is incredible, Cynthia marveled. A real-time 3D map. I need a Rotom now. Rotom is also great at housework, Yuan added. Roto. They entered the ruins. The hologram moved with them. Just in case, Cynthia released Lucario. Yuan didn't release any Pokemon. Because Gengar was always in his shadow. If anything happened, Gengar would act immediately. Lucario nodded at Yuan in greeting. The deeper they went, the darker it became. Rotom, light. Got it, Roto. Buzz. Electric arcs flickered as Rotom illuminated the passage. Suddenly, a horde of Golbat and Zubat swarmed toward them. Lucario tensed, preparing to attack. But then, Caca, let me handle this. Gengar emerged, grinning wickedly. It loved dealing with these pests. With a flick of its hands dark lightning crackled. Boom, Golbat and Zubat dropped like flies. Cynthia frowned. The wild Pokemon here are far more aggressive than usual. After fighting off several more waves of hostile Pokemon, they finally reached the ruins' depths. And there, they saw Flint, still running in circles. At that moment, watching Flint frantically running in circles, Yuan couldn't help but feel an odd sense of amusement. Like someone should be playing background music for him. But jokes aside, the swarm of unknown surrounding Flint was an obvious red flag. So it really was the unknown messing with him, Yuan muttered. Cynthia frowned. What did Flint even do to them? It was unusual. Normally, unknown simply existed within ruins, embedded in walls. But here, they were fully awake. Let's save this poor guy first, Yuan said. Gengar. Caca. With a wide grin, Gengar emerged from Yuan's shadow. However, at the same time they noticed Flint, the unknown noticed them. Countless glowing red eyes turned toward them in unison. Immediately, Yuan and Cynthia felt their vision distort. A crimson haze spread out, creeping toward them like an encroaching nightmare. Caca. Sensing something was off, Gengar's playful grin vanished. Both its hands shot up, eyes glowing with a psychic aura. Psychic terrain? Boom! 2 forces clashed in the air, sending ripples through the ruins. Several unknown flinched, surprised. The eerie crimson world shattered like broken glass. They were trying to drag us into an illusion too, Cynthia muttered. And then, Flint yelled out something completely ridiculous. Who the hell do these lowlifes think they are, looking down on me, the great Flint? Both Yuan and Cynthia, even if they knew he was under the unknown's influence, the sheer audacity made their foreheads twitch. Infernape, Fire Punch, teach these peasants a lesson. Flint pointed dramatically. Ku. Also caught in the illusion, Infernape's body ignited, eyes filled with violent intent as it lunged straight at Yuan and Cynthia. Cynthia smirked, glancing at Yuan as if to say, leave this to me. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. Without even needing a command, Garchomp's Pokeball clicked open. The fierce dragon let out a roar, its gaze landing on Infernape. Recognizing a familiar opponent, Garchomp's eyes narrowed in amusement and contempt. Its claws lashed out. Smash! Infernape was swatted away like a rag doll. What the hell? When did Garchomp get this strong? Flint shouted in shock. Clearly, Unknown had tried to use him as a puppet. But Flint was simply too weak to be a threat. Even so, Yuan and Cynthia had to hold back their strongest attacks. They couldn't risk damaging the ruins. That's why Cynthia had chosen Dragon Claw instead of Earthquake or Draco Meteor. Meanwhile, the Unknown realized something. Flint was useless. A quick telepathic exchange later, the Unknown rearranged themselves in midair. Each time they formed a new pattern, a strange power surged. Yuan's expression darkened. You're not seriously about to create an Entei, are you? He recalled a certain movie. Pokémon 3, The Spell of the Unknown. In that story, Unknown constructed an entire fantasy world, even materializing a fully functional entei from a little girl's imagination. And now, they were gathering en masse. Something's wrong, Cynthia said sharply. She was right. Unknown were an enigma, an anomaly of the Pokémon world. Each of their 28 forms represented a letter or symbol, but when they gathered in large numbers, they could bend reality itself. The extent of their power was so vast. Even the god of creation, Arceus, had acknowledged them. Cynthia's expression turned grim. I'll handle Flint. She moved instantly. At the same time, Yuan gave Jengar a signal. Jengar fired a shadow ball. Bam! It collided against an invisible wall. What the? Yuan's eyes narrowed. The Unknown had created a force field. It was an invisible barrier of condensed space, thick like solidified air. Meanwhile, the Unknown's movements sped up. Yuan's Rotom Dex beeped urgently. Warning! Warning! Time distortions detected, Roto. The time display on his Rotom Dex began flickering wildly. Distorted space, abnormal time flow. Yuan's mind raced. The Unknown were attempting to manipulate time and space. Cha! Tinkaton tightened her grip on her hammer. She had once held adamant orb fragments, the artifact tied to Dialga, and now, she sensed something familiar. Yuan clenched his teeth. Damn it, Flint. What should have been a simple dungeon exploration was turning into a prelude to a legendary battle. Yuan forced himself to calm down. No, this doesn't add up. Could Unknown really create a Dialga or Palkia? That would be absurd. Even in legends, only Arceus had such authority. Yuan's eyes flashed with insight. He raised both hands. Aura, heed my call. A faint golden glow rippled through the air. At the same time, a faint, ominous energy seeped from Jengar's Rotom phone. The aura of Giratina. Boom! The moment the Unknown sensed Giratina's presence, they panicked. Their precise formations collapsed instantly. Their coordinated movements scattered into chaos. Jengar grinned. Unknown clearly feared Giratina. It was enough to disrupt whatever they were attempting. Yuan didn't let this opportunity slip. Why are you doing this? He channeled his aura, projecting his thoughts toward the Unknown. For a moment, they hesitated. And then, they began to write. Letters formed in midair. Ancient text. Cynthia frowned. I'll translate. Yuan turned, only to see Cynthia and Garcomp standing upside down on the ceiling. From his perspective, they were defying gravity. From her perspective, he was the one standing on the ceiling. Yuan, great. Clearly, the Unknown had warped space again. First, put my friends down. Yuan projected his aura once more. The Unknown hesitated. Then, Yuan felt weightless. And suddenly, he was falling. Thud. Fortunately, Garcomp caught him midair. Huff. The dragon exhaled 2 angry puffs of air from its nostrils. Yuan blinked. Garcomp's eyes were fierce. Don't even think about letting someone else catch you next time. Yuan, okay then. To appease the irritated dragon, he fed it 2 poke blocks. Snort. Fine. Temporary forgiveness. Are you alright? Cynthia asked, stepping forward. Yeah, Yuan muttered. Honestly, Garcomp felt scarier than the Unknown. Can you translate that? He pointed at the letters. Cynthia studied the text carefully. Her brows furrowed. It says, a legend shall awaken. Rage will bring destruction. The world will return to chaos. Yuan frowned. A legend? Awakening? And destruction. That was not a good combination. He turned back to the Unknown. Which legend are you referring to? But, as soon as the message was delivered, the Unknown began retreating. They drifted back into the walls. Yuan's eye twitched. Damn cryptic Pokemon. But, he took out some poke blocks. Wait, here's a small gift. Plenty more where that came from. The Unknown paused. Then, they lined up again. But the moment they tasted the poke blocks, Flint, who had been lying motionless on the ground, suddenly let out a terrified scream. The Unknown, who had just been happily devouring poke blocks, were startled. They panicked and immediately flew back into the wall, embedding themselves back into the ancient murals. Yuan. Just when he was about to establish a proper dialogue with them. Flint. Yuan gritted his teeth, squeezing out the words through clenched jaws. I am awake. Flint sprang to his feet in an instant. He could feel it. Not 1, but 2 murderous auras directed straight at him. But when he saw Yuan and Cynthia standing before him, his eyes immediately welled up with tears. Yuan-sensei? Big sis Cynthia? I knew you'd come to save me. Cynthia and Yuan. Their expressions darkened simultaneously, because they had both heard what Flint had yelled while under the Unknown's influence. Who do these weaklings think they are? These nobodies. So that's how he really felt inside, huh? Even this big, loud brute of a man, had a hidden side to him. Flint gulped. Something wrong. Infernape shuddered. It had caught Garcomp's icy glare and Jengar's sinister grin. Without hesitation, it voluntarily retreated into its poke ball. Ha. Flint forced out a nervous laugh, scratching his head awkwardly. Wow, great weather today, huh? Yuan and Cynthia narrowed their eyes at him, completely ignoring his pathetic attempt at small talk. Cynthia soon shifted back to serious mode. So, that prophecy the Unknown gave us. She frowned deeply. Yuan sighed. I still can't be certain. He once again tried using aura to communicate with the Unknown still embedded in the walls. This time, they responded with friendly and affectionate emotions. But they didn't form words anymore. Without written clues, Yuan couldn't get any clear answers. Still, when it came to world-ending disasters in Sinnoh, the usual suspects were pretty obvious. Arceus, Giratina, Dialga, and Palkia. Sinnoh was too dangerous. In the grand scheme of Pokemon mythos, these 4 deities were on a completely different level. If there was such a thing as divine hierarchy, they would all rank at the very top. At least not every region has disaster-prone legendaries, Yuan muttered. Oh well, at least there's always some chosen one to deal with these things. If not Ash Ketchum, then Red. Speaking of which, Red should be setting off soon, right? Flint, still utterly confused, finally blurted out. So, what exactly happened to me? Yuan, still refusing to let this guy off the hook, turned to his Rotom Dex. Rotom, show him what he was doing earlier. Roger, Roto. Rotom pulled up a recording of Flint, frantically running in circles like a maniac. Since the unknown hadn't been visibly captured on video, all they could see was Flint and Infernape running aimlessly, looking incredibly stupid. Flint's face instantly turned bright red. And then, Yuan delivered the finishing blow. This reminds me of that day in the ruins, the day I lost my youth. Flint. Classic world-famous painting, The Running Flint. Yuan smirked, then added another masterpiece to the collection. Or perhaps, the tree-climbing Flint. Flint curled into a ball in the corner, drawing circles on the ground. Truly, neither of these 2 demons had any mercy. After the comic relief session, Cynthia got back to work, carefully examining the murals. Meanwhile, Yuan turned his attention to the floor. He recalled something from the Sinnoh anime. In the show, the Unknown's rampage at the Salation ruins had been triggered by Team Galactic stealing the lustrous orb. And here, he noticed a similar pattern. Engraved into the ground were 3 empty slots. Water Seal, Iron Seal, and Dragon Seal. Together, these 3 artifacts could be used to open a mysterious mechanism. Yuan's expression turned cold. So Team Galactic will come here eventually. Without the keystone to locate Spear Pillar, Team Galactic wouldn't be able to awaken Dialga and Palkia. Cynthia. I think the Sinnoh League needs to fortify the Salation ruins. Cynthia nodded immediately. Agreed. If even Flint got trapped here, the place clearly needs better security, maybe even a full lockdown. That was exactly what Yuan wanted. If Team Galactic ever came for the keystone, they'd run into heavy resistance. At the very least, it would delay their plans. Or even expose them before they could make a move. Yuan even left a message for the unknown. If anyone comes for the keystone, feel free to trap them, just like you did with Flint. The unknown hesitated for a moment. They seemed worried. Yuan smirked. Honestly, if the unknown could move the artifact, they probably would have handed it to him already. Meanwhile, far away in an unknown dimension, the unknown's power surge had caused a ripple effect. For a brief moment, time and space overlapped. A massive, blue-armored dragon, its body resembling a sapphire-plated dinosaur, materialized in the void. Its metallic ridges gleamed, and a deep blue gemstone embedded in its chest shimmered with energy. Dialga. Suddenly, a pink crescent-shaped blade slashed through the air. Its edge froze space itself, slicing through the fabric of reality. Roar. Dialga's eyes flared orange as its gemstone pulsed. A swirling blue vortex of temporal energy gathered in its mouth. Roar of time, boom, the 2 attacks collided, causing the dimensional rift to tremble violently. Across from Dialga, a silver-scaled beast with purple veins coursing across its body stood tall. Its shoulders bore pearl-shaped rings, gleaming with pinkish light. With another mighty roar, Palkia raised its arm. The pearl rings glowed fiercely. Spatial rend. Another crescent blade tore through the void. The duel between time and space had begun. Back on Earth. The moment Yuan, Cynthia, and Flint stepped out of the ruins, sunlight bathed their faces. Fresh air. Flint stretched his arms wide, then immediately winced. Ow, 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 why does my whole body ache? His gaze drifted toward Yuan and Cynthia. For some reason, both of them avoided eye contact. Did something happen while I was unconscious? Cynthia casually inspected the ruins. Yuan pulled out his phone and pretended to be on a call. Hello? Yes? Very important business. Flint. Well, the warm sun, the cool breeze. He just wanted to sleep. He collapsed onto the grass, and within minutes, he was snoring. Just then, Yuan's phone vibrated. A familiar name appeared on screen. Young man, I think. I just felt a disturbance in space-time. Giratina. I brought you some desserts. On the grassy field of Undella Town, a picnic blanket was spread out, and at Yuan's signal, Jengar pulled out neatly packaged cakes and pastries. These were all meticulously crafted by Ndidi and Alcremie. Not far from the picnic setup, Flint lay sprawled on the grass in a completely ungraceful position. Just the sight of these cakes, which looked incredibly appetizing, made Cynthia's eyes sparkle. And it wasn't just her Pokémon were just as eager. Of course, Yuan's Pokémon had their own share as well. Seeing this, the little ones couldn't wait to dig in, eagerly reaching out their paws. Wait a second, Yuan said sternly. Grr. Garcomp reluctantly retracted its claws. But it quickly realized, wait a minute, why am I even listening to him? Ninetales. Yuan gently stroked the white-furred little creature beside him. Oh, With a soft breath of icy air, all the desserts and cream instantly became more glistening, releasing a faint milky fragrance. Indeed, and Alcremie had specifically advised that these desserts would taste even better with a slight chill. All right, go ahead. Yuan finally gave the go-ahead. We're digging in. Also eager, Cynthia held a spoon in both hands and smiled as she softly announced the start. Before long, all the little ones including Cynthia closed their eyes in bliss. Clearly, they had all been utterly captivated by the desserts made by Ndidi and Alcremie. A gentle evening breeze rustled through, bending the grass and carrying a soft fragrance. Undella Town was truly an ideal place for retirement. A few Mariab, freely grazing nearby, slowly wandered closer after catching the scent of the desserts. After finishing their treats, the Pokémon began playing on the grass. Caw-caw. Gengar patted Dragonite's belly and flashed a mischievous grin at Garchomp. Come on, Dragonite, give us a little dance. Dre, Sigma, LLL. Dragonite glanced at Garchomp's fearsome expression and nervously swallowed. Grr. No way, you think I don't know how to dance? With a roar, Garchomp's aura surged, a dark red energy swirling around it with a metallic hum. Swords dance? No problem, Swords dance is still a dance, right? Gengar grinned slyly. Suddenly, it extended a claw, and a shadow separated from its body before diving into Garchomp's own shadow. Under Garchomp's bewildered gaze, the shadow re-emerged, transforming into several small, bat-like creatures that landed in Gengar's hands. Caw-caw. Power? Grr. Garchomp looked even more confused. What the heck just happened? It was certain that it had just used Swords Dance to gain 2 levels of attack power boost, but as those tiny bats flew into Gengar's grasp, its attack boost dropped to just 1 level. As if it had been stolen. Marsha. Hiding under the shade of a tree, licking the last bits of cream from its dessert box, Marshadow rubbed its eyes in disbelief. No way did it actually learn that? Even though the execution was clumsy and different from its own technique, Gengar had really managed to replicate its signature move by blending a bunch of bizarre techniques together. Marshadow thought, if Gengar kept at it for a while longer, maybe it really could master Shadow Sneak. Marsha? Angry face. Oh no, am I just a practice dummy now? Cynthia had also noticed the scene. She looked at Yuan in surprise. Was that Gengar's move? Even Yuan was a little shocked. Sure, he had given Gengar plenty of advice during its training, but he never expected it to actually succeed in pulling this off. Is this the power of Uchiha Gengar? Copy Ninja Kakashi Gengar? I don't think so, Yuan said uncertainly. I think I'm starting to understand Flint's words. What words? Yuan's Pokemon just don't play by the rules. Cynthia chuckled, covering her mouth. Yuan. Well, aside from the chubby one, the rest are fine, right? Dragonite, glowing with white energy, shot through the sky like an arrow. Its body radiated a special aura, making it seem impossibly fast. That seems pretty reasonable to me, Cynthia teased. Yuan. Meanwhile, Ice Ninetales and Ice Eevee lay comfortably in Cynthia's lap, enjoying her gentle massage, while Yuan found himself stuck with Spiritomb. At least Spiritomb is cute. Spayeo, / Q. Elsewhere. Kubfu had taken Tinkaton's place, sparring with Lucario before sitting down with Charcadet. Charcadet was mimicking Yuan, using its aura to massage a Pokemon egg. Luca. Lucario sat down as well, joining Charcadet and Kubfu in the massaging team using aura. Grr. Garchomp also took notice of the egg and curiously approached. The 3 little ones immediately scooted over to make space. Grr. As Garchomp observed the faintly trembling egg, it showed a hint of surprise. Garchomp says, this little one surprises it, Cynthia translated. Surprises. Yuan felt the urge to wipe his forehead. Have you confirmed what kind of Pokemon egg it is? Yuan shrugged. Honestly, not yet. Maybe you should have Professor Sycamore take a look, Cynthia suggested. In the field of Pokemon eggs and breeding, Professor Elm was the top expert, but Professor Sycamore had also conducted extensive research in the area. Additionally, since Professor Sycamore specialized in Pokemon evolution, he had some relevant knowledge about Pokemon eggs as well. That's actually a good idea. Knowing the Pokemon species in advance would allow him to prepare for its arrival. For example, getting the right gifts for a newborn Pokemon could help build a stronger bond. Judging by Garchomp's reaction, it's likely a pseudo-legendary or a ground-type Pokemon, Cynthia murmured, resting her chin on her knee. Pseudo-legendary? Ground-type? That would mean either Larvitar or Gible. Both were Pokemon that Ash had either released or left in training. However, while Tyranidar's final evolution lost the ground typing, Larvitar and Pupitar both had it. But regardless, both Larvitar and Gible were notoriously difficult to raise. As a dragon-type pseudo-legendary, Yuan knew all too well how much effort raising Gible would take, given his experience with Dragonite. Back when he first caught Dratini, it was still overfed, so the costs weren't too bad, but once it evolved into Dragonite, its appetite. And Larvitar? Even worse. It was said that Larvitar needed to consume an entire mountain just to store enough energy for evolution. And not just dirt, it had to eat actual minerals? The thought alone was terrifying. So, how long is Flint going to sleep? Yuan was itching to confirm what Pokemon it was. He had even asked Mattery about it. But she had only said that she selected the most promising egg from Giovanni's strongest Pokemon, based on the breeder's recommendation. She wasn't sure what it was either. Originally, Yuan had held on to some hope, but after hearing Cynthia's speculation, he knew he needed to prepare in advance. No worries, we can just carry him along, Cynthia said. January 7th, evening. Sinnoh region, Sand Gem Town. This is a small town adjacent to the sea, known for its sandy beaches. On a hillside near the beach stands Professor Rowan's research lab. Yuan, it's been a while. Dressed neatly, with hair combed to a shine, Professor Rowan smiled as he shook hands with Yuan. Professor Rowan, sorry to bother you, Yuan replied politely. Professor Rowan waved it off, grabbing a piece of pastry from a nearby tray and popping it into his mouth. He then offered the tray to Yuan and Cynthia. Both declined. Caw. From Yuan's shadow, Jengar peeked out, its tongue lashing out to snatch all the pastries into its mouth. Professor Rowan chuckled, unbothered. He enjoyed sharing food and appreciated those with hearty appetites. Yuan's cafe has excellent desserts, you might consider ordering some, Cynthia suggested, knowing the professor's sweet tooth. Oh. Professor Rowan looked intrigued. I'll have to try them sometime. His lab had a significant demand for sweets, driven by his own preferences. Securing this order would be a substantial gain for Yuan. Yuan discreetly formed a heart shape with his hands towards Cynthia. Cynthia blushed slightly. You encountered Unknown today. They got to the main topic. Yes, in the Salation ruins. The two briefly recounted their experience in the ruins. Unknown are believed to be unable to evolve. Individually, they aren't particularly powerful, but when multiple Unknown gather, mysterious phenomena can occur. Professor Rowan smiled and added. However, in this field, your grandmother and you probably have more expertise than I do. I've already sent the information to my grandmother, Cynthia nodded. We're here today mainly to ask for your help with a Pokémon egg. A Pokémon egg. Goka. Charcadet eagerly brought over the egg. Professor Rowan's interest was piqued. He took out a magnifying glass and examined it closely. As Yuan watched, Professor Rowan carefully studied the patterns on the egg and slowly said, one of the parents is a dragon-type Pokémon. Because each Pokémon egg's pattern varies depending on its parent's species and lineage, it requires a specialist to identify them. A dragon-type parent. To Yuan, it felt like a tiny, adorable paw was reaching into his wallet. After a while, Professor Rowan continued. I can't be entirely certain, but I'd say there's a 60% chance it's a Larvitar, 30% chance it's a Gible, and 10% chance it's another dragon or ground-type Pokémon. Could it possibly be a Trapinch? Yuan asked tentatively. It's possible, Professor Rowan nodded, but unlikely. Well then. Yuan's faint hope was dashed. It couldn't be a Zygarde, right? Seeing Yuan's despondent expression, Cynthia whispered. The funding will be approved soon. Yuan nodded stiffly. I have some funds available, if you need them, I can lend you some. Indeed, Cynthia was a lifesaver. He had celebrated too early after all, January 8th, early morning, cloudy weather. After spending the night at Professor Rowan's research lab, Yuan rubbed his temples and sat up in bed. Instinctively, he glanced at the Pokémon egg beside Charcadet and let out a small sigh of relief. Last night, he had a strange dream where he caught a Larvitar, a little Snorlax, and a Gible. Led by Jengar, all three had their mouths wide open, calling out to him, hungry, hungry. That scene. It had terrified him into a cold sweat. Fortunately, waking up proved it was just a dream. Oh, still half asleep, Ice Ninetails pawed at the air in dissatisfaction. Yuan quickly offered his arm. Ice Ninetails clung to it, nuzzled it, took a few sniffs, and, satisfied, drifted back into sleep. Despite being an Ice-type Pokémon, it still insisted on lazing in bed during winter. Yuan lay back down, staring at the ceiling, where Jengar was also staring back at him. Human and Pokémon locked eyes for a few seconds. Caw. Jengar stretched out with a big yawn. There was an urban legend. Jengar's Pokédex weight was 40.5 kilograms, while Clefable's was 40 kilograms. Meanwhile, Haunter weighed only 0.1 kilograms. And if you added in a meal or two, Yuan shook his head. Jengar, take Dragonite and the others out for some air. Come to think of it, Dragonite had been unusually energetic ever since evolving. More precisely, after obtaining the fragment of the Verdant Orb, its energy had been through the roof more than even Charcadet, who had Entei's blessing, or Cubfo, who trained even in its sleep. If it didn't fly dozens of laps a day, it couldn't sit still. Sure enough, the moment Yuan woke up, Dragonite was already getting restless. Caw. Jengar gave him an okay gesture, and the chubby one led the bigger chubby one outside. Noticing this, Tinkaton suddenly jumped out of bed, grabbed its hammer, and charged out with a battle cry. Cha. A Dragon Knight couldn't miss a flight session? The thing was, when Dragonite flew alone, it was fine, but when carrying a passenger, whether a human or Pokémon, it usually didn't end well. Wait a second. I feel like I forgot something. Having spent the night who knows where, Flint dusted off the grass from his clothes and greeted Yuan, who was making breakfast in the courtyard. Morning, Yuan-sensei. As he approached. Thanks again for everything yesterday, you and Cynthia both. Yuan finally remembered what he had forgotten. After receiving Professor Rowan's bad news yesterday, he had completely forgotten about Flint. Want some? He asked generously. Of course. Flint nodded eagerly. Then he asked, what is it? A mixed grain pancake. Yuan handed him a paper bag. I made it using Charcadet's flames. Huh. Flint blinked. Why did Yuan-sensei always come up with these weird foods? And more importantly, they were always delicious. Whoever marries Yuan-sensei will definitely live a happy life. Taking a big bite, the crisp texture surprised him. In just a few bites, the pancake was gone. Then, he lined up with Gengar, Dragonite, Kubfu, and Garchomp, only to be met with their hostile stares. Ahem, Yuan-sensei, what brought you to Professor Rowan's lab? Registering for the Lily of the Valley conference. Flint quickly changed the subject. Lily of the Valley conference. Yuan paused mid-action. Oh right, he could register for the tournament here. Originally, Yuan had little interest in participating. But after learning that the egg was likely a larvitar or gibble, he reconsidered. Maybe it was time to stir up some trouble. No, gain some high-level battle experience? All done. Cynthia, sitting nearby, daintily licked her fingertips and looked at Yuan expectantly. At your service. To Yuan, Cynthia was no longer just a powerful trainer or an exceptionally beautiful girl. She was also a walking wallet, someone he couldn't afford to offend. When are you heading back to Hone? Cynthia asked as she waited. What's up? Instead of answering, Yuan asked in return. There's a nice hot spring in Sand Gem Town, Cynthia replied. In winter, nothing was more relaxing than a hot spring soak. She hadn't had a proper break in ages, always busy researching history, writing papers, or studying ancient ruins. A hot spring? At this, Gengar immediately raised both hands. Caw. Go, go, go. It had been too long since their last hot spring visit. Tinkaton and Dragonite also voiced their agreement. Even Ice Ninetales, though not overly fond of hot springs, was willing to tolerate it so long as Yuan was there. As for Kubfu and Charcadet, they had never been to a hot spring with Yuan before, so their eyes gleamed with curiosity. A hot spring, huh? Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. He hesitated before asking, is it mixed gender? Stare? Garchomp's gaze, filled with murderous intent, instantly locked onto him. Yuan's mouth twitched, and he let out an awkward chuckle. Just kidding? Don't take it too seriously. Cynthia simply smiled and said nothing. Meanwhile, Flint, slow on the uptake, suddenly realized something and widened his eyes in disbelief. You two are bathing together. Suddenly, he felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he saw Garchomp's friendly smile. It waved him over. Grr. Come on, let's spar. Gulp. Flint swallowed hard. They borrowed a jeep from Professor Rowan and drove toward the hot spring Cynthia had mentioned. According to her, the area was once an active volcano, but after it went dormant, natural geothermal springs remained. Back when Cynthia was an assistant at Professor Rowan's lab, she frequently visited this inn for relaxation. For safety reasons, Yuan insisted on driving himself. The key word, safety. We should install a Rotom engine in the car. Then I wouldn't even have to drive, he mused. January 8th, afternoon, light snow. Snowflakes drifted gently from the sky as they arrived at the hot spring inn, nestled in the mountains about 30 kilometers outside Sand Gem Town. As they entered the wooded area, the temperature dropped noticeably, and the trees were dusted with a thin layer of snow. But in such an environment, the thought of a hot spring soak became all the more enticing. The wooden buildings and the cozy atmosphere welcomed them with rising plumes of warm mist. A hotel attendant immediately recognized Cynthia and led them toward the baths. Our inn features natural hot springs rich in minerals. A meal will also be served later, prepared by our in-house chef. As the attendant explained, they handed out towels and bathrobes. Cynthia, smiling, walked toward another hallway. Clearly, mixed bathing was not a thing here either. Let's go, hot spring time. Caw. From the shadows, Gengar was beyond ready. Inside the changing room, two grown men had no reason to be shy. Yuan glanced at his reflection, well-defined chest, clear muscle tone, ABS before clicking his tongue. I barely work out, but my belly fat disappeared. Could it be? Aura has a fitness effect. He subconsciously glanced at Flint and smirked. Skinny dog. Flint. The hot spring's bamboo pipes dripped with a rhythmic plop-plop, while warm water gently cascaded into the pool. The air carried a faint scent of sulfur, mixed with the freshness of bamboo and wood. Since they had reserved a private bath, it was just Yuan and Flint. Naturally, they immediately released their Pokémon. Yuan leaned back against the smooth river stones, watching the scene unfold. Nothing beat a winter hot spring. He raised a brow and asked, anyone want macarons? Stare? Instantly, 8 pairs of eyes locked onto him, including one in the corner Marshadow, clutching a towel in one hand and the railing in the other, hesitantly poking at the water with its foot. Oh. Ninetales swayed its body gently as the warm air from the hairdryer gradually dried its fur. With its abilities, it could easily freeze the moisture on its body and shake it off, but it still enjoyed the feeling of Yuan carefully drying it with the hairdryer. On the other side, Charcadet was gently wiping the Pokémon egg with a towel, its body returning to its normal state. Meanwhile, Kubfu and Gengar sat beside it with their hands stretched out, warming themselves by the fire. Kubfu's fur gradually dried as well. Cuckoo. Cha. Tinkaton exhaled lightly onto its hammer before wiping it down with a towel, producing a crisp squeaky sound. Yuan glanced at Flint and his Pokémon huddled in the corner and called out. Rotom. Here, Roto. Fan mode. Understood, Roto. Gengar spit out a fan, and Rotom's body sparked with electricity as it dived into the fan, instantly transforming into Fan Rotom. A gust of wind blew toward Flint and his Pokémon. Whoosh. Coo. Feeling the wind's intensity, Flint's Infernape squinted its eyes, tears forming at the corners. Why didn't they have all this fancy equipment? Flint opened his mouth, and a gust of air rushed in. He quickly shut it again. He exchanged a glance with Infernape. Actually, this isn't so bad. Once everything was sorted out, Yuan adjusted his posture and leaned comfortably against Dragonite's smooth, soft belly. With the room warmed by Charcadet and Flint's Pokémon and the lingering warmth from the hot spring, lying against Dragonite's cool, squishy belly, nothing could be more comfortable. Perfection? Squeak. The door slid open. Cynthia, accompanied by her Pokémon, walked in. She wore a loose-fitting purple bathrobe, wooden sandals clacking softly with each step. Wrapped up tightly, she still carried a lingering warmth from the hot spring. Her waterfall-like golden hair cascaded down to her waist, and her fair cheeks were tinted with a faint pink hue from the bath. She smiled as her gaze swept over the scene before her. Yuan was sprawled out, completely at ease. Flint, did you change your hairstyle? Flint. 3 people, a long, quiet, and comfortable night. Yuan felt a thought stir in his heart. Let's play cards. His gambler's instincts reawakened. Given the current setting, nothing could be more fitting than an intense game of Pokémon World Landlord. I'm in, Cynthia said, eyes curving into a smile. Let's do it. Flint rolled up his sleeves, suddenly energized. As expected, no trainer could resist the temptation of a card game. As for the little ones, Yuan had already prepared poke blocks and gourmet treats from the inn for them. Sometime later. This is unfair. Why isn't the Joker a Jengar? Midnight. The snow had stopped. A bright, full moon hung high in the night sky. Yuan and Cynthia sat at the edge of the open-air balcony, their feet soaking in the steaming hot spring. Cynthia propped her chin up with both hands, watching as her pale feet swayed in the water like 2 tiny fish, mischief flashing in her eyes. She gently kicked the water, sending droplets splashing onto Yuan's face. Her delicate feet, glistening in the moonlight, were as flawless as porcelain. Yuan. The golden-haired beauty chuckled like a playful child. Noticing Garcomp's gaze from a distance, Yuan pressed his lips together and temporarily suppressed his urge to retaliate. Leaning back, he rested against Dragonite's belly. Steady, even breathing came from beside him. Cynthia, mimicking him, leaned against Dragonite's belly as well. She had to admit there were benefits to having a large, soft belly to rest on. Charcadet sat cross-legged nearby, already fast asleep, yet it instinctively controlled its body temperature to keep the cold at bay for them. Ninetales curled into Yuan's lap, letting out a long yawn, its eyelids growing heavy. Oh. Yuan gently stroked its head, smoothing down its fur as he whispered. Sleep. Oh. Ninetales nuzzled into his chest, found a comfortable position, and quietly drifted into slumber. On the other side, Ice Eevee did the same, burrowing into Cynthia's arms. Yuan and Cynthia exchanged glances but didn't speak, mindful of the sleeping Pokémon. Their eyes alone were enough to convey their understanding. A gentle smile passed between them. Caw. Jengar and Rotom tiptoed sneakily from outside, hands clasped behind their backs, looking suspicious as ever. Earlier, they had gone to gather materials, and their return was earlier than Yuan had expected. Crossing over Tinkaton, who was sprawled out in the shape of a star, and Cubfu, who was doing push-ups with a snot bubble hanging from its nose, they stopped before Yuan and Cynthia. Tada! The little purple rascal proudly pulled out a small bouquet of flowers and presented it to Cynthia. Cynthia's eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky. In a soft voice, she said, "Thank you." Finding fresh flowers in winter was no easy task. Caw. Jengar grinned widely. Then it turned to Yuan and smugly raised an eyebrow. Not long after, it let out a yawn, kicked its feet, and floated into the air, falling asleep midair. Yuan shook his head, pried open its mouth, and pulled out its precious spirit cloth from within, gently draping it over Jengar. Jengar smacked its lips, clutched the cloth in one hand, and rolled over in satisfaction. You and your Pokémon really share a deep bond, Cynthia murmured. Do we? Yuan chuckled. These little guys keep me on my toes. That's exactly what makes your bond so strong. Truthfully, though the little ones were sometimes mischievous, when it truly mattered, they would always stand by Yuan's side or even in front of him. Mischief was just their way of interacting with him. And for Pokémon like Jengar, being playful was simply their nature. Most trainers tried to suppress that nature, making them more obedient. But Yuan was different. He embraced their personalities and transformed their quirks into strengths. Honestly, spending time with them was a joy. Oh. Ninetales, lying on Yuan's lap, rolled over, revealing its soft belly. He couldn't resist reaching out to rub it. Oh. The little one murmured sleepily. Just then, a sudden, ethereal sound rang out. A hazy figure appeared in their line of sight. Is that? Both of them froze. Yuan reacted almost instantly, asking. This hot spring inn, it's not near Lake Verity, is it? Cynthia blinked. Probably, not far. Lake Verity was once a volcano. Over time, the crater had transformed into a massive natural lake. And this hot spring inn was built atop the geothermal remnants of that volcano. Well then. Yuan sighed, accepting fate. What's meant to come will come. What's not meant to come, won't appear even if you search for it. Cynthia seemed to catch on and hesitantly asked. Is that Mesprit? Mesprit, the legendary emotion Pokémon. Yuan nodded. Ying. The phantom form of Mesprit drifted through the air, its twin tails swaying, scattering shimmering stardust in its wake. The sheer emotion radiating from this scene was impossible for the emotion Pokémon to ignore. To Mesprit, Johan and his Pokémon, Cynthia, and hers even Flint, who was snoring inside, hugging Infernape were like beacons of light. And among them, the bond between Johan and his Pokémon shone the brightest. Ying. With a soft chime, a tiny, crystalline feather drifted down from the sky toward Johan. Ding-ling. Like the chime of a bell, Mesprit vanished. Johan stared blankly at the small feather in his hand, far smaller than the rainbow wing. No surprises. No excitement. The wing of Mesprit. With this, the set was complete. Now, with the claw of Uxie, the tooth of Azelf, and the wing of Mesprit, the binding tools were all gathered. Finally, it's complete, Johan murmured, gazing at the delicate feather in his hand. What will you do with it? Cynthia asked softly, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders. I'm not entirely sure yet, Johan replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. But having these might be crucial for future challenges. Cynthia nodded, understanding the weight of his words. The legends surrounding these items were vast and varied, and their true purpose remained a mystery. As the night deepened, the group settled into a comfortable silence, each lost in their thoughts. The gentle hum of the wind outside and the soft breathing of their Pokémon companions created a serene atmosphere. Johan leaned back, feeling the steady rise and fall of Dragonite's belly beneath him. The warmth from Charcadet and the soothing presence of his team made him feel at peace. Tonight's moon is exceptionally round, Johan mused aloud, his eyes reflecting the luminous orb in the sky. It is, Cynthia agreed, her voice barely above a whisper. A perfect night. As sleep began to claim them, the last thing Johan saw was the gentle glow of the wing of Mesprit, a reminder of the adventures that awaited them. January 9th, early morning, bright and sunny. At the outdoor dining table of the hot spring inn, Johan took a satisfying sip of his savory soy milk before pulling out a fried dough stick and stuffing it into his mouth. He had to admit ever since Rotom's capabilities had been gradually unlocked, his methods and variety of cooking had completely expanded. Flint casually walked out of his room and sat at the table, pouring himself a bowl of milky white soy milk. After taking a sip, he scooped in 2 heaping spoonfuls of sugar, making Johan's eye twitch. You heretic. Huh. Flint looked confused. I feel like Dragonite would be a great contender in a racing tournament, Cynthia commented, watching Dragonite joyfully soaring through the sky. A racing tournament. Johan squinted up at the sky, where Dragonite was gleefully zooming back and forth, mouth wide open. Why was he starting to get the image of an oversized, winged husky pretending to be a dragon? Shaking his head, he quickly pushed the thought away. If he kept thinking like that, every time he looked at Dragonite, he'd associate it with that image. Still, he had to admit, despite its chubby build, Dragonite was incredibly fast. The racing tournaments Cynthia mentioned were actually one of many Pokémon competitions in the Pokémon world. At the very least, they were more popular than ice sculpting contests. And they had a huge following. These races were divided into land-based and aerial categories. For land races, Pokémon like Rapidash and Rhyhorn were commonly seen. For example, in Pokémon XY, Serena was a highly skilled Rhyhorn racer. Aerial races, on the other hand, were split into individual sprints, relay races, and more. With a mouthful of steamed bun, Flint muttered, isn't Fortree City hosting the Wing Festival tournament soon? Johan paused. Fortree City was the northernmost city in Hone, and its gym leader, Winona, specialized in flying-type Pokémon. She was known as the Elegant Sky Dancer. Due to the geographical locations of Kanto, Johto, Hone, and Sinnoh, Fortree City wasn't far from the southwestern part of Sinnoh, where they were now. The Wing Festival tournament was an annual event in Fortree City, celebrating the skies and featuring aerial Pokémon races. However, how do you know so much about this? Johan asked. Flint didn't even own a flying-type Pokémon. Flint scratched his head sheepishly. Well, after last time, I thought about catching a flying type, so I started paying attention to the news. I'll introduce you to someone who can help. Johan pulled out his phone and scrolled through his contacts. Flint leaned in to look. Even Cynthia glanced over curiously. Lanes. Flint froze when he saw the name. He had once participated in an exhibition match in Pseudopolis City alongside Cynthia, Lance, and Steven, so he was familiar with them. Cynthia also paused for a moment when she saw Lance's name before smiling knowingly. Isn't Lance the Dragon Master? Flint asked. Johan waved dismissively. Doesn't matter. Trust me if you need flying-type Pokémon advice, he's your guy. Flint imagined the scenario in his head. He'd go to Lance for advice about flying-type Pokémon. Lance would glare at him and say, you're not even worth talking to. Flint shuddered. Too risky. But now that he thought about it, most of Lance's Pokémon were flying types. I'll ask for you. Johan, suddenly interested, immediately dialed Lance's number. By now, Team Rocket should still be on their holiday break, right? The call connected quickly. Lance, it's me. I have a friend, Flint, who wants to ask. Before he could finish, Lance's surprised voice came through. Johan, how did you know I was in Hone? Johan blinked. What was Lance doing in Hone? I was going to tell you once I arrived, but you called first. Is this what they call a bond between friends? Who wants a bond with you, man? Through the phone, Johan could also hear strong winds in the background. Where are you? Before Lance could answer, another voice interrupted. Where do you think you're putting your hands? The voice was slightly irritated but also had a hint of shyness. That voice. Claire? Ah, sorry. I wasn't paying attention, Lance hurriedly explained. A mental image formed in Yuan's mind. Lance and Claire riding Dragonite, with Lance in front and Claire behind him. And Lance's hand accidentally. Humph. Claire's annoyed huff pulled him back to reality. Yuan shook his head. If it were anyone else, he might have suspected it was intentional. But Lance, this certified steel-hearted guy, probably did it by accident. Well, Yuan, we're almost in Fortress City. You coming? The Wing Festival tournament's happening, Lance said cheerfully. Since it was a rare vacation, and the investigation bureau had nothing urgent, he had taken the chance to travel with Claire. Hearing about the Wing Festival tournament and the chance to meet old friends, they decided to go. Yuan glanced at Cynthia, ignoring Flint, who was frantically shaking his head. Cynthia mouthed, "We're still on vacation." Yuan got the message and said, "It's a bit far. We'll need some time." "No worries. It hasn't started yet." After a few more words, they hung up. Yuan shrugged and looked at Flint. "See? A normal Dragon Master would join a flying-type tournament." Flint fell into deep thought. Yuan told his Pokémon about their plans to participate in the Wing Festival tournament. Hearing this, Dragonite was obviously ecstatic. But the most excited one? Tinkaton. Cha. Degree. The little pink Pokémon rubbed its hammer, eyes shining. Big birds, so many big birds. Fortress City, Hoen's northernmost city. It wasn't a large city, but it was unique, known as the Treehouse City. Almost all of its buildings were constructed atop towering trees. Frequent rainfalls caused the trees to grow taller than in most other places. Wild bug-type Pokémon could often be seen flitting about. Studies even suggested that Fortress City's residents tended to be healthier and live longer. But the city wasn't just forests and tree houses. It also had open plazas and aerial platforms built for flying Pokémon performances. Yuan and his group arrived at Fortress City's central plaza. The area was bustling with activity. Stalls lined the plaza, while various flying-type Pokémon soared overhead: Pidgeot, Fearow, Crobat, Swellow. There were even rarer Pokémon like Skarmory and Tropius. Tinkaton, stay calm. Don't forget our deal, Yuan reminded, pressing a hand on its hammer. The twin-tailed, pink Pokémon hesitated for a moment before nodding with difficulty. Cha, who would have thought that this seemingly harmless little creature was actually a big bird hunter? So lively, Flint remarked. Hands in his pockets, he smirked. For a moment, he really looked like the protagonist of a martial arts film. Yuan glanced at him sideways. A guy who didn't even own a flying-type Pokémon, and yet, he was so invested in the Wing Festival tournament. Flint, ever heard this saying? What? That year, I walked with my hands in my pockets, not knowing what defeat was. Flint grinned. This totally fit him. Then Yuan added, the next year, I walked with my hands on my head, not knowing how to fight back. Flint. Just then, Cynthia's eyes gleamed as she pointed at a dango stall. Yuan, that one. Clearly, she was struggling to decide and was asking for help. 3 orders of brown sugar dango, Yuan declared generously. First, let's head to the cafe. Lance is waiting for us there. At a cafe in Fortress City's central plaza, a man and a woman in capes were leisurely sipping coffee. Noticing people approaching from afar, the young man with short, dark red hair called out, 3 more cups of coffee, please. Understood, please wait a moment. Then, he smiled and waved toward the plaza. Yuan, over here. Walking toward them were Yuan, Cynthia, and Flint. It's been a while, Lance, Claire. After sitting down, Yuan greeted them casually. It really has been some time, Lance replied. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Claire, arms crossed, let out a soft huff, clearly not in the best mood. There seem to be a lot of people here today, Cynthia said as she finished the last dango, speaking with her mouth half full. Flint glanced toward the central registration area of the plaza, where a massive crowd had already gathered. Looks like even signing up won't be easy. Don't worry, Lance smiled slightly. I already registered for you all. Flint cautiously glanced at Yuan and Cynthia, then pointed at himself. Lance's smile remained unchanged. You're all signed up, no need to thank me. Flint took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, thanks. Kaka. Jengar emerged from Yuan's shadow, pointed toward the nearby food stalls, and drooled. Go on. Yuan ruffled its head, just don't cause trouble. Kaka. Jengar called Rotom along. Come on, how could you not trust me? Rotom, Ninetales, keep an eye on it, Yuan instructed. Bzzzt. A pokeball on his waist popped open, and Ninetales emerged. Are you serious, Roto? Oh. Rotom alone might not have been able to rein in Jengar, but with Ninetales around, it was definitely possible. Jengar could be mischievous, but it wouldn't cross the line in broad daylight. Humming a tune, the 3 Pokémon trotted off. Where were we? Lance asked. Oh, Flint wanted to ask you for advice on catching a flying-type Pokémon, Yuan said without hesitation. Flying-type? Me. Lance pointed at himself, confirming. You know a lot about them, and he specializes in fire types. I see. Lance rubbed his chin in thought and murmured. Charizard is an excellent choice. Flint's eyes lit up. That was pretty much what he expected. Then Lance continued. Moltres is also a good option. Flint's breath caught. Then, he nodded rapidly. This suggestion was even better. No doubt about it, Lance truly lived up to his name. Yuan, watching the two seriously discuss the matter, was momentarily stunned. One dares to suggest, the other dares to listen. Yuan, Cynthia, Lance, and Claire, welcome to Fortree City. As they chatted, a tall, elegant woman in a light blue flight suit approached them. It was none other than Fortree City's gym leader Winona. Flint covered his face. Will no one recognize me? Oh, my apologies. Welcome, Flint, Winona added after noticing him. And no problem. Flint shivered, eyes brimming with tears. Finally, someone acknowledged me? The group exchanged greetings. After learning they were participating in the Wing Festival's aerial race, Winona smiled and said, "The weather today is excellent, perfect for flying. However, based on my experience, the optimal flying conditions haven't arrived yet. You may have to wait a little longer." Winona wasn't just the gym leader of Fortree City, she was also the chief gym leader of Hone, overseeing various gym-related matters. Like Erica in Kanto, so she easily struck up a conversation with the group. Yuan and Lance were first-time participants, but as the host, Winona had attended many times and generously shared her insights. The best flying conditions aren't necessarily when the air is completely still. It's about reading the air currents, understanding them, and using them to your advantage. Technically, Pokémon were not allowed to attack each other during the race. However, there were no absolute rules. For example, a Pokémon flying in front might use an aerial maneuver to disturb the airflow, making it harder for those behind to keep up. Likewise, positioning and flight paths could be used to gain an advantage. Additionally, the racecourse itself was designed to be unpredictable, featuring water surfaces, forests, rock formations, and other obstacles requiring trainers to make quick decisions. Ahem, what if a trainer isn't great at riding a Pokémon? Yuan asked, clearing his throat. The group turned to look at him. Yuan quickly added, "I'm asking for Flint." Flint. Everyone nodded in understanding. Only Cynthia, smiling mischievously, glanced at Yuan with a knowing look. Winona chuckled and explained, "Trainers can fly separately from their Pokémon. The event provides hot air balloons, though this makes it harder to give commands in real time." She paused, then added, "If you insist on flying together, protective gear is highly recommended. It may slightly hinder movement but ensures safety." Protective gear? Or? Winona's smile grew. "You could just let your Pokémon carry you." Yuan immediately pictured Red being carried by an Aerodactyl, held up by his backpack straps. And if he fell? Winona continued giving tips on aerial racing until another person arrived. Everyone. As expected. It was Wallace, the current Pseudopolis City gym leader. The moment Wallace appeared, Winona's warm and friendly expression instantly turned cold. She stood up and said, "My apologies, I have some preparations to attend to. I'll take my leave." After a brief, polite bow, she turned and walked away. Wallace looked awkward. Yuan nudged him. "Go after her." Wallace hesitated for a moment before realizing Yuan's intent. He gave Yuan a grateful look before hurrying after Winona. Winona. The group exchanged glances. Claire, ever perceptive, immediately caught on. Are Wallace and Winona. Flint, on the other hand, suddenly exclaimed, "Do they have a grudge?" Everyone. "You seem to know something." Cynthia asked Yuan. She had noticed how he prompted Wallace. Yuan held up both thumbs and gently bent them. However, no one seemed to understand the gesture. "How can you not recognize this universal sign?" Sighing, Yuan explained. "They're a couple. Or at least, they used to be." Claire's gossip-loving instincts ignited. She stared at Yuan and said seriously, "Details." Even Cynthia looked intrigued. "Seriously?" Yuan eyed the bag of sunflower seeds that had suddenly appeared in Claire's hands. "Do you also have a Jengar hidden somewhere?" His knowledge about Wallace and Winona came from Pokémon adventures. Wallace and Winona had been dating for a long time. When Wallace was younger, he participated in the Pokémon League and won, leading many to believe he had the potential to become an Elite Four member or even a champion. But instead, he chose to follow his mentor, Juan, and became Pseudopolis City's gym leader. Winona, also a gym leader, found it suffocating to have a stronger partner always by her side, predicting her every move. It put immense pressure on her, leading to their breakup. However, she never realized. The reason Wallace made that choice was because she had just taken over as gym leader, and he wanted to stay close to support her. But Wallace never told her this, fearing it would hurt her pride even more. And so, their relationship remained in a delicate balance, still in love but unable to bridge the gap between them. After hearing Yuan's brief explanation, the group fell silent. It wasn't about who was right or wrong, but it was a shame they never moved past it. Yuan also recalled how, in Pokémon adventures, both Wallace and Winona had tragically perished during the Hone crisis until Celebi reversed time and saved them. Thank Arceus for Celebi. Not long after, Wallace returned with a resigned look. Clearly, this wasn't his first attempt, or his first failure. Lance patted him on the back in sympathy, only to be immediately glared at by Claire. "Do you even have the right to be giving out relationship advice?" Lance, baffled by Claire's sudden hostility, had no idea what he did wrong. At that moment, Flint suddenly stood up. "Let's battle." Eyes burning with determination, he scanned the group. In his mind, there was no problem that couldn't be solved with a Pokémon battle. And if there was, just battle more. "Boss, I need a custom set of protective gear." At the Wing Festival tournament in Fortree City, Yuan and Cynthia arrived at a protective gear shop with Dragonite. Coming. A middle-aged man stepped out from his temporary store. "Whoa." Upon seeing Dragonite beside Yuan, the man couldn't help but exclaim. What a massive one! Yuan's Dragonite stood at least a head taller than a normal one, and its body was at least twice as broad. Without a doubt, it was a true giant. The shop owner's remark pleased Dragonite immensely. It flexed its chubby arms, showing off its pudgy muscles. Power. Cynthia, grinning, patted Dragonite's belly, which made a distinct duan-duan sound. She knew firsthand how comfortable that belly was. But does such a sturdy Dragonite even need protective gear? The shop owner voiced his doubt. Among all rideable flying-type Pokémon, Dragonite undoubtedly provided one of the best riding experiences. Its broad back, stable sitting area, easily grippable arms and neck, and its superb control over air currents made it an ideal mount. On the other hand, Pokémon like Pidgeot, Fearow, and Dragonair were the ones that really needed protective gear. Just tell me, can it be equipped or not? Yuan cut to the chase. Ignorant? Foolish? This was a televised event? What if kids watched and tried to copy? Not everyone was a super rookie. As a mentor, he had to set a good example. Yuan had already prepared his solid reasoning in advance. Of course, it can. Faced with Yuan's firm stance, the shop owner immediately puffed up his chest in confidence. He then took out a set of professional tools and equipment. This Dragonite is huge. I'd recommend this universal gear. It's easy to detach, adjustable in size, and simple to install. As he introduced it, he displayed a few images. Suddenly, a thought popped into Yuan's mind. Could this gear be installed on Rayquaza? Or maybe Giratina? But as soon as that dangerous thought arose, he immediately crushed it. Tinkaton suddenly emerged from its pokeball, staring intently as the shop owner hammered away, installing a complete and stylish set of protective gear onto Dragonite's back. As it watched, a look of realization flashed across its face. After the installation, Dragonite spun around twice in front of Yuan and Cynthia. Does it look cool? Without hesitation, Yuan responded, cool. Cynthia also smiled knowingly and nodded. Hearing the affirmation, Dragonite beamed with satisfaction. As it walked down the street, it knew it was the most stylish one around. Especially with its size and status as a pseudo-legendary Pokémon, it drew nearly every gaze its way. Dragonite instantly became even more confident, striding with a majestic air. Suddenly, Tinkaton, who had been dragging its feet in a daze at the back, snapped out of its trance with a jolt. It immediately ran up to Yuan, tugged on his sleeve, and pointed at itself, then at Dragonite's protective gear. You want to modify this gear? Yuan quickly understood. But this gear wasn't cheap, it cost over 10,000 Poke dollars. Yet, Tinkaton nodded furiously, looking absolutely certain. Since it was so insistent and Dragonite had no objections, Yuan couldn't bear to dampen the little one's enthusiasm. After all, Tinkaton had been contemplating how to build armor for Charcadet for ages but hadn't made a move yet. That meant it was no longer the reckless little battle maniac it used to be. Thus, they moved to a secluded grove. Tinkaton swiftly removed Dragonite's protective gear in just a few moves. Judging by its skilled hands, it had completely digested the structure of the gear. But instead of getting to work right away, Tinkaton called out toward Yuan's waist. BZZT. Hearing the call, Charcadet immediately ran out. Goka. Then, Yuan, Cynthia, and Dragonite all sat down in a row, hugging their knees, watching the two Pokémon work. Tinkaton effortlessly disassembled the protective gear, then, after examining it closely, took a piece and began heating it over Charcadet's flaming hands. A hammer-wielding blacksmith and a living forge, was this the ultimate forging duo? It looked like Tinkaton had truly found the perfect way to enhance itself, unlocking its final blacksmith form. For the first time, Tinkaton was seriously focused on forging. It actually looks very reliable, Cynthia murmured, hugging her knees. She had seen this little blacksmith hatch from an egg, and now it was already crafting armor. It was nostalgic. With rhythmic hammering and bursts of sparks flying, the protective gear slowly transformed. Tinkaton signaled to Dragonite. Dragonite opened its mouth slightly and exhaled a gentle stream of water. SSSS. Steam rose as the gear underwent its final tempering. Then, Tinkaton carefully reassembled the parts. Compared to the original, the newly reforged gear looked much more streamlined. More importantly, in a demonstration, Tinkaton snapped it onto Dragonite's back in just one click, the entire process taking less than a second. With its modifications, the gear was now easier to install and remove, more compact for travel, and interfered with Dragonite's flight even less, while also improving Yuan's riding experience. Yuan couldn't help but ruffle Tinkaton's head while sighing emotionally. You've grown up. A father's pride. Maybe, one day, Tinkaton really would become the world's top Pokémon gear specialist, like the Pokémon Adventures character Riley, who built equipment for Pokémon. If Riley could forge battle armor for Kubfu and Urshifu, calling it Armor Warrior, maybe Tinkaton could do the same. Would that mean the rusted sword and rusted shield could also be reforged? With its new gear, Dragonite felt even more like the king of the skies. Woohoo, time to fly. At the central plaza, Jengar dashed over, holding bags of snacks and cakes, handing them to Yuan. Seeing Jengar return with treats, Yuan smiled and took them. Good work. Yuan, Cynthia, Jengar, and the rest of the Pokémon sat neatly on the edge of a flower bed, all simultaneously munching on cake. The aerial race was about to start. Contestants gathered at the central square one after another. The vast blue sky was clear, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. One by one, trainers and their Pokémon made final preparations for takeoff. There were the usual competitors Pidgeot, Fearow, Butterfree, Noctowl, Braviary. Rarer ones included Skarmory, Tropius, and Noivern. And then, there were the unexpected ones like Jumpluff and Drifloon, currently warming up. But the real standouts included a Hydreigon from Unova, Lance and Claire's Dragonite, Wallace's Pelipper, and Winona's Dragon Trader, Altaria. All of them were clear top contenders. Some trainers mounted their Pokémon, while others readied hot air balloons. What's Flint doing? Cynthia asked, glancing at the training field. Yuan's expression turned weird. He's warming up. He hadn't expected Flint to actually compete. But the real question was he didn't own a flying-type Pokémon. Yuan was curious to see what he'd pull off. As Fortree City's mayor finished his speech and Winona explained the track rules, the competitors lined up for takeoff. The race had 3 phases. Takeoff and forest section, navigating dense trees and wild Pokémon. Obstacle section, avoiding falling rocks and stone pillars, the best place to gain an advantage. Final sprint, a long, open stretch but tricky air currents would make it difficult. Let's go. Yuan turned to Cynthia. She nodded, summoning Garchomp. On the launch platform, Yuan climbed onto Dragonite, gripping the gear tightly. Dragonite, safety first, race second. Dre, happy face. Finally, time to fly free. Below, Gengar led the cheer squad, pumping Dragonite up even more. Yuan wiped his forehead. Flying races counted as competitions, right? Would Dragonite's lucky streak trigger? Yuan, how about a race? Lance, with his cape billowing, grinned confidently. Yuan twitched his mouth but said nothing. As the whistle blew, contestants took off. And Flint stole the spotlight. Magmortar, flamethrower. Magmortar blasted fire straight downward, launching Flint like a rocket. Ah, hot hot hot. Ref, is this even allowed? Damn, this guy. Yuan wiped his face. Magmortar-powered jet flight? Flint was truly a genius. Let's just hope he makes it out of Fortree City alive. An unexpected opening. Magmortar took the lead, charging ahead at full speed. But some competitors got caught in the crossfire. For instance, an unnamed pseudo-camera operator later recounted in a post-race interview. Translation. You don't understand. Just as I was about to take off, a blast of fire shot toward me. At that moment, I could already smell roast duck, deep-fried sparrow, and grilled pigeon. Fortunately, since Flint and Magmortar didn't directly attack other competitors, they weren't disqualified. Woohoo! Flint, standing on his hot air balloon, cheered excitedly. Magmortar, full throttle. Watching this utterly flashy display, Yuan momentarily forgot about the thrill of Dragonite's takeoff. He absent-mindedly muttered, if even Magmortar can fly, is there anyone who can't? However, Magmortar's rocket launch technique obviously couldn't be sustained for long. After briefly leading the race, it was quickly overtaken by the majority of competitors. After all, if a flying-type Pokémon was slower than Magmortar, that would be downright embarrassing. And worse, they risked taking multiple rounds of collateral damage. Taking the true lead was none other than our future flying-type Elite Four, Lance. Right behind him was Fortree gym leader Winona, soaring on Altaria's back. As for Yuan, he clung to Dragonite's back with a deadpan expression, gripping the harness tightly. One undeniable fact: this harness made the riding experience significantly better, even with the wind roaring past on both sides, making him feel like his body was in the front while his soul lagged behind. At least, I think I can do this again. Yuan took a deep breath. How could such a practical invention like a flight harness exist? Dragonite turned its head, letting out a soft call. Yuan forced a smile. He knew Dragonite loved flying and even more so carrying him along. But after some unpleasant flying experiences in the past, the little guy had developed a tiny bit of concern. It wanted to soar through the skies with Yuan, but at the same time, it worried about hurting him. So, seeing Yuan's thumbs up, Dragonite let out a joyous roar. Nearby, Garchomp and Cynthia, who was crouched stylishly on its back, looking infinitely cooler than Yuan, glanced over curiously. Yuan gave her a thumbs up as well. Cynthia smiled slightly, patting Garchomp's neck. Grr. Garchomp instantly stopped holding back, letting out a fierce roar as it picked up speed. Yeah, no problem, Goku. With a sudden downward dive, Dragonite shot into the forest section of the race, launching Yuan's soul even farther behind. Look at that! The race commentator shouted excitedly into the broadcast mic. Yuan's technique is so professional. See how he presses close to Dragonite's back? Do you know why? This reduces air resistance, allowing for faster command transmission and, most importantly, minimizing exposure to unknown dangers. Everyone, are you taking notes? Fwoosh, fwoosh, fwoosh. Entering the dense forest caused a massive disturbance, startling the wild Pokémon within. Watch out for Pidgeotto. Crap Venomith's poison powder. Wait, why are all these Beedrill only chasing me? The difficulty spiked instantly, as many competitors faced an unceremonious welcome from the local wildlife, especially those trainers who rode their Pokémon, thus highlighting Yuan's superior flying posture. One by one, other competitors started mimicking his stance. Before he knew it, Yuan had unintentionally become the textbook example for flight courses everywhere. But for experienced trainers and Pokémon, these obstacles barely slowed them down. Whoosh. Lance remained at the front, bursting out of the forest into the rocky canyon section. The others followed closely behind. Now was the moment for competitors to truly widen the gap, each revealing their own tricks. Tropius, charge. Jumpluff, it's your time to shine. The chlorophyll ability activated under the clear skies, doubling the speed of Pokémon who possessed it. Chlorophyll, when in sunny weather, this Pokémon's speed is doubled. Tropius and Jumpluff are catching up fast. They're closing in on the leading pack. The so-called leading pack consisted of Lance, Winona, and Cynthia. Lance's Dragonite was beyond question. Countless emergency missions with the international police had honed their flying skills to an elite level. Winona and Altaria were equally formidable. As the local gym leader, she knew the terrain like the back of her hand. From her calm, measured pace, it was clear she and Altaria hadn't even gone full speed yet. Anyone who runs knows the second-place runner benefits immensely from reduced air resistance. As for Cynthia, was there any flight scenario more extreme than launching off MT Coronet at full speed? And Johan? Firmly in the second tier. According to him, this was tactical positioning. Joining him were Wallace and Claire. Seeing Tropius and Jumpluff rapidly closing in on the lead, Wallace glanced at Winona's back and smiled faintly. Pelipper. Dark clouds gathered above. The race commentator shouted, It's drizzle. The chlorophyll boost is gone." Johan glanced at Wallace's gentle smile. Honestly, he wanted to shake this man. Dude, if you like her, just tell her. If you make sacrifices, say it out loud. How's she supposed to know if you don't tell her? Otherwise, don't come crying when you turn into some tragic romance drama protagonist. Whoa, Flint's Magmortar is catching up. The commentator's astonishment filled the air. Go, Magmortar. While the rocky canyon was a nightmare for flying Pokémon, it was perfect for Flint. Magmortar landed on a towering rock pillar and blasted fire downward. Boom, jet launch, round 2. More competitors screamed in protest. It seemed that getting out of Fortree City unscathed was becoming increasingly unlikely for Flint. Even Johan felt the scorching heat closing in behind him. Losing to Lance, Winona, or Cynthia was fine, but losing to Flint in a flying race? Johan clenched his teeth. Dragonite full speed ahead. No bad luck so far, meaning Dragonite's luck balance had shifted into the positive zone. Time to go all out. Dre. Hearing that, Dragonite roared in excitement, flapping its wings powerfully as it surged forward. The final stretch, a narrow mountain pass, lay ahead. The leading group prepared to make their final push. Winona took the initiative. Altaria Dragon Dance. Lance, unwilling to fall behind, called out, Dragonite Dragon Dance as well. Grr. I'm not losing to you. Cynthia's Garchomp roared, and, just as it was about to overtake Johan, Dragonite flew past it. This was a true high-level match. A powerful headwind blasted through the pass. Winona stayed composed. Altaria tailwind. Using the airflow to slingshot forward, she overtook both Lance and Cynthia. Meanwhile, Lance called out to Johan. Johan, now's our real showdown. To Lance, Winona and Cynthia weren't even a threat. But Johan didn't respond. Lance assumed he was focused. In reality, Johan was just too drained to speak. He simply pressed his forehead against Dragonite's back, praying for dear life. As the commentator hyped up the final sprint, all the top competitors unleashed their finishing moves. Winona Brave Bird? Cynthia Dragon Rush? Lance Dragon Rush? Johan? He mentally screamed. Screw it. Dragonite, go for it. Dre. With one final burst, Dragonite surged forward. Crossing the finish line first? Ance, in second, simply sighed. Of course Johan had a trump card. Winona, that was a high-rank match. Cynthia's Garchomp, where's Flint? As Johan stumbled off Dragonite, his legs gave out. Cynthia, subtly, caught him just in time. Congrats, Johan, Lance said. Johan raised a hand, stopping them all. Don't rush, he muttered. Let my soul, keep flying for a bit. I can't believe Professor Johan actually won in the end. He must have been holding back, lowering his opponent's guard before seizing victory at the last moment. This guy is terrifyingly strategic. Did you see that flight harness? Now that's what I call professional. During the final sprint, aside from the commentator, the entire audience had held their breath in silence. It was only after Johan crossed the finish line that they erupted into cheers and discussions. After the awards ceremony, Winona personally delivered the prizes to Johan and the others on behalf of the competition organizers. As the champion, Johan received the item Sharpbeak as well as a complete feather set. Although Dragonite was both a dragon-type and a flying-type Pokémon, it actually didn't know that many flying-type moves. And, well, a beak for Dragonite? That just felt weird. Whatever, something is better than nothing. I'll just let Dragonite play with it. Johan thought to himself while smiling at Winona. Thank you, Miss Winona. And also this. Winona handed him a badge that looked like a delicate white feather. This is another prize for the champion. The feather badge from the Fortree Gym? Winona continued. I heard that Professor Johan enjoys collecting gym badges. I figured this would be a nice fit for your collection. Johan. Since when did I get labeled as someone who likes collecting gym badges? I mean, yeah, I do have a few more than usual, but, of course, there's this as well, Winona added, handing over a technical machine. It was a TM for Roost. Roost, the user lands and rests its body. It recovers nearly half its HP but temporarily loses its flying type attribute. Then I won't say no. Yuan happily accepted the prize. The badge? Whatever, it could go in Jengar's collection of trinkets. But the TM was definitely useful. Roost was a fantastic move for keeping Dragonite in peak condition. And in certain strategic situations, it could even be used to negate quadruple weaknesses to rock or ice-type attacks. Lance, as the runner-up, and Winona, who placed third, also received their respective rewards. As for Cynthia, although she didn't place in the top 3, she still earned a prize. Here, take this. Cynthia handed Yuan the TM she had received. I don't need flying-type moves for now, Cynthia explained. The TM she got was Air Slash. Air Slash, base power 75. Has a 30% chance to make the target flinch. Yuan immediately thought of Serene Grace to Jekis plus Air Slash flinch chains, a true nightmare for anyone on the receiving end. If a Pokemon had Serene Grace, the chance of secondary effects happening would double, meaning Air Slash now had a 60% flinch rate. The ultimate flinch hack strategy. For non-lucky players? Well, Serene Grace to Jekis, Air Slash, missed 5 times in a row. Yuan shook his head. Let's not talk about that. But still, this move was absolutely deadly for lucky trainers. In his memory, Cynthia was supposed to catch a Togekiss at some point. But at this stage, she didn't have one yet. So for Yuan and Dragonite, if they added Air Slash to their moveset, considering Dragonite's special talent for luck-based battles, could this be a budget Serene Grace to Jekis in the making? Cynthia murmured thoughtfully, then casually said, what should we have for dinner tonight? Yuan instantly understood her meaning. Leave it to me. With the flying race finished, Dragonite proudly flaunted its champion medal in front of the other Pokemon. Flint rejoined the group, shaking his head regretfully. Such a shame. I almost won. If not for the fact that his face was bruised and battered, Yuan might have believed him. This guy had single-handedly ruined the takeoff for nearly half the competitors and nearly caused a forest fire. The fact that he made it back alive was honestly a miracle. Still, Flint did manage to make a name for himself. After today, many flying-type trainers would have a tough time holding their heads high. That evening, Yuan once again prepared a feast, and Cynthia took the opportunity to invite Wallace and Winona. However, throughout the meal, Wallace and Winona exchanged fewer than 3 sentences. And those 3 sentences? All initiated by Wallace, and all completely ignored by Winona. Faced with this awkwardness, Wallace looked completely helpless. He would have asked for help. But seeing that Yuan had 0 romantic experience, Lance was a steel-hearted battle freak, and Flint was, well, Flint. He decided to give up. After dinner, Flint suggested another round of battles. This time, everyone gladly agreed. Most took part in 1 or 2 friendly matches, except for Yuan, who preferred to sit out and watch. Then came an interesting matchup, Flint versus Winona. Holy crap, Flint is really going all out. Claire murmured under her breath. Flint was always reckless in battles, sometimes going too far. But to be fair, Winona wasn't weak either. I think he's doing great, Lance said, completely serious. Going all out is the greatest form of respect for your opponent. Claire shot him a glare. So that's why you never hold back against me, huh? In the end, the battle ended just as expected. Winona lost. Not that surprising, considering she was using a Skarmory against Flint's fire types. Flint, completely oblivious to the tension in the air, turned around with a grin. All right, who's next? Everyone exchanged glances. Then Wallace stood up, smiling. I'll go next. Yuan, sitting nearby, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He turned his head only to immediately sense an overwhelming killing intent directed at Flint. Wallace was out for revenge. Even Claire unconsciously shrank back a little, but she still muttered, that's kinda manly, though. Meanwhile, Winona simply frowned. And then, Jengar suddenly appeared beside Yuan, holding a bucket of popcorn from who knows where. Caw, this is gonna be good. Jengar turned and offered the bucket to Cynthia. Cynthia chuckled. Thanks. I want some too. Claire ran over excitedly. At that moment, Flint was still blissfully unaware. Then, Gyarados, Hydro Pump. Wallace immediately called out his attack without hesitation. Even a physical Gyarados finishing with Hydro Pump? Yeah, Flint never stood a chance. Before Wallace could call for the next challenger, Winona silently stepped forward, releasing her Altaria. From an outsider's perspective, it looked like Wallace was avenging Winona. But in Winona's eyes, Wallace was showing off his strength, which was exactly why they had broken up in the first place. She had never wanted to be seen as Wallace's girlfriend or respected because of him. She wanted to earn that respect herself. The entire group instinctively went silent. Even Flint and Lance, who weren't the most perceptive, could feel the tension. In the audience, only Jengar continued crunching on popcorn. Winona. Wallace frowned. Please take this battle seriously, Wallace, she said flatly. It was the first time she had spoken to him all night. Wallace took a deep breath. All right. Yuan nearly fell off his chair. All right, my ass. These two were about to fight to the death? Cynthia gently tugged Yuan's sleeve. We can't let them finish this battle, she whispered. If they fought to the end, their relationship would be beyond saving. Yuan sighed. Okay, I have a plan. Yuan took a deep breath and said, Cynthia, Lance, when I give the signal, step in and stop them. Got it. Cynthia nodded. Huh. Lance blinked. Aren't they battling just fine? But after a sharp glare from Claire, he quickly shut his mouth and sighed. Fine, I got it. On the battlefield, Altaria and Melodic clashed once again before separating. That was the moment Johan called out, "Now, Garcomp, Dragonite." Cynthia's Garcomp and Lance's Dragonite instantly rushed onto the field. In the stunned gazes of Wallace and Winona, the two Pokémon firmly blocked Altaria and Melodic from continuing the battle. "That's it?" Claire asked, tilting her head. Johan adjusted his glasses. "No, now we move to the next step." He stepped onto the battlefield and called out, "Gengar." "Caw-caw." Gengar let out a mischievous laugh and raised its hands. Hypnosis. Wallace and Winona, caught completely off guard, were immediately put to sleep. "You two keep saying you can't talk things out properly, right?" Johan muttered. "Fine. Then you can talk in a dream." He and Gengar were experts in dream manipulation, especially nightmares. They would recreate the events of the Hone Crisis when Team Aqua and Team Magma had held Winona hostage, forcing Wallace into a terrible dilemma. And if that wasn't enough, well, if one nightmare wasn't enough, they'd make it two. If two weren't enough, they'd make it three. Because deep down, Johan knew, Wallace still loved Winona. And Winona still loved Wallace. That was the foundation of everything. If that didn't exist, no amount of shared experiences would help. To the rest of the group, only a few minutes had passed. But for Wallace and Winona, inside the dream, they had gone through countless crises together. When they finally woke up, both looked disoriented. And yet, as soon as their eyes met, they understood. Everything was clear now. Even if they weren't ready to get back together immediately, at least their relationship could start to heal. Johan let out a long sigh of relief, motioning for Gengar to stop applying nightmares. Back in the seating area, Claire suddenly approached Johan. Her face was slightly red, and she hesitated before whispering, "That thing you just did." Johan turned to her. "Can you do that to Lance too?" Johan. Meanwhile, Flint, who had finally caught on, gasped in realization. "Wait a second. Does this mean Professor Johan is actually a love expert?" Somewhere in Sinnoh White Forest, under the hazy moonlight, a shadowy figure stood alone, gazing up at the night sky. Its expression flickered slightly. Nightmares, January 10th, clear weather. Early morning. Amidst the misty morning air and the rising sun, Johan and Cynthia were seated on a private plane heading to Rustboro City. Just this morning, after breakfast, Johan received a call from the older Gallade's sister. On the phone, she reported that she had noticed some unfamiliar faces suddenly appearing around the cafe. These people followed a certain pattern, often lingering in specific corners, quietly observing the cafe. This made the older Gallade's sister wary. She had once led her younger brother in an escape from the clutches of Pokémon hunters, so she had developed keen observation skills and a strong sense of impending danger. With her powerful psychic abilities, she was confident in handling potential threats. But now, the cafe was not just home to her and her brother. There was also the adorable Alcremie. And judging by the numbers, this group wasn't small. So, for safety reasons, she decided to inform Johan. As a result, Johan and Cynthia immediately departed from Fortree City, heading straight to Rustboro. Johan already had a strong suspicion regarding the identity of these people. Most likely, they were the Pokémon hunters who had once captured the Gallade siblings. After seeing the strength that the older Gallade's sister displayed in online challenge videos, they were tempted again. This was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to reclaim the Gallade siblings' Pokeballs. Back then, Johan had deliberately allowed the older Gallade's sister to take on challengers and even let them post their battle videos online with this very goal in mind. After all, searching for these Pokémon hunters across the vast Pokémon world was far less effective than letting them come to him. He just hadn't expected that they would actually have the guts to show up. Johan had already notified Officer Jenny in Rustboro, Roxanne at the Rustboro Gym, International Police operating near the city, and Hone League investigators. Honestly, before this, Johan hadn't realized that he now had the influence to mobilize so many people in Rustboro City. And this wasn't even counting the Rustboro Pokémon Academy and the Devon Corporation. However, Johan did not order an immediate operation. If nothing unusual happened at the cafe, they were to remain in place, no need to startle the targets. Of course, to ensure the safety of the Gallade siblings and Alcremie, he did emphasize, if a battle or any sign of conflict broke out at the cafe, then they were to take immediate action. Reclaiming the Pokeballs and capturing these Pokémon hunters was important, but it was nothing compared to the safety of the 3 Pokémon inside the cafe. "Don't worry," Cynthia said, seeing Johan deep in thought and offering him a reassuring smile. Johan snapped out of his thoughts and grinned. "I'm not worried. I'm just really looking forward to telling them. Welcome to my territory." Hearing Johan's dominant words, Cynthia chuckled softly. "Speaking of which, Flint and the others should be in position by now, right?" Johan nodded. "As long as they don't blow their cover, we should be good." Hone, Fortree City. At a cafe in the plaza of the Wing Festival, Flint slouched in a chair, hands in his pockets, his expression blank and despairing. A steaming cup of coffee sat in front of him, but he hadn't taken a single sip. Because across from him sat a man and a woman. The man wore a stylish black suit, a round-brimmed hat, and a monocle, looking impeccably handsome. The woman, on the other hand, draped a large black trench coat over her shoulders, her long blonde hair cascading down her back. From a distance, they looked exactly like Johan and Cynthia, but in reality, they were Wallace and Winona in disguise. "Winona?" Wallace smiled gently at the girl he admired. "Humph." Winona gave a soft snort, her fair cheeks tinged with a light blush. Even though it was just a snort, her attitude today was a stark contrast to yesterday. Yesterday, she had been cold and distant, practically hostile. But today, she seemed more like a girl acting coy. Seeing this, Wallace's smile deepened, and he gently took Winona's hand. She struggled symbolically for a moment before giving in. After last night's series of nightmares, Wallace and Winona had finally sat down for a genuine, heart-to-heart conversation. Though they hadn't officially gotten back together, their relationship had significantly improved. For this, Wallace was immensely grateful to Johan. Those nightmares may have been unsettling, but they had served their purpose in breaking down the barriers between him and Winona. As for today's disguises, those were all part of Johan's plan. Sitting across from them, Flint had a look of utter despair. Why was he sitting here? In the shadows of the plaza, two masked individuals held cameras, snapping photos of Flint, Wallace, and Winona from various angles. That's Johan and Cynthia, right? Relax, it's definitely them. Look at the blonde hair, the trench coat, the suit, the glasses. How could we be wrong? As they took photos, they kept updating their reports. They're holding hands. No way. A freshly printed photograph showed Wallace and Winona clasping hands while still in their Johan and Cynthia disguises. Shit, this is a bombshell. If we post this online, it'll go viral. It was easy to imagine tomorrow's headlines. Shocking? Famous teacher and beautiful student caught holding hands in public. My teacher is broke, but a rich woman is head over heels for him. Unbelievable? Who stole our beloved Cynthia? Viral my ass? We're Pokemon hunters? If this goes viral, we'll get arrested. Fair point. Despite their excitement, they continued their work diligently, unaware that, just a short distance behind them, two other figures sipped their bubble tea, quietly observing them. Lance and Claire. So these are the guys Johan was talking about. Lance muttered, chewing on the tapioca pearls. How does he even know? Claire sipped her drink, puzzled. Lance smirked. Johan's an advisor to the investigation unit and a chief inspector for the international police. Wait, so if we nail this operation, your vacation gets extended by another week, right? Claire confirmed. At this, Lance's expression grew serious. That's the plan. Good. Claire squinted slightly, a dangerous glint flashing in her eyes. They didn't intend to make a move just yet. These two were nothing just small fry. They needed to track them back to their hideout and take down their entire operation. What was that phrase Johan said? Claire asked. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Lance replied. Oh, right. We move when they do. As a seasoned investigator, Lance's skills in this field were unquestionable. If Johan had been present, he might have summed up the situation as, you're high and mighty taking some photos, smugly bragging over your radio, oblivious to the trackers on you, and soon, your entire crew will be wiped out. Death was always creeping closer. Hone, Rustboro city outskirts. Johan and Cynthia disembarked early from their plane. To avoid alerting the targets, they remained out of sight for now. However, for security purposes, Jengar had already taken Cynthia's Spiritomb and Marshadow ahead, using shortcuts to reach the cafe. The Pokemon hunters had set up a net around the cafe. Little did they know, a much larger net had been cast around them. Johan's goal was simple. 1. Capture them all. 2. Minimize the disruption to the city. Let's go, Johan said. Right, Cynthia nodded. Rustboro City, outside Johan's cafe. A scruffy-looking man pressed 2 fingers to his earpiece. Confirmed. Confirmed? Johan and Cynthia are still in Fortree City. The man exhaled in relief. Move in. Inside the cafe, the doorbell jingled. As the hunter reached for his pokeballs. Caw-caw? A grinning, sunglasses-wearing Jengar appeared, blocking the capture beam. Then, Johan descended the stairs, holding the 2 stolen pokeballs. With a cold gaze, he crushed them underfoot. This is my house. Johan? The young Pokemon hunter was completely stunned when he saw Johan. Wasn't he supposed to be in Fortree City? There was no way he could have teleported here, it was too far. But before he could process his thoughts, Jengar delivered a complete nightmare package. The man collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth before he even had a chance to summon a Pokemon. At the same time, the League officers, international police, and investigators who had been lying in wait sprang into action. Like a thunderstorm, they swiftly apprehended the Pokemon hunters they had been tracking, leaving them with no time to react. However, the scruffy, middle-aged leader of the Pokemon hunters had a quicker reaction. To be the leader of a group like this, he had to have some skills. The moment he realized that the young hunter hadn't come back out of the cafe, and his earpiece remained silent with no updates, he knew something was wrong. Damn it. Without hesitation, he summoned a Yanmega and leapt onto its back, attempting to escape. But before he could take off, a Garchomp dropped from above, slamming into Yanmega with a dragon rush, knocking it out instantly. Cynthia. He gritted his teeth and spat out her name. Then, from the side, Cynthia stepped forward, her face cold as ice. At the same time, Johan walked out of the cafe, heading toward him with Jengar and the older Gallade sister at his side. Johan. Buzz buzz. As he walked, the Pokeballs on his belt opened one by one. Ninetales, Tinkaton, Dragonite, Cubfoot, and Charcadet all appeared in succession, their expressions filled with hostility. Someone had targeted their friend, no, their family. It wasn't just Johan who was furious, his Pokemon were just as enraged. The middle-aged hunter instinctively summoned his Ariados and Venomoth, but he couldn't stop himself from swallowing hard. To his left was Cynthia and her Garcomp. To his right was Yuan and a whole squad of pissed-off Pokemon. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was screwed. This was an unwinnable battle? Yuan spoke coldly, don't damage the surroundings. That was his only request. No unnecessary destruction, it wouldn't look good for the city. Then he added, we're having a feast tonight. Caw. Jengar grinned menacingly. Yuan's Pokemon also flashed eerie smiles. Their expressions made the hunter shudder. Why did they look more like villains than he did? Cha, brothers, beat him up? After the battle, Yuan. Officer Jenny saluted Yuan. Sir. The International Police Operations leader followed suit. Advisor. The Hone Investigation Department's team also greeted him with respect. For a group of barely a dozen Pokemon hunters, it almost felt like there were more law enforcement officers than criminals. But each division had its own jurisdiction. The League Police maintained security within Rustboro City. The Hone Investigation Unit focused on regional security. And the International Police covered the entire Pokemon world. None of them had superior authority over the others, it was simply a matter of different responsibilities. This group of Pokemon hunters would be subjected to 3 rounds of interrogation by the League Police, the Hone Investigation Unit, and finally, the International Police. Yuan gave a sincere nod. Thank you, everyone. This is our duty, they responded. What's the status in Fortree City? Yuan asked. According to Investigator Lance, they've already located the hunters' temporary base in Hone. They're preparing for a raid. Most of them should be arrested by tonight, a Hone investigator reported. We suspect they might be linked to the Pokemon hunter group that recently fled from Sinnoh after the League's crackdown. This could lead to further investigations, added the International Police Operations leader. The Pokemon hunters who escaped the Sinnoh League's raid. Hunter J? This feud was getting serious. Yuan thought for a moment before saying, you've all worked hard. With that, the officers escorted the captured hunters away. Cynthia walked over with Garcomp and smiled. I didn't realize you had so many connections in Hone. Yuan scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. It's just, people being polite. Nearby, Charcadet, who was clutching its Pokemon egg, suddenly understood something. So this is what it really means when people give face. Yuan patted the older Gallade's sister on the head and said softly, you're truly free now, Gallade. The older Gallade's sister nodded repeatedly, stars twinkling in her eyes. So, can I battle now? Hone, Fortree City, deep in the coastal forest. Due to its location and dense foliage, this area was the perfect hiding place for Pokemon hunters who had fled from Sinnoh. It was difficult to find, provided plenty of wild Pokemon to sustain them, and offered easy access to the sea for escape. But today, this secret hideout was far from peaceful. Boss? There's League police spotted to the south. Boss? Unknown groups approaching from the east and west. The burly leader of the Pokemon hunters, his face darkened, glared at the 2 men in front of him. I sent you to take some pictures, and this is what you bring back. The 2 men shrank back, afraid to speak. They truly didn't understand. The Wing Festival had so many people, how did taking a few pictures attract suspicion? And judging by this setup, it didn't seem like a spontaneous raid. The leader sighed, deciding there was no point in blaming them anymore. At this point, the only thing that mattered was escape. We'll retreat north, get to the boats and leave by sea, he ordered. However, just as he finished speaking, a nervous voice piped up. B-boss, our boats, they've been taken over. Taken over. The leader narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Forget it. The League isn't good at naval combat, we'll retake the boats and escape. It made sense. After all, the reason they had escaped the Sinnoh League's last raid was because of the sea. However, that was Sinnoh. This was Hone. B-boss, I don't think that's gonna work. Huh. Just as the leader was about to explode in anger, the man stammered. The one leading them is Drake, the Hone Elite Four. Drake? They were just a small-time group, how did they end up provoking an Elite Four member? And not just any Elite Four member, Drake, a man known for conquering the seas. The leader took a deep breath and activated a special communicator. Boss J, I think we're finished. This was a complete and utter trap. Boom! The ceiling of the hideout exploded. 3 figures descended. Lance, Claire, and Flint. Here comes the great Flint. Flint, I'm finally gonna blow off some steam. Somewhere in the Hone Sea, Pokemon Hunter's offshore stronghold. Hunter J lowered her communicator, her expression cold. They had already suffered major losses after the Sinnoh League's raid. Now, another team had been wiped out in Hone. This was a disaster. Originally, they had help from Team Galactic in Sinnoh, which allowed more of them to escape. But the operation in Snowpoint City had been stopped ahead of schedule, leaving the Sinnoh League free to focus entirely on the hunters. And now, Hunter J narrowed her eyes. 2 names kept appearing in these raids. Yuan. Cynthia. Especially the cafe owner this latest team had targeted. It was impossible for her not to take notice of Yuan. Yuan. She rubbed her temples, her headache growing. This wasn't just about losing another team. The bigger issue was the overall situation for Pokemon hunters. The Sinnoh League was after them, that was expected. Normally, they could still operate in Kanto, Johto, or Hone. But recently, Pokemon hunters in Kanto and Johto were being targeted by Team Rocket. And now, Hone was turning hostile too. If she had known how deeply involved Yuan was in all of this, she might have taken him out immediately. Taking a deep breath, Hunter J made a call. To Cyrus. Sinnoh was dangerous, but at least Team Galactic needed them. Hello, it's me, Hone C, north of Fortress City. Drake, the Hone Elite Four, stood at the bow of his ship. His coat billowed in the wind as the sea raged around him. A transparent screen in front of him displayed 4 figures. Yuan would have recognized them instantly. Agatha, Bertha, Looker, and the International Police Chief. They were discussing a joint Hone Sinnoh operation to eliminate Pokemon hunters. Currently speaking was Looker. That concludes the summary of this operation. Personally, I believe Professor Yuan is fully capable of taking on the role of command. Drake nodded in agreement. He's young, but if it's Yuan, I believe there's no issue. Saying that, he turned his gaze to Bertha. Noticing Drake's look, Bertha paused for a moment before responding. I was the one who initially proposed this. The suggestion to have Yuan lead this operation had come from her. Drake was momentarily stunned. Yuan was from Hone. Why did it feel like Bertha was trying to claim him for Sinnoh? That wouldn't do. He was the one who first recognized Yuan's potential, and as he watched Yuan grow stronger, he had even started considering when he could retire and enjoy a life at sea. Haha, then it's settled. The elderly Jenny, head of the International Police Bureau, smiled as she made the final decision. It didn't matter who had recognized Yuan first right now, he was the superintendent of the International Police. Aaron, who had little say in the discussion, quietly let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he had only one thought. Professor Yuan, please hurry up and take some of this workload off me. January 10th, light snow. Oh. Ninetales leaped gracefully across the cat towers scattered throughout the house before landing softly on the plush sofa, curling up into a ball, and licking its paws before using them to clean its face. Dragonite happily rolled across the floor, then found its favorite blanket and buried its face in it, sniffing intensely. Confirmed. Ninetales was feline, and Dragonite was canine. Rotom skillfully dove into the robotic vacuum cleaner and diligently started cleaning the floors. Charcadet sat in the middle of the living room on a small stone stool, cradling a Pokemon egg in its arms. It took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped the egg, emitting a gentle warmth from its body, like a living heater. Tinkaton sat beside it, occasionally pulling out a small piece of metal from somewhere and comparing it to Charcadet's body, seemingly measuring for something. Kuzizizi. Kubfu sat in front of the television, dozing off as the warmth lulled it into sleep. Yuan, meanwhile, was in the kitchen with the Ndidi siblings and Alcremie. From the occasional sounds and the delicious aroma wafting out, it was clear that something tasty was being prepared. Outside the window, snow mixed with rain drizzled down, casting a misty veil over the streets. Caw. Jengar peeked its head in through the door, smoothly opening it to let Cynthia in. You're here. Hearing the movement, Yuan poked his head out of the kitchen. Cynthia's cheeks were slightly flushed. With Jengar's enthusiastic assistance, she took off her coat, revealing her slender, alluring silhouette. Yuan wanted to ask whoever said Cynthia didn't have a great figure. The snow in Kanaz City doesn't feel cold at all. She smiled. Hone is further south than Sinnoh, after all. If it weren't for the ocean, we probably wouldn't see snow at all. Noticing the Garchomp and Lucario behind her, Yuan naturally retracted his gaze. Earlier, after capturing the Pokemon hunters, Yuan had gone to the Kanaz police station to submit a brief report since he was the one who initiated the operation. After that, he came home to start preparing dinner. Meanwhile, Cynthia had gone out sightseeing in Kanaz City with Jengar as her guide. According to Jengar, it wanted to show her the empire it had built. Ndidi's sharp awareness of unfamiliar faces wasn't just due to its own vigilance. The many stray Pokemon that Jengar had convinced to help out in Kanaz City also played a big role. The cafe provided free food for them, and in return, they were happy to help out with small tasks like handing out flyers. Cynthia nodded. We went to the supermarket and bought some ingredients. As she spoke, Jengar began pulling out bag after bag of groceries from its mouth. You two went to the supermarket. Yuan's eyes widened. He glanced at Cynthia and Jengar. A chronic indecisive shopper and a never thought about it impulse buyer went to the supermarket together. Watching as Jengar pulled out its 7th, 8th, and 9th large bag, Yuan realized that purple chubby ghost had taken advantage of Cynthia to buy everything Yuan usually refused or limited it from getting. Did you buy out the whole supermarket? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Cynthia chuckled. Jengar liked them. Caw. Exactly. Jengar floated behind Cynthia and started massaging her shoulders, looking smug, as if it had found a new patron and financial backer. Besides, Cynthia added with a playful smile, blinking at him, you're cooking for us anyway. Making this much? Yuan felt his head ache. Grr. Garchomp, standing behind Cynthia with its arms crossed, let out a low growl and cast a cold, sidelong glance at him, flashing its sharp scythes. You spent our money, so this better be good, otherwise, beware of my blades. Though it sounded threatening, its gulping betrayed its true intentions. Yuan's cooking skills were well known. Otherwise, Garchomp wouldn't have let Jengar and Cynthia buy so much food in the first place. Pretty please, Cynthia teased. Who could resist that? Don't worry. Yuan straightened his back. With a wave of his hand, he declared, all right, everyone, move out. With so many ingredients and hungry mouths, plus the chilly weather, nothing would be more fitting than hot pot. The group cheered and quickly got to work. Even Kubfu, who had been dozing off, snapped awake when its snot bubble popped, dazed but instinctively joining the activity. In the garden, ka. Jengar and Dragonite stretched out a massive oilcloth over the open space, forming a makeshift tent. Supporting it were Garcomp, Roseraid, Melodic, and Tinkaton. Roseraid and Melodic held up the cloth with poles, Garcomp straightened it, and Tinkaton secured it in place with stakes and rope. Yuan, the Ndidi siblings, Alcremie, and Rotom got busy setting up the table underneath. Ninetales, freeze these meats a little, it'll enhance the flavor. He handed over trays of freshly sliced beef that Rotom had just prepared. In his previous life, he'd heard of Ice Hot Pot, where chilling the beef with ice enhanced its taste. The same trick worked for beef tripe, ma, and fresh shrimp. Oh. Ninetales exhaled a chilling mist, swiftly forming a miniature ice mountain beside it. Being an aesthetic perfectionist, it hummed a little tune while using its tail to neatly arrange the ingredients. Honestly, with its plating skills, Ninetales could easily land a job at a high-end restaurant. Kubfu, these are for you, pound them into meatballs. Ku. Wielding 2 wooden clubs like an expert, Kubfu started hammering away. Bam, bam, bam. Marcia, stop staring, devein these shrimp. Marshadow, hiding under the table, blinked in confusion at the enormous bowl of shrimp suddenly placed in front of it. A grand warrior of the shadows, you want me to devein shrimp? Marshadow fumed. Then, in a fit of rage, it removed every single shrimp vein in seconds. Marcia. Hands on its hips, Marshadow huffed indignantly. Humph, you think I'm easy to bully? Thud. Here's another bowl. Marcia? Unforgivable? In its rage, it finished another bowl in record time. Charcadet, I need 2 more pieces of charcoal. Goka. Charcadet immediately placed 2 freshly heated charcoal pieces into the massive copper hot pot. This was a custom-made Tinkaton creation, quality guaranteed. The grill needs more charcoal too. Lucario, make sure to flip the skewers so they don't burn. Ruka. Wearing an apron, Lucario nodded solemnly. It found itself pondering. Since when did it start following Yuan's orders so naturally? Lucario shook its head. No, this is just for our family and friends. It convinced itself with that reasoning. Meanwhile, Cynthia was squatting near a flower bead, inspecting some oddly familiar black and white radishes. Did you grow these? Yuan glanced over. Oh, yeah. Pull a few, they'll add some flavor to the hot pot. You know these are linked to a legendary Pokémon, right? Cynthia asked curiously. They're just radishes. Eat up. Yuan waved it off nonchalantly. Soon, everything was ready. Yuan clapped his hands. All right, let's eat. Kaka, Drae, Cha, Grr. A chorus of excited cries erupted as hungry Pokémon swarmed in. Yuan passed Cynthia a dish of dipping sauce. Better hurry, if you're too slow, Jengar and the others will eat it all. Cynthia giggled, watching the lively scene. A warm, lively home like this. Maybe this was the perfect way to live. January 11th, early morning. Cynthia sat in Yuan's lounge chair in the courtyard, legs crossed, flipping through the book in her hands with a focused expression. This was something Yuan had written, copied. After all, being a literary copycat was actually a rather lucrative profession. Especially in the Pokémon world, where because of Pokémon, not only was the technological tree skewed, but so were the cultural and entertainment industries. Reaching the end, Cynthia flipped back to the first page, as if confirming the title of the book. About being sealed for 500 years despite being overpowered from the start. Yuan took the cup of coffee handed to him by the younger Gallade, petting the Ninetales curled in his lap. He took a small sip and asked with a smile, "What do you think?" Cynthia nodded seriously. "It's quite good. I think, if Iris knew about this, she'd be eager to discuss it with you." Iris, Cynthia's close friend and a future member of the Unova Elite Four, was also a novelist. Yuan's face stiffened. "I don't know her." Cynthia smiled knowingly and returned to the book's topic. "But, it doesn't seem finished." Yuan subtly exhaled in relief before chuckling. "Yeah, the full title should actually be about being sealed for 500 years despite being overpowered from the start, only to end up babysitting my weakling master while gathering an army on our travels." Huh. Cynthia tilted her head. That title. It sounded like quite a story. She gently rubbed her chin. "What?" Cynthia handed the book back to Yuan, flashed a bright smile, and said 2 words. "Update it." Yuan. Kukukiku, zzz. Cynthia's gaze shifted to Kubfu, who was in the courtyard. "Kubfu is so hardworking. I saw it practicing punches last night, and now it's still at it." Yuan scratched his head. "Yeah, our little Kubfu is just like that, very diligent." He didn't know how to explain the sleep punching thing to Cynthia. Dream-drunken kung fu? Cynthia nodded thoughtfully. No wonder Lucario said that when it comes to pure punching technique, it might not even be able to beat Kubfu. Pop! Kubfu's snot bubble suddenly burst. It plopped onto the ground, rubbed its eyes, let out a long yawn, and stood up. After dusting off its tiny black tail, it looked at Yuan, rubbed its stomach, and smiled. There was only one meaning behind this look. Hungry. Yuan sighed with amusement. Another downside of training in its sleep, Kubfu got hungry faster than anyone else. After all, it was constantly exerting itself 24/7. "Oh right, the Sinnoh League has prepared your reward. The next time you visit Sinnoh, it'll be delivered to you," Cynthia mentioned. Reward. Yuan was momentarily confused. For pacifying Regigigas. Why did they make it so complicated? He had to wait until he visited Sinnoh to receive it? What is it? Yuan asked curiously. I don't know the exact details, but from what I saw, it should be something quite valuable. Why make it so valuable? Yuan rubbed his temple. Cynthia chuckled. Oh, and the research grant from our last investigation has also been processed. Wait. Yuan's eyes lit up. That meant I already had my grandmother wire it to your account. Yuan quickly pulled out his phone and checked. Sure enough. 10 million Poke dollars deposited? After deducting the 1 million Poke dollars he had overspent on New Year's gifts for his Pokemon, he still had 9 million left. Most importantly, this was a grant, meaning no taxes? Alright, I'm treating you to a feast today, Yuan declared, waving his hand. He still had an unused voucher from that 7-star restaurant he won earlier time to see if it worked in Kanaz City. January 13th Monday morning, clear skies. Cynthia's short vacation came to an end. She rode on Garcomp's back, preparing to fly straight back to Sinnoh. Unlike Yuan, who got long holiday breaks as a teacher, she still had numerous research projects and field studies to complete. Flying on her own was much more convenient. Well then, I'll be waiting for you in Sinnoh. Cynthia smiled down at Yuan from atop Garcomp. The Lily of the Valley conference was starting soon. Yuan had already registered with Professor Yamanashi. Alright. Cynthia gave a gentle smile and patted Garcomp's back. Gayar. Garcomp let out a roar and shot into the sky, leaving behind 2 streaks of vapor trails. Yuan watched her silhouette shrink in the distance. Feels like I'm forgetting something. He furrowed his brow. Oh well. It probably wasn't important. Meanwhile, deep in the Fortree City forests, standing on the highest tree branch, Flint kept raising and shaking his phone, trying to get a better signal. What? Just got a little wet and the signal's completely dead. Earlier, during their battle against the Pokemon hunters, he had gotten blasted by a water gun. Coo. Flint's Infernape held his ankles steady, growling softly. Maybe we should have left with Lance and the others. Plop. Flint climbed down from Infernape's shoulders and confidently stood on the branch, clenching his fist. No worries. Yuan and Claire will definitely come pick us up. They had come to his rescue before, surely a little getting lost wouldn't be a big deal. Coo. Infernape scratched its head. Are you sure? They don't even know where we are. Flint thumped his chest. They'll find us with this. A determined, battle-hungry heart? Noon, cold weather. Yuan, in full lazy mode, lounged on his sofa, reading a book. If the Pokemon egg hatched into a ground type, Giovanni's Secrets of the Earth would be extremely useful. To be honest, he had read Secrets of the Earth multiple times, but every time, he found new insights. It was no exaggeration when it came to raising ground-type Pokemon, Giovanni was among the world's best. No wonder in Pokemon Adventures, Blue built a whole new team in just a year after receiving this book. Ninetales curled up on Yuan's chest, leaning back against him, reading along. Yuan was impressed with his Pokemon's literacy skills, but you only learned Dig from this, why take it so seriously? Oh, turn the page already? Yuan smirked and decided to mess with it by pretending not to hear. Oh, Ninetales puffed its cheeks and pawed at Yuan's arm. Seeing no response, it realized this was on purpose. Oh, irritated, it leaped onto his chest and started digging at him with its paws. Oof. Yuan winced. Ninetales froze, nervously glancing at him. Its deep blue eyes blinked twice. Did it step too hard? I'm not soil for you to dig through. Yuan chuckled. Oh. Ninetales rolled its eyes fooled again. Yuan pulled it into a tight hug and gave it a thorough petting until its fur puffed up, finally letting go with satisfaction. No matter how much it grew, it was still adorable. Call incoming, Rotom. Rotom hovered over, carrying Yuan's phone. Caller ID. Flannery? Yuan blinked. She should still be in Lavaridge Town for New Year's, right? Answering the call, he said. It's me, Flannery, familiar as always, cut straight to the chase. Professor, I think something weird is happening at Empty Chimney. Can you come over? Empty Chimney? Weird. Yuan sat up straight. Flannery, this isn't a joke. Huh. In this world, Groudon's exact resting place was still uncertain. The 2 most likely locations were either the Seafloor Cavern or Empty Chimney. Most scholars leaned toward Seafloor Cavern since Groudon, in its non-primal form, was still part ground type, and it made little sense for it to rest in an underwater cave, which seemed more like Kyugra's domain. But there was still a possibility. What if this world's Groudon actually preferred Empty Chimney? Just the thought of it made Yuan feel a headache coming. If that massive creature was really buried somewhere in Empty Chimney. Professor, it's me, Steven. At that moment, Steven's voice came through the phone. Yuan's eyebrows raised slightly. Steven's at Empty Chimney too? He hadn't seen him in Fortree City recently, so he had been in Lavaridge digging for stones? I think this situation is similar to what we encountered last time, Steven continued. Yuan frowned. The Camerupt incident. Back when they had last visited Empty Chimney, they had encountered a berserk Camerupt. It had taken quite an effort to calm it down and capture it. Yes, something like that. Berserk Pokemon had once been a frequent problem in Hone, keeping Yuan busy for quite some time. Lately, however, these incidents had subsided. Now, out of nowhere, it was happening again? I understand. Yuan glanced at the glass window, where tiny water droplets had formed from the cold. As long as this has nothing to do with Groudon, it should be fine. Besides, Steven was there. and the Lava Ridge gym leader at this time was still Flannery's grandfather, the previous Fire-type Elite Four. Though retired, his strength shouldn't have diminished too much. I'll get ready. I should be there before dinner. Yuan stood up, stretching slightly. If nothing else, this could be a good training opportunity for his Pokémon. Unfortunately, Cynthia had just left in the morning. Otherwise, the hot springs in Lava Ridge Town would have been a nice bonus. Professor, the plane is already hovering over your house. Hone, Lava Ridge Town. The moment one arrived near Empty Chimney, a wave of heat rushed forward, instantly dispelling most of the winter chill. The hot springs in Lava Ridge Town were famous throughout the Pokémon world. Unlike other locations where hot springs typically formed around extinct volcanoes, the ones in Lava Ridge were directly linked to an active volcano, supposedly enriched with highly active minerals. As soon as Yuan arrived, he bought some local snacks for his Pokémon. There was no choice, he hadn't been here in a while, and his Pokémon immediately locked onto the food stalls. However, as Yuan gazed at Empty Chimney from a distance, nothing seems wrong. It was still spewing volcanic ash. Although the sight of dark clouds blanketing the sky might look intimidating, in reality, there was no significant danger. In fact, not only was it not hazardous, but these ashes nourished the forests at the mountain's base, enriching the soil and making the land more fertile. Fall Arbor Town was one of the biggest beneficiaries of this volcanic ash. Some places even actively collected the ash, using it to craft various tools and glass products, such as the glass workshop in Hone. They specialized in using volcanic ash to create unique items like glass flutes. In a way, this was similar to Empty Coronet in Sinnoh. Except, instead of falling snow, Empty Chimney rained down ash. Yet, if there was an obvious problem with Empty Chimney, the ones showing up here wouldn't be me but the entire Hone League's leadership. Yuan mused. Empty Chimney was too important for the Hone region. If it ever posed a real crisis, it wouldn't just be a minor issue, it would be a regional emergency. Professor. Soon, Stephen and Flannery arrived. The three of them sat down in a dessert shop, where Yuan listened to their report. Flannery often wandered around Empty Chimney in her free time, it was one of her hobbies. Meanwhile, Stephen had climbed to unreachable parts of the volcano in search of rare stones. Then, the two of them unexpectedly ran into each other and noticed something strange happening. Some of the wild Pokémon had abandoned their usual habitats. At first glance, this might not seem significant. However, in the wild, Pokémon were far more sensitive to environmental shifts than humans. They wouldn't leave their territory unless something forced them to. But that wasn't all. Some of the wild Pokémon had attacked them. These Pokémon weren't as crazed as the rampaging Camerupt from last time, but they were noticeably on edge and aggressive. That was what made them think that something was wrong inside Empty Chimney. After hearing their account, Yuan immediately made a decision. We're going now? Flannery asked, her eyes lighting up. Wait, why are you so excited? Yuan folded his arms, thinking for a moment before saying, Empty Chimney is important. If something's really wrong, we need to report it to the League ASAP. Professor is right, Stephen agreed. So what's the plan? Flannery asked. We'll probably run into aggressive Pokémon again, maybe even something big. Yuan had already thought of that. You're best at handling fire types. You take the lead. Me. Flannery blinked, then nodded. Makes sense. Her Rapidash had flash fire, which made it ideal for dealing with sudden fire type attacks. Seeing Flannery accept her role so quickly, Yuan's mind drifted to another person. If that guy was here, things might be even easier. Oh well. At worst, they still had Steven's ultimate Metagross as backup. Let's go. Hone region, Empty Chimney. The sun had begun to set, but Empty Chimney still burned with a crimson glow. Occasionally, flames flickered from cracks in the mountainside, accompanied by dark plumes of smoke. Was the lava inside this active before? Yuan asked. He distinctly remembered that the cracks didn't spit flames like this last time. The lava in Empty Chimney pulsates periodically, Flannery explained, frowning. We're currently in an active phase, but this seems excessive. Just because a Pokémon lived in a volcano didn't mean it enjoyed lava. Some Pokémon liked the heat, while others only liked the minerals in the volcanic rock. Stephen narrowed his eyes. So you're saying the problem might be inside the volcano? He and Yuan exchanged glances. Both of them thought of the same Pokémon. The legendary Pokémon Heatran, Empty Chimney's supposed guardian. I know a shortcut into the volcano, Flannery said, jumping onto her Rapidash. A true 1-horsepower engine. Technically, if Groudon really was buried here, then Heatran shouldn't be living in Empty Chimney. Even though Heatran was a mass-produced legendary, it was still a legendary Pokémon. Who would want to live next to Groudon? Even fire types needed fire resistance, after all. Stay alert, Yuan warned. Better to be cautious. Rotom, start scanning. Understood, Roto. Inside Empty Chimney, a wave of heat washed over them. They walked along the cracked lava paths, their world bathed in red light. Lava bubbled beside them, forming thick, boiling hot gas bubbles that burst into steam. Yuan ordered Gengar to stay inside his shadow, while Rotom floated nearby, absorbing excess heat. The temperature suddenly felt a lot more bearable. Meanwhile, Flannery and Stephen were already soaked in sweat. Ghost types really were fantastic. Professor. Flannery took a deep breath and wiped her forehead. You were right. The lava levels shouldn't be this high, this path used to be wider. Molten rock had flooded most of the area, forcing them onto an even narrower path. This was important information. Also, I haven't seen a single slugma or mag cargo, Steven added, his expression grim. Yuan understood immediately. He closed his eyes and activated aura. A wave of perception spread outward, mapping out the hidden parts of the volcano. Boom! The lava churned violently, chunks of rock tumbling into the magma below. A deep rumbling echoed from the volcano's core. Yuan's eyes snapped open. Run! Flannery and Steven didn't hesitate, they bolted. Right behind them, a tidal wave of lava surged forward, devouring the narrow path. If they had been a second slower, they would have been swallowed alive. The entire cave trembled, rocks crashing down from above. Metagross. Kubfu. Steven and Yuan acted instantly. 2 Pokeballs burst open. Shiny Metagross swung its mighty steel arms, smashing the falling rocks into dust. Meanwhile, Kubfu punched straight through the boulders blocking their path, clearing the way forward. Ruoar! A terrifying roar echoed behind them. A monstrous figure emerged from the lava, standing atop the molten waves like a king of fire. As expected, Hiatran. Seeing it in person, Yuan felt his pulse quicken. Last time, the Hiatran they met was friendly. But this one looked like it wanted to kill them. Yuan could feel Hiatran's rage through his aura. That thing's huge. What is it? Flannery gasped. A roar from Hiatran shook the entire cavern. You two, keep clearing the way, Yuan said calmly. I'll try to reason with it. He extended his aura again. Hiatran. The response? Denied. Yuan's eye twitched. Looks like you need a beating. With Kubfu leading the way, Yuan and his team safely returned to the entrance. However, that didn't mean they were out of danger. Between the entrance and the other side of the mountain lay a long and winding tunnel. The massive commotion caused by Hiatran could easily lead to a tunnel collapse if they weren't careful. Additionally, the magma within the cave was unusually turbulent. If they recklessly charged into the tunnel to escape, the backflow of magma could prove just as troublesome and dangerous. We can't let Hiatran get any closer. Its movements could bury the tunnel. Steven, with his experience in mining, spoke with authority. As he spoke, he threw out 2 Pokeballs. Agrin, Armaldo, the tunnel is in your hands. Grr. Kaka. Clad in heavy metallic armor, Agrin possessed the sheer strength to withstand any boulders that might fall within the tunnel. Likewise, the armored Armaldo could use its sharp claws to ensure the tunnel remained unobstructed. Ninetails, go help them, Yuan said. Oh. Ninetails leaped from his belt. Despite the cave's scorching heat and the surging magma, Ninetails wasn't entirely powerless, though it was certainly less agile than it would be outside. Instead of fighting, it was better suited to reinforcing the tunnel alongside Agrin and Armaldo by freezing and strengthening it. The arrival of the nimble Ninetails brought a refreshing chill behind Yuan's team, slightly alleviating the oppressive heat from the magma. Grr. Hiatran paid no heed to Yuan's plans and let out a deafening roar. A scorching, golden red light rapidly gathered in its mouth. Teacher. Flannery, who had been holding back the magma, shouted, signaling him to look at Hiatran. I see it. Yuan responded gravely. Within his sight, information about Hiatran's incoming move materialized. Magma Storm? Hiatran's signature move? Not only did it possess immense destructive power, but it also created a prolonged fiery storm that prevented Pokémon from switching out. Given the current terrain and magma-filled environment, the move would likely bypass accuracy checks altogether. Flannery, go find the volcanic keystone? Steven and I will handle this, Yuan ordered, frowning. The volcanic keystone. Flannery was momentarily stunned. It's a solidified rock formed from cooled magma, closely linked to Hiatran's existence. I suspect the keystone has loosened, which is why Hiatran is so agitated. The exact relationship between the volcanic keystone and Hiatran was unclear. To draw a comparison, it was akin to the connection between Spiritomb and the Odd Keystone. In Pokémon Generations, Flint's younger brother, Michael, had come to Raging Hiatran by restoring the volcanic keystone to its rightful place. Flannery didn't have time to question how Yuan knew so much about Hiatran. The real issue was how was she supposed to find the volcanic keystone in such a vast, magma-filled area like Mt. Chimney? Where do I look? Flannery asked urgently. Yuan's mind raced. He recalled his first visit to Mt. Chimney's interior with Steven, when their Ghastly had discovered a peculiar stone within the mountain. Perhaps that stone was the volcanic keystone? I think I know a place. Jengar. Kaka. Jengar floated out from Yuan's shadow. You remember, right? Yuan asked. Kaka. Jengar gave a thumbs up. It knew exactly what he was referring to. Great. Yuan turned to Flannery. Jengar will lead you there. Understood. Flannery quickly summoned her Torkoal, which dove into the magma. She leaped onto its back. With Jengar guiding them, Flannery and Torkoal set off in search of the volcanic keystone. But first, they had to get past Hiatran. Grr. At that moment, Hiatran's magma storm had fully charged, and a blazing torrent of molten fire erupted. Metagross. Kongin. A layer of heavy psychic energy enveloped Steven's shiny Metagross as it charged straight toward the fiery onslaught. Zen headbutt? Boom! The terrifying collision sent molten lava flying. Metagross was blasted backward, crashing into the rocky wall. To be fair, Steven's Metagross was incredibly powerful, but against the Firesteel-type Hiatran, it was at an absolute disadvantage. Moreover, the lava cave was Hiatran's home turf, amplifying its strength the more the magma surged. Metagross alone wouldn't be enough to stop it. Steven frowned and took a deep breath, reaching for his lapel pin. Yuan's eyes twitched. He quickly stopped him. Steven. Yuan called out. I'll handle this. Now wasn't the time for Mega Evolution. Sure, Mega Metagross would gain a significant power boost. But unless they could defeat Heatran in one decisive strike, that temporary surge in strength would only allow them to stall for a short while. Besides, Steven wasn't yet fully proficient with Mega Evolution. If he overexerted himself here, that would only increase Yuan's burden. Steven was briefly stunned, then relaxed. Right. Yuan was here. It wasn't time to go all out just yet. Steven smiled slightly. Teacher, I'll leave it to you. Yuan tossed out 2 Pokeballs. Dragonite, Charcadet, Drae, Goka. 2 figures, one large and one small, materialized. Yuan chose not to summon Tinkaton for now. Like Metagross, it was a steel type and wouldn't fare well in this environment. Thinking about it, the magma wasn't just a problem for Steven. It hindered Yuan too, albeit to a lesser extent. Dragonite, Water Pulse. While Flannery and Jengar had successfully drawn Heatran's attention, it sank lower into the magma, stirring it up further. Whoosh! A rushing stream of water struck Heatran, cooling its temperature and pulling its focus onto Dragonite. Grr! Heatran's rage wasn't extinguished, it only grew stronger. Goka! Charcadet stepped forward. Sir, would you consider granting me some respect? Heatran didn't even glance at it. Goka? Oh, Sigma. Charcadet turned to Yuan, pointing at Heatran. It's ignoring me completely. Yuan, who could relate, spoke with conviction. No need for words. Attack. Goka. A fierce flame erupted around Charcadet, forming a heat wave that rivaled Heatran's own. Ku. Kubfu stepped up beside Charcadet, assuming a battle stance. It had been training for so long, yet every time a major battle happened, it was stuck playing a support role. Sure, Coach Kubfu was satisfied with its leadership role. But, sometimes, it wanted to fight head-on too. That was the pride of a legendary Pokémon. Their combined auras flared, battle spirits soaring. Yuan, sensing their determination, smiled. Very well. They had already caught Heatran's attention. Now all they had to do was hold it off. Dragonite, cover them. Drae. Dragonite flapped its wings, staying beside Yuan while pumping its fists in support of Charcadet and Kubfu. It wanted to fight the powerful Heatran itself, but supporting its teammates was more important. Teacher. Steven, still worried, stood beside Yuan with Metagross. Will they be okay? After all, Charcadet and Kubfu hadn't even evolved yet. They'll be fine. Yuan's reply was firm, without a shred of hesitation. If a trainer didn't believe in their Pokémon, who would? No matter the outcome, at this moment, they were undeniable. It's coming. Grr. Heatran's golden red energy surged once more. Kubfu and Charcadet crouched slightly, ready to meet the attack head-on. Boom! Flames exploded, shaking the entire cave violently. The battle had begun. The fiery shockwave swept through the cave, causing intense tremors as the burning magma churned wildly. Goka! Charcadet roared, standing firm in the face of Heatran's inferno. Its small body trembled under the pressure, but its eyes remained unwavering. Respect isn't given, it's earned. If it wanted to be acknowledged, it had to prove itself first. Ku. Behind it, Kubfu clenched its fists. Even as its fur became singed by the heat, it didn't take a single step back. One punch, then another, and another. Each strike tore through the raging flames, breaking small gaps in the fiery onslaught only for the gaps to immediately close. But Kubfu didn't stop. Faster, stronger, more precise. Each punch flowed like a ceaseless tide, each strike more powerful than the last. Heatran's eyes narrowed slightly. This little one. For a brief moment, a sliver of surprise flashed in its molten gaze. But it didn't hold back. Heatran let out another earth-shaking roar, gathering even more fiery energy in its core. At that moment, Yuan closed his eyes. Aura. Through the fusion of their energies, he traced the weaknesses in Heatran's attack, weaknesses that Kubfu had already begun exposing. Yuan's eyes snapped open. Found it. Charcadet Blast Burn. Goka. Flames exploded around Charcadet, surging in intensity as Yuan infused his aura into the attack. The fire rippled with an unfamiliar energy, causing Heatran to instinctively flinch. Boom! A massive eruption engulfed the battlefield. Yuan's timing was perfect, right as Heatran's previous burst of energy had weakened and before it could unleash another attack. The clash of heat waves sent ripples through the air, distorting the cavern's walls as magma surged violently. Yuan clenched his fist. It's our turn. Kubfu close combat. Ku. Kubfu took a deep breath, the heat distorting the air around it. Then, in the blink of an eye, it dashed forward. Steven immediately reacted. Metagross. With a burst of psychic power, Metagross manipulated the shattered rock fragments, creating a path over the lava. Kubfu raced forward, each stone beneath its feet vanishing the moment it passed. Heatran's head snapped up, and all it saw was a blur. Bam! A single, direct punch to its metallic body, followed by another, and another, and another. Each strike landed faster than the last, relentless and overwhelming. Grr! Heatran let out a pained roar as the relentless barrage of blows forced it backward. Did we win? Steven, watching the impossible unfold, murmured in disbelief. Yuan shot him a sideways glance. Did the heat melt his brain? 2 times effectiveness or not, Kubfu wasn't going to take down Heatran in a single round of attacks. But still, For Yuan, Charcadet, and Kubfu this was already a kind of victory. No matter the damage dealt, they landed their hits, and that alone was enough. Ku, zzz. Kubfu staggered backward, exhausted, but Metagross swiftly caught it. Charcadet's flames flickered, its strength dimming, but both Pokémon stood their ground. Their eyes remained locked onto Heatran. Heatran, on the other hand, stared at them, and for the first time, it acknowledged them, because pain was something it rarely experienced. And now, it had a fresh, burning wound on its back. That charcoal Pokémon's flames, that little bear's fists, both of them, had something real. Grr. Heatran let out a deep, rumbling growl, one of genuine battle spirit. It had accepted them, but it wasn't done fighting. Dragonite, Metagross, Yuan and Steven spoke simultaneously. Their two strongest Pokémon stepped forward, prepared for the next round. Just then, a mysterious glow shone from the depths of the magma, illuminating the entire cavern. Grr. Heatran turned its head. The glow, the volcanic keystone. Someone had found it. Yuan and Steven exchanged glances. Flannery was faster than expected. Yuan signaled Steven to chase after Heatran while he immediately tended to Kubfu and Charcadet's injuries. Though they had managed to withstand Heatran's attack and even launched a somewhat effective counter-offensive, they hadn't escaped unscathed. The two little ones had suddenly become so determined, no doubt influenced by Dragonite, Gengar, and the others. After all, while they were all close companions, no one wanted to be the one dragging the team down, especially after Dragonair evolved into Dragonite and saw a massive boost in strength. Now, whenever these two spotted an opportunity for experience, they got eager, let alone when that experience came in the form of a huge Heatran. However, Yuan had a feeling that Charcadet's evolution wasn't entirely up to itself, whereas Kubfu's evolution might not be far off. Maybe, we should have a little in-team tournament. Not necessarily to determine rankings or victories, but weren't those all just huge experience bags? Why let those benefits go to outsiders? You too. Yuan placed one hand on Charcadet's head and grabbed Kubfu by the scruff of its neck, lifting it up. He took a deep breath and smiled. Well done, Goka. Charcadet's expression turned serious. Maybe this time it had earned a bit of respect. Kuzzz. Kubfu flailed its legs in the air, waving its fists. I am Coach Kubfu. Do I not deserve some dignity? Can't you wait until we're home to pick me up like this? Seeing that they were in decent shape, Yuan finally relaxed. He called for Ninetales and Dragonite, then hurried in the direction Steven had gone. Before long, they arrived at a chamber one where Ghastly had once accidentally ventured. The magma within had now settled, and Heatran had also calmed down. Upon seeing Yuan approach, Heatran seemed to recall. Hadn't it been fed poke blocks before? Its gaze then shifted to Charcadet and Kubfu. It gave a slight nod. Grr. These two were worth acknowledging. But, their strength was still lacking compared to its own. Suddenly, Heatran felt a chill down its spine. Caw. Without it even noticing, Gengar had appeared behind it, one arm friendly draped over its shoulder. Heatran turned its head, only to be met with Gengar's wicked, unsettling grin. Long time no see, huh? A pokeball on Yuan's belt opened, and at long last, the long-suppressed Tinkaton emerged. Thud. Its heavy hammer landed effortlessly on the ground, forming a deep indentation while causing the entire cave to tremble and loose rocks to fall. Tinkaton's eyes gleamed. Cha, you're a steel type, right? Bang. Dragonite landed on Heatran's other side, its pudgy arm casually resting on Heatran's opposite shoulder. It gave a few gentle pats. Thud. Heatran staggered a few steps, nearly losing its footing. Drae, you nearly scared me back there. Turns out, you're one of us? Whoosh. A frigid gust swept through the once scorching magma cave. Frost crystals began forming under Heatran's feet, slowly creeping upward, threatening to encase it completely. Ninetales landed lightly, turning its head toward Yuan. Oh, are you sure this thing is actually calm now? It seems much safer to just freeze it. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Heatran's forehead. How had it not noticed before? This bunch was trouble. If Yuan had known Heatran's thoughts, he would have explained patiently. First, its rage had indeed enhanced its strength while dulling its sense of pain. Second, as a Pokémon residing in volcanic magma, Heatran's strength was tied to the activity of the volcano, explosiveness, terrain advantage, and so on. Third, Yuan's team hadn't just been worried about their own safety but also whether Heatran would flip the table and blow up empty chimney. And most importantly, just in the brief moment they had been greeting Heatran, Gengar had looked at the volcanic keystone 8 times, Ninetales 3 times, Dragonite 5 times, Kubfu 5 times, Charcadet 11 times, and Tinkaton 39 times, 40, 41, 42. Alright, enough, grr. Heatran forced what it believed was a friendly smile. Who would have thought that after all this time, Gengar still remembered exactly where the volcanic keystone was and had led Flannery straight to it. When Yuan arrived, Steven and Flannery both let out a small breath of relief. Aura exists within the heart? Now that Heatran seemed open to communication, Yuan immediately used his aura powers again. This time, he quickly received a response from Heatran. Just as Yuan had suspected, the magma's excessive activity had been caused by someone. The resulting turbulence had dislodged the volcanic keystone, enraging Heatran. The increase in magma activity had also enhanced Heatran's strength. So, who was responsible for stirring up the magma in empty chimney? And for what purpose? There were really only 3 possible culprits. Team Magma, Team Aqua, Pokemon Hunters. Setting aside Team Magma and Team Aqua for now, if Pokemon Hunters were involved, they were likely trying to create chaos to either escape or take advantage of the situation. But Johan had a strong feeling it was either Team Magma or Team Aqua. Are they finally getting restless, or are they searching for the Crimson Orb? Meanwhile, in a secret base far from Empty Chimney. Boss, the volcanic activity at Empty Chimney has subsided. Looks like someone noticed and intervened. A young man in a red robe sat with his legs crossed at a desk, studying data on his computer with a grin. Standing beside him, a bespectacled middle-aged man, arms crossed in a classic commanding posture, remained unfazed. He simply muttered, "Just a tiny piece of meteorite," and with the right device, it triggered such a drastic reaction. If Johan were here, he'd instantly recognize them. Team Magma. The bespectacled man was Maxi, the leader of Team Magma, and the one seated below him one of the 3 flames of Team Magma, Tabitha. Hearing Maxi's words, Tabitha smirked. Shame that Greater Moviley Holdings was only willing to hand over a tiny fragment of that meteorite. Maxi adjusted his glasses subtly. The fact that they were willing to part with one means they likely have at least one more, if not more. Tabitha grinned, eyes flashing with interest. "Boss, should we?" Maxi shot him a calm glance. Tabitha immediately shut up. "The time isn't right yet." "Yes, sir." Back in the present. Meteorites. Steven looked puzzled. He didn't understand why Johan had suddenly asked him to pay attention to meteorites and fossils in the market. Hiatran said it saw a small meteorite fall into the magma and that's when everything became unstable, Johan said smoothly. Hiatran blinked. "Did I say that?" Catching Yuan's meaningful look, Hiatran quickly nodded. Yes, I said that." Yuan smiled. Jengar immediately understood and, though reluctant, pulled out a box of poke blocks and patted Hiatran's back. "Kaka, we're friends now." Hiatran eyed the poke blocks and swallowed. It glanced around. "Friends, huh? Better than being enemies." Taking the poke blocks in its mouth, Hiatran slipped back into the volcanic keystone. Yuan let it be his mind was elsewhere. In the original story, Team Magma had used a device to amplify meteorite energy to agitate Empty Chimney's magma in an attempt to expand land mass. Honestly, Yuan thought it was a pretty dumb plan. But sometimes, there was no reasoning with fools. What they saw as a grand cause was a catastrophic mistake to everyone else. And when it came to meteorites, Steven knew far more than he did. "I understand. I'll look into it," Steven said seriously. The Hone region was far more unstable than it seemed. It was time to start preparing some backup forces. At Lavaridge Town's Pokémon Center, "Yuan, your Pokémon have fully recovered. They're in great condition," Nurse Joy said with a warm smile as she handed the Pokeballs back to Yuan and his companions. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Yuan replied with a grin. "It's my duty," Nurse Joy responded, her cheeks slightly flushed. Yuan glanced down at the Pokeballs. Kubfu had already fallen asleep, likely exhausted. For once, it hadn't continued training even in its sleep. As for Charcadet, Yuan had sensed something different about it during their battle. Through his aura, he had felt Charcadet's transformation. Just like how charcoal burns brighter over time, Charcadet's life fire seemed to have been ignited by Hiatran's magma storm. It was now burning even stronger. The downside? The chunks of charcoal it had been consuming had been completely burned away during the battle. Looks like I need to restock on charcoal. Wait, would this count as a workplace injury? Filing an expense report for this isn't unreasonable, right? Should he send it to the Investigation Bureau? Or maybe the International Police? Actually, why not send it to both? Whichever one approves it first, I'll take it. If both approve it, even better. "All right, let's go soak in the hot springs," Yuan announced, feeling quite pleased with himself. Since they had made the trip to Lavaridge Town, it would be a shame not to enjoy the famous hot springs. The last time he had soaked in one was back in Sinnoh. That time, someone had ended up looking like a drenched Pidgey. Huh? Just as he stepped out of the Pokémon Center, Yuan suddenly had a realization. Wait a minute. Where's Flint? What's wrong, Yuan? Steven and Flannery asked as they noticed him pause. Yuan coughed lightly. Nothing. Flint, a future Elite Four member, should be able to make it home on his own, right? I'll just check in on him after the hot springs. Kanto, Saffron City, Rocket Media Entertainment Corporation headquarters. Inside a somewhat inconspicuous, secluded office. "Please, have a seat." Mattery, dressed in a sharp tailored suit, a fitted pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels, adjusted her glasses slightly and gestured to the figure in front of her. The person wore a red cloak and had long, wavy, light blue hair. As they sat down, a glimpse of a Pokeball was revealed beneath their cloak. "Mattery, a pleasure to meet you," the man said flatly. "You." Mattery was momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing the man before her. After a pause, she finally continued, "You said you came to discuss a collaboration." "Indeed." The man ran a hand over his waist, not to retrieve a Pokeball, but a deck of cards? A card player. No, I mean, what are those cards? "I am Darkrai," the man introduced himself, his tone steady. "I am dedicated to developing Pokemon trading cards. I heard that your company is currently seeking partners for Pokemon-related merchandise, so I came to discuss an opportunity." Pokemon trading cards. The moment Darkrai mentioned Pokemon TCG, he became noticeably more talkative. His words were filled with admiration for the game, leaving Mattery completely bewildered. Phrases like resilient, invincible, supreme, unstoppable, ultimate cheer, and the bond between trainer and cards. A bond, with cards? Excuse me for interrupting Mr. Darkrai, you're a trainer. Mattery attempted to steer the conversation back to a topic she could comprehend. Darkrai responded calmly. Then, with renewed enthusiasm, he added, Mattery, let's play a round of cards. You'll soon understand its true charm. Mattery opened her mouth but hesitated before saying, I don't have any. No problem. Darkrai pulled out another deck. I have spares. You can borrow one. He placed the second deck in front of her and, I'll teach you. Mattery. Darkrai. Yuan, upon receiving Mattery's call, fell into deep thought. Wasn't that the legendary Pokemon guy from Sinnoh's Lily of the Valley conference? Rumor had it he was a character inspired by an actual Pokemon TCG champion, and throughout the entire tournament, he had only used 2 Pokemon, both legendary or mythical. A Pokemon TCG company president. Hearing Mattery's description, Yuan snapped back to reality. Wait. He suddenly realized. What does Darkrai want with you? An advertisement. Wasn't Mattery in charge of Rocket Media Entertainment Corporation? Didn't they only produce TV series? At the moment, they only had one show, Meowth and Pico, though it had become wildly popular. A collaboration? Merchandising. Yuan sank into thought again. To be fair, merchandising was a brilliant idea. Yuan had seen firsthand the power of the merch industry, and he had to admit, Giovanni's business acumen was impressive. He had quickly realized the potential of using their TV series to drive merchandise sales. Possible ties to League Chairman Damalanchi and the Berlitz family from Sinnoh. Yuan suddenly felt overwhelmed by the sheer amount of information Mattery had just shared. What does any of this have to do with anything? They couldn't just assume Darkrai was connected to Chairman Damalanchi just because they both had Dark in their names, right? Nor could they claim he was related to the Berlitz family just because of a similar hair color. That said, Pokemon TCG wasn't exactly uncommon in the Pokemon world. For example, James from Team Rocket carried a Pokemon TCG deck around, but he used it as a Pokédex substitute. You handle it. You're the representative here. After giving some brief instructions, Yuan ended the call. Darkrai or not? Did he really have multiple Darkrai? Since this was just a normal business negotiation, Yuan didn't dwell on it. At that moment, he was in a forest outside Fortree City. No choice. He had been unable to reach Flint, and everyone he asked said they hadn't seen him. Eventually, Yuan learned from Lance that, after the mission ended, Flint had insisted on heading back alone. Lance and Claire had left first, escorting the captured criminals. I think I'm starting to understand Fulner. Yuan sighed softly. If this was the kind of 4 Heavenly Kings Flint was going to be, combined with the reckless Aaron, Fulner was going to have a lot on his plate. Dre. Above him, Dragonite's voice called out. Yuan's expression shifted. Did they finally find him? Moments later, Yuan. A disheveled, tattered Flint came running towards him, eyes slightly red. I knew you'd find me. He reached out, trying to grab Yuan's hands, only for Yuan to dodge effortlessly. Yuan gave him an unimpressed glance and said flatly, Flint, you're famous now. Famous. Yuan pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello, it's me, Yuan. Yeah, I found that reckless firehead kid. Thanks for all your hard work. Who was that? After hanging up, Yuan spread his hands and said, who else? The League police from Fortree City, Fall Arbor Town, Slateport City, and Movilly City. Flint froze in place. That many people. More importantly, I'm really curious, how did you get yourself lost? And why was your phone unreachable? Pokemon World's communication systems were top-notch except in special ruins, hidden realms, or mysterious dimensions. There were hardly any dead zones. The entire system was designed so that trainers could always find their way. Flint scratched his head awkwardly. I only realized later that my phone had gotten waterlogged and broke. 6. Yuan turned and started walking back. Yuan, I heard that the Fleur-de-Lis Institute in Kalos has developed a new holographic phone. Think it's waterproof. Flint quickly caught up. You have to understand, sometimes, a phone isn't just a phone. What do you mean? In certain situations, especially in wartime, its purpose isn't just communication. Yuan brushed aside a branch. Wartime? Ha ha ha, what, does it explode or something? Flint laughed. Until he noticed Yuan wasn't denying it. Wait, does it actually explode? I never said that. Flint shuddered. Quickly, he changed the subject. Yuan, how did you find me? Did you rely on our shared fighting spirit? Why aren't we taking Dragonite? Yuan suddenly stopped and looked directly at Flint. If you say one more word, I'll leave you here forever. Flint immediately clamped his mouth shut. He wasn't usually this talkative. He had just been wandering in the forest alone for so long that he was dying for conversation. January 15th. Clear skies. Hone, Fortree City, Pokemon Center. Ha ha ha, Flint is fully revived. Emerging from the Pokemon Center, now wearing a fresh set of clothes, Flint swaggered out, hands in his pockets. At a nearby cafe, Yuan, one hand petting Ninetales, the other holding a book, subtly adjusted his position, trying to pretend he didn't know him. Unfortunately, Flint spotted him immediately. Yuan, let's have an intense battle. Fine. Seeing no escape, Yuan put down his book and agreed. Flint's eyes lit up. Where's the battle arena? No need. Yuan clenched his fist. We'll go to the wilds. The wilds? Flint scratched his head. All right, as long as we don't start a forest fire. Yuan smirked slightly and added, no restrictions. Flint. Yuan was infamous for his hand-to-hand combat skills. A no restrictions battle with him? Ha ha ha, ha ha, ah ha ha ha. If I laugh long enough, I can avoid this fight, right? Let's go. Where to? You wanted a battle, didn't you? I'll introduce you to an opponent. Yuan's lips curled into a sly smile. Are they strong? Flint suddenly got excited. Very strong. Yuan's tone was absolute. Let's go, let's go. Even if I can't beat Yuan, surely I can beat someone else, right? Flint had been stuck in that forest for far too long. He and his Pokémon were desperate for a fight. Fortree City, Northern Shore. Whoa. A deep ship horn echoed across the sea. A massive wooden sailing vessel was docked at the shore. Yuan and Flint made their way through the trees before arriving at the scene. Standing at the bow of the ship was an elderly man with a white beard, a captain's hat, and an open naval coat. He stood with arms crossed, smiling at the two approaching figures. Flint's steps stuttered. Yuan. Who is this? Yuan, however, kept his usual calm demeanor. Stepping onto the ship's wooden deck, he slightly bowed and greeted the old man. Drake. Ha 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 ha. Yuan, my boy, long time no see. Drake's booming laughter carried across the sea. It really had been a while. After the empty chimney incident, Yuan had submitted his report to Drake. One reason was to alert him about Team Magma's possible involvement. The other reason? To file for reimbursement. Drake, in response, had told him that his ship was docked at Fortree City's northern shore and that Yuan should swing by if he had the time. And so, Yuan had come, and brought a lost Flint with him. Drake, let me introduce you. Yuan turned to Flint. This is Flint, from Sinnoh. He's here to challenge you. Flint's expression froze. Wait, the opponent Yuan found for me is a 4 elite? Oh, Drake raised an eyebrow in interest. His gaze fell upon Flint, and after a moment, he let out a hearty chuckle. Well then, we still have some time before departure. This will be a nice warm-up. Yuan casually leaned against the ship railing, his Pokémon all sitting beside him. Then, they all turned away at the same time. They couldn't bear to watch Yuan. Just as Yuan was watching Flint's battle with Drake, oh no, his one-sided beating, a voice called out to him. He turned toward the sound. It was Bertha, the Sinnoh Elite 4 member? Huh? Why was Bertha on Drake's ship? Could it be? Cough, cough. Bertha, Yuan greeted her with a smile. That Pokémon egg. Bertha's eyes fell on the egg cradled in Charcadet's arms. A ground-type Pokémon's egg. You recognize it? Yuan raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. Not exactly, but I can tell it's related to a ground-type Pokémon. Look at these patterns. Yuan sighed internally. The harder it is for others to recognize, the more certain I am about what's inside. If you need any guidance in raising a ground-type Pokémon, feel free to ask me, Bertha said with a kind smile. Definitely. Even though Yuan had Giovanni's Secrets of the Earth, Bertha was still a Sinnoh Elite 4 member. She must have her own expertise. Bertha pursed her lips, pausing briefly before saying, actually, the reason we called you here. Huh? Yuan was momentarily confused. Wasn't it Drake who called me here? Was Bertha involved as well? Is because we're forming the Sinnoh Hone Joint Special Task Force to eliminate Pokémon hunters. What a ridiculously long name. After discussions between me, Drake, and Annabelle, we would like you to serve as the leader of this special task force. Me. Yuan pointed at himself. Why? If I did something wrong, just tell me, I'll change. Sure, Yuan hated Pokémon hunters. But he also understood one thing. As long as the black market exists, as long as there's demand, these hunters will never fully disappear. Bertha nodded. Our main target is the Pokémon Hunter Syndicate led by Hunter J. Yuan immediately understood. So the goal is primarily Hunter J and her crew. That made things much more straightforward. Besides, Yuan and Hunter J already had plenty of personal grudges. Still, he decided to struggle a little. I'm not exactly an expert in this field. Wouldn't you or Drake be better suited for this role? Bertha smiled faintly. Drake and I are too high profile. Her eyes narrowed slightly, a cold glint flashing through them. The last time we organized a major raid, we planned everything meticulously. But in the end, they got away at the last minute. You can probably guess why. There was a mole inside the league? Or, more precisely, Team Galactic, led by Cyrus, was covertly aiding Hunter J. But Yuan's identity was still clean. Moreover, just days ago, Yuan had orchestrated a flawless operation to capture a team of Pokémon hunters. Not a single one had escaped. So, Bertha continued, you have both the experience and the ability for this job. Yuan rubbed his temples. Well, I think. At first, he wanted to say Cynthia or Steven would be better candidates. But after a second thought, Cynthia was hard to drag into this. Steven? He was his student. How could a teacher dump the responsibility onto his pupil? Besides, Steven had just managed to pull himself out of the chaos between being a trainer, Devon Corporation's heir, and a rock-collecting enthusiast. It wouldn't be fair to pile more on him. So Yuan said, Fulner seems like a good choice. Sorry, Fulner. Fulner was smart, meticulous, and highly capable. He would definitely be a great fit for this role. Bertha blinked. Fulner recommended you. Yuan. Excuse me? Since when did Fulner have a seat at high-level league meetings? Has he climbed that high already? After Bertha's explanation, Yuan finally understood. It turned out that when Fulner had told him Bertha had asked him for a favor, this was what she meant. But later, Fulner felt he was inexperienced and unsuited for the job, so he recommended Yuan instead. That's why Bertha proposed his name at the meeting. Okay, Fulner, I see how it is. Yuan gritted his teeth internally. How about Annabelle, then? He refused to give up. In terms of experience, authority, and rank, Annabelle was far more qualified than him. Annabelle would have been a perfect choice, Bertha admitted. But recently, the International Police Countermeasures Division was established, and Annabelle has been appointed as its director. Yuan. So there's literally no one else? The Elite Four are too high profile. The gym leaders are also too conspicuous. Among non-league members, Flint, Aaron, good lord, there really weren't many reliable choices left. Bertha smiled again. Don't worry. In critical moments, Drake, myself, and even others will follow your command. Yuan slowly raised his hand. I have one more question as a Pokemon Academy teacher. As he spoke, Bertha also spoke, their voices nearly overlapping. And don't worry about funding. A teacher should shoulder more responsibility? Pokemon hunters are scum that must be eradicated. Yuan's face turned serious. Bertha was deeply moved and said warmly, if only the league had more young trainers like you, I could retire sooner. You're too kind, Bertha. You're not old at all. Bertha chuckled at his flattery. Right, you said you had one more question. Yuan pondered briefly, then said, since I'm a teacher, my main duty is education. I won't always be available. Bertha nodded. It was true Yuan couldn't abandon teaching entirely for this mission, but it was precisely this sense of responsibility that made him even more trustworthy. So, you're asking for a team. Yuan didn't hesitate. Deal. Bertha immediately agreed. I see you're close with Flint and Aaron, they can assist you. Yuan. These two? Yuan took a deep breath and said firmly, then I want one more person. Who? Fulner. Yuan said without hesitation. Fulner and these two must be a package deal. Otherwise, I'll turn into a full-time babysitter. Yuan fully acknowledged Fulner's abilities. With Fulner on board, his workload would be significantly reduced, he might even be able to slack off a little. And it's absolutely not because Fulner sold him out. Nope. I'm not being petty at all. No problem, Bertha agreed easily. Fulner wasn't an Elite Four or gym leader, so he wasn't as high profile. And, to be fair, everyone who worked with Fulner had given rave reviews. A trusted choice. Thus, in just a few exchanges, the Sinnoh Joint Special Task Force to eliminate Pokemon hunters, shortened to the Special Task Force, was officially established. Leader, Yuan. Deputy Leader, Fulner. Temporary members, Flint, Aaron. By the way, Bertha suddenly remembered something. Yuan, you're still planning to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference, right? Will that bring too much attention? Yuan asked. No, Bertha shook her head with a smile. I just wanted to confirm. After all, who would suspect that a conference participant is actually the leader of the Special Task Force? That made sense. Bertha and Drake attracted attention because of their Elite Four status. Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Still, something about this felt a little off. Bertha's smile grew wider. This was the perfect promotional opportunity. Achoo! Sinnoh, Canalave City, Canalave Library. Fulner, who had been leisurely sipping coffee while reading, suddenly sneezed. In the silent library, it echoed loudly, drawing several irritated glares. Fulner quickly gave an apologetic glance. He rubbed his nose. That's weird. Did I catch a cold? He stood up, carrying his book and coffee, and moved to a seat by the window. The warm sunlight streamed through, casting a golden glow over him. He narrowed his eyes in comfort. Perfect. He had completed the task Bertha assigned to him, and now, with Yuan taking over, he could return to a peaceful life. Just thinking about it made him feel at ease. The world is such a beautiful place. Oh, right. Fulner pulled out his phone and swiftly blocked both Flint and Aaron. Then, seeing Cynthia and Yuan's contacts, he shivered. The consequences of blocking those two were too severe. But this was enough. He took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and smiled. What a perfect afternoon. Drake's ship. Here, your reimbursement package. After finishing his battle, which left him feeling quite refreshed, Drake handed Yuan a package. Caw. Jengar opened its mouth, swallowed the package whole, and gave Drake an okay gesture. Drake laughed heartily. He really liked both Jengar and Yuan's straightforward personalities. But Yuan, Drake said, patting him on the shoulder, next time, tone down your reimbursement requests a little. Otherwise, I really won't be able to explain things to Boney. Yuan squinted at him. To be fair, he had never bought a single piece of clothing for himself. But wasn't it reasonable to claim compensation for a set of clothes ruined by magma? After some brief consideration, Yuan nodded. 90-10. Drake's face became serious. 70-30. 80-20 otherwise, I quit. Deal. After all, the Hone League had Devon Corporation as a tax-paying giant in the Pokemon world. Only the Kanto League could rival them financially. Alright, let's get you to Sinnoh. Drake, now in an even better mood, gave a hearty wave. Caw. Jengar turned, startled by the sudden appearance of a familiar face. Who was this? It's me, Flint. Jengar shook its head furiously. Caw. Lies? Flint isn't this handsome. January 15th, late afternoon. The sun was setting in the west, and a full moon gradually rose over the eastern sea. Sinnoh, Kanaz City. Drake's ship had brought Johan and Flint to the closest Sinnoh port from Hone. As for Bertha, she had other matters to attend to and did not stay. Instead, she left with Drake on the ship. So, Johan, that means you're officially my direct superior now. Flint seemed surprisingly calm about this revelation. In fact, there was even a hint of delight on his face. Wouldn't this make challenging Johan even easier in the future? No. Johan shook his head. Technically speaking, you and Aaron report to Fulner. Fulner. Flint's voice jumped 8 octaves, and his eyes widened. What did that guy do to deserve this? Johan casually rubbed his ear. Because tonight, you're sleeping at his place. Oh. Kanaz City, Fulner's mansion. Johan, welcome. Fulner, who had already been informed of Johan's arrival, greeted him with a smile. However, he clearly had not yet heard about his upcoming role as deputy leader of the Special Task Force. Hey, good evening, Fulner, Flint said casually, following behind Johan with his usual laid-back attitude. Who the hell are you? Fulner glanced at him indifferently. Flint was unfazed. He simply patted Fulner on the shoulder and strode inside as if he owned the place. How could someone be this shameless? And yet, Fulner knew. There was nothing he could do about Flint. Beat him up? That would only play right into Flint's hands. Besides, Fulner wasn't even completely sure he could win in a physical fight. He sighed and led them both to the third-floor guest rooms. Though called guest rooms, they were fully equipped, spacious, and even more comfortable than most luxury hotels. Since it was late, the three of them didn't do much aside from some light conversation before heading to their rooms for the night. Outside, the night deepened. A soft moonbeam cast its glow over the balcony. Johan yawned and closed his laptop. Now that he had accepted the Special Task Force position, it was time to start preparing properly. He had been granted special access to the League's internal network, where he could review classified information unavailable to ordinary citizens. That's a beautiful full moon. Gazing at the moon hanging high in the sky, Johan absent-mindedly stroked Ninetales before heading to bed with his Pokémon. Speaking of which, Darkrai is supposed to be most active during the new moon, right? Near Kanaz City, there were 2 islands, Full Moon Island and New Moon Island, which were home to Cresselia and Darkrai, respectively. In the anime, it was mentioned that every year, Cresselia and Darkrai would visit Kanaz City. Darkrai would bring nightmares, while Cresselia would dispel them, granting people peaceful dreams. Logically speaking, there are 12 full moons a year. The chances of them showing up tonight are pretty low. Yawning again, Johan stretched. It had been a long day. He had traveled quite a bit and wrapped up several important matters. After freshening up, he climbed into bed, hugging Ninetales. Tinkaton was already sprawled out across the mattress, snoring loudly. Charcadet sat cross-legged with the Pokémon egg in its arms, radiating a warm and comforting heat. Dragonite had settled at the foot of the bed, smacking its lips in its sleep before finally settling down. Caw. Lights out. Jengar, the ancient Greek god of turning off lights, clicked the switch, plunging the room into darkness. Darkrai isn't even worthy to carry my flashlight, Johan muttered, half asleep. Rotom, set an alarm for 10:00 a.m. Got it, Roto. The Rotom Pokédex settled onto the nightstand. Listening to Kubfu's steady breathing as it shadowboxed in its sleep, Johan's consciousness began to fade. Midnight. The full moon shone high in the sky, casting its gentle glow over the city. Dark clouds, as soft as black velvet, slowly drifted in, obscuring the moon's light. As the night deepened, Kanaz City seemed to fall into an eerie stillness. Then, whoosh, Johan suddenly sat up in bed. At that exact moment, from the ceiling, Jengar, from the bed, Ninetales, and Tinkaton, from the foot of the bed, Dragonite, and from its meditative pose, Charcadet. All of them opened their eyes at the same time. Caw. Jengar drifted down from the ceiling, looking around suspiciously. Something was trying to drag us into a nightmare? But this technique is so crude. Not even worth comparing to Yuan's aura-based dream training hack. Even Jengar's own nightmare tricks were way better than this. What kind of weak horror show was this? Just darkness and a few occasional screams? Lame. Oh. Ninetales yawned cutely. Should I tell a bedtime story so we can go back to sleep? But Jengar was already floating toward the balcony, full of curiosity. Johan rubbed his temples. Jengar wasn't wrong. The entity trying to drag them into a nightmare was shockingly bad at it. Of course, it was also possible that whoever was behind this was trying to pull in too many people at once, causing the technique to weaken. To others, this might be a terrifying nightmare, but to Johan and his Pokémon, it was nothing more than an annoying alarm clock going off in the middle of the night. And really, who wouldn't be annoyed if their alarm woke them up at midnight? Caw. Hey, look. There are 2 moons in the sky. Jengar's voice echoed from the balcony. The clouds had parted, revealing the original full moon. And another figure, glowing in the moonlight like a rising crescent. A majestic, ethereal form floated gracefully in the night sky. Cresselia? Oh, so beautiful. Ninetales and the others stepped onto the balcony, gazing at Cresselia in admiration. Click. The Rotom Pokédex immediately snapped a photo. Cresselia, the legendary new moon Pokémon? First ever recorded image, Roto. Rotom exclaimed excitedly. In the Pokémon world, Cresselia's photos were incredibly rare. After all, whenever it appeared, people were either asleep or already dreaming. Johan followed Cresselia's line of sight. And sure enough, In the shadowy depths of a nearby forest, a black mist-like figure slowly began to rise. A swirling mass of black and white mist, its hair like wisps covering most of its face, long claws extending outward, while the shadows on its shoulders flickered ominously. Darkrai, this night just keeps getting more interesting, Yuan murmured. Something feels off. Just a few days ago, he encountered Heatran. And now, on the same night, he was seeing Cresselia and Darkrai at once? Were legendary Pokémon really this common now? A 1 in 12 chance, yet here it was. Wait. Yuan narrowed his eyes. Was this Flint's fault? Come to think of it, Flint did seem like a walking disaster magnet. Kaka, Sigma. Hey, that Darkrai actually looks kinda cool. Gengar pointed at Darkrai, calling out excitedly. Click. Darkrai, the legendary phantom Pokémon. Another rare find, Roto. As if noticing the noise, Darkrai turned toward them. Its eyes narrowed. Why aren't they affected by my nightmare energy? Darkrai narrowed its eyes. These people and their Pokémon. They weren't wearing lunar wings, so why weren't they affected by its nightmare energy? A faint, nearly invisible ripple spread outward from Darkrai's body, washing over Yuan and his team. The next moment, Darkrai froze. Yuan yawned, wiping away a tear at the corner of his eye. Gengar scratched its backside, looking unimpressed. Ninetales' gaze never left Cresselia, as if completely uninterested in Darkrai. Dragonite chuckled, patting its belly in amusement. Tinkaton was admiring its hammer in the moonlight, thinking it looked even shinier than usual. Charcadet, on the other hand, was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to stop a fight if one broke out. Did it just fail? Darkrai was genuinely taken aback. Was there something wrong with its abilities? Just then, from the next room over, a loud, blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. Ayah! Yuan, Cynthia, you think I'm scared of you? Tonight, I'll finally kick your asses. Come at me. Slam! A vein twitched on Yuan's forehead, but his expression remained calm and smiling. Nope. No problem at all. Darkrai, however, was utterly perplexed. This had never happened before. Oh. From above, Cresselia let out a soft, melodic cry. Tiny, shimmering particles of light began to fall from the sky, scattering across Canalave City and pushing back the lingering darkness. Seeing this, Darkrai turned its focus back to Cresselia. There was no conversation, no exchange of words. And yet, in the blink of an eye, boom, the two collided midair, then quickly separated again. A dark sphere formed in Darkrai's claws, absorbing all surrounding light, creating a void of pure darkness. Dark void? Cresselia sang once more, radiant pink energy flowing around it. From the crescent moon behind its body, power gathered and condensed into a shimmering, rosy energy sphere. Lunar force? Boom! The two powerful attacks clashed, illuminating the night sky. Kaka. Gengar rubbed its hands together, watching with excitement. Why does that dark sphere look different from my shadow ball? Oh. Ninetales gazed at Cresselia, mesmerized by the moonlight. Soft, pink light began to gather around its body. Cresselia and Darkrai are not unique Pokémon. Yuan knew of at least 3 Darkrai. For example, the one owned by Tobias, the one right in front of him, and the one capable of holding its own against both Dialga and Palkia in a 2-on-1 battle. That last Darkrai, the one that could stand against Dialga and Palkia, was most likely the strongest among them. It might have even secretly learned Spatial Rend and Roar of Time. After all, in the games, there was a special movie Darkrai distributed during an event. As for the Darkrai before him, while it wasn't weak by any means, Yuan estimated it was roughly at the level of an Elite Four's main Pokémon. So, while it posed a threat, it wasn't overwhelmingly dangerous. Oh. The Ninetales was accumulating more and more lunar energy, its already snow-white fur now glistening under the full moon. Noticing the change in Ninetales, Yuan shifted his gaze toward it. Is this Moonblast? Now that he thought about it, as an Ice/Fairy-type Pokémon, Ninetales had already demonstrated its prowess in the Ice-type domain to an exceptional degree, so much so that even Price couldn't help but praise it. But that didn't mean its Fairy-type abilities were lacking. It was just that, whether in Hone, Sinnoh, Kanto, or Johto, Fairy-type resources were relatively scarce. Learning Fairy-type moves was much harder compared to other types. More importantly, from Yuan's memory, Alolan Vulpix and Alolan Ninetales could indeed learn Moonblast, but only through inheritance, not by move tutor or TM. That made him wonder, could Ninetales learn it naturally over time? If he invested a lot of time and resources only for it to fail, that would be a huge waste and could even hurt Ninetales' confidence. And there was no doubt about Moonblast's power and utility. Not only did it boast high accuracy and great damage, but it also had a solid chance of lowering the opponent's special attack, making it one of the most commonly used Fairy-type moves in competitive battles. He didn't expect that the little one would gradually pick it up from Cresselia. Ninetales remained serious and focused, and Yuan simply watched silently, not wanting to disturb it. If something blew up, well, this was Lucian's house, after all. As long as no one got hurt, it was fine. Suddenly, oh. With a long cry, Ninetales' deep blue eyes reflected the full moon above. The energy it had been gathering finally erupted. Buzz. A pink energy sphere formed between its 9 tails before shooting forward. Cresselia and Darkrai, locked in battle, both sensed something off at the same time and quickly broke apart, retreating. Ninetales' moonblast streaked between them like a shining moonbeam. Cresselia and Darkrai turned to look at Ninetales. Oh. The little one stuck out its tongue sheepishly and hid behind Johan. It wasn't intentional. Would they believe that? Cresselia eyed Ninetales curiously. It didn't sense any hostility from it. But Darkrai, it had already failed to drag its target into a nightmare once, and now it had nearly been hit by Moonblast. Goka. Charcadet jumped onto the balcony railing and spoke in a deep voice. Big Boss didn't mean it? Please show some mercy. Buzz. Darkrai didn't say a word. A dark void orb immediately formed in its hands. Caw. Jengar narrowed its eyes and licked its lips. It was curious, how was Darkray's black sphere different from its own? It had tried mimicking it earlier, but nope, couldn't copy it. Maybe if it experienced it firsthand, it would understand? But before it could act, Johan called out. Kubfu, incoming. Ku, zzz. The only one who hadn't left the room, Kubfu, heard Johan's call and dashed out, running straight into Darkray's dark void. Buzz. A wave of dark energy engulfed Kubfu, swallowing it like a black hole. Darkrai smirked. It had never seen a Pokemon rush headfirst into dark void before. Even Cresselia, the guardian of dreams, would start dozing off after being hit, let alone, thud. Kubfu landed beside Charcadet. Under the moonlight, it stood atop the railing, and began shadowboxing. Whoosh, whoosh. Its fists and feet blurred with rapid strikes. Cresselia's eyes widened in surprise. Dark void had no effect. Darkrai was just as stunned. How was this possible? Ku, zzz. Kubfu scratched its head and looked around. Did something just happen? Above Darkray's head, a bright golden question mark seemed to appear. Was there such a thing as immunity to dark-type moves? Even Johan noticed Kubfu seemed to be Darkray's natural counter. And on top of that, fighting-type moves were super effective against dark types. Cresselia's eyes gleamed with interest as it observed Kubfu. This little one. Goka. Charcadet patted Kubfu on the shoulder. Nice. Just like 2 days ago when they earned some respect together, now it had saved its dignity once again. Ku, zzz. Caw. Jengar clenched its fist and smacked its palm. So Dark Void was just hypnosis, huh? Since it was hypnosis, then it was of no use to him. After all, Johan's hypnosis was the best. Darkrai looked down at its own hands. For the first time, doubt crept into its mind. Had it gotten rusty from lack of use? It spread its hands open again. This time, instead of Dark Void, it prepared a pure nightmare-inducing hypnosis. It was ready to go all out. Caw. Jengar grinned and floated out over the balcony, spreading its hands toward Darkrai. Come on, let's see whose hypnosis is stronger, Johan's hypnosis or yours. Darkrai and Jengar locked eyes. Buzz. Darkrai? What the heck? Darkrai actually felt its eyelids grow heavy. A wave of sleepiness washed over it. And worse, it could sense it was a nightmare. Wait, who's supposed to be the Lord of Nightmares here? At that moment, Darkrai seriously doubted itself. Even Cresselia was bewildered. If Kubfu resisting Dark Void could be explained as a simple miss, then this reverse hypnosis made absolutely no sense. Cresselia glanced at Johan's Pokemon. Kubfu, Charcadet, Jengar, Ninetales. When its gaze met Ninetales, it briefly froze. Oh. Being haunted by Darkrai must be exhausting. How about I give you a nice dream? Cresselia shuddered, suddenly snapping back to attention and averting its gaze. What the heck? It, the guardian of dreams, had almost been lulled into a dream by another Pokemon? This made no sense. Grr. Dragonite patted its belly, looking a little bored. Why wasn't anyone sleeping? If they slept, it could wake them up. Cha. Want me to smash them with my hammer? Tinkaton suggested. Darkrai and Cresselia instinctively exchanged glances, seeing the same shock in each other's eyes. Caw. Jengar snickered at Johan. Hey, do I look just like him? I'm done? Darkrai felt miserable. If it continued to play any longer, it wasn't just going to lose here, it might even get kicked out of the Darkrai lineage altogether. With a resentful glance at Johan, Darkrai turned to leave. Wait a second, Johan suddenly called out. What now? Darkrai tensed up. I'm giving you a box of poke blocks. Johan tossed a box into the air. Consider it an apology. Darkrai didn't deliberately drag people into nightmares, it was simply its way of gathering energy, part of its training. Since it only did this once a year, it was already holding back a lot. So, giving it some pokeblocks was a way to make up for it. Darkrai instinctively caught the box and scoffed. Wow, I'm so grateful for this junk. Johan smiled faintly. For a wild Pokemon that had never tasted pokeblocks before, these top-tier ones were quite the temptation. Don't worry, I didn't put anything weird in them. If you like them, how about we? Farewell. Darkrai cupped its hands together in a mock gesture of respect, then sank rapidly into the shadows. As the last wisps of white mist and half of its head remained visible, its voice rang out again. If you ever want revenge, come find me anytime. I live on Full Moon Island. Cresselia? Revenge? Revenge for what? Johan opened his mouth, speechless. He was just about to ask Darkrai if it wanted to star in a movie. He had written a script for Nightmare Realm and thought Darkrai would be perfect for the role. He was trying to build a good relationship with it using pokeblocks. And it just ran off? As Darkrai completely disappeared from view, Johan noticed Marshadow in the background, clutching a small stick in its hands and gritting its teeth. Marsha? Hashtag. That guy just stole my food. Oh well, you can run, but you can't hide forever. First, he needed to finish his tasks and compete in the tournament, then he'd think about his new movie. His gaze then shifted to Cresselia. Cresselia shuddered slightly, and a gentle yet nervous telepathic voice echoed in Yuan's mind. It lives on New Moon Island. I know, Yuan nodded with a smile. No, really, it lives on New Moon Island. I really know. Yuan sighed. Although Cresselia was the new moon Pokemon, it actually lived on Full Moon Island. It was said to only appear on new moons, but since Darkrai often showed up during full moons, Cresselia actually appeared then as well. Seeing that Yuan was certain, Cresselia quietly sighed in relief. The last thing it wanted was to be minding its own business on Full Moon Island, only to get dragged into another nightmare. It had seen what Gengar was capable of. Thank you. Cresselia finally expressed its gratitude sincerely. After all, Yuan and his team had helped drive Darkrai away, saving it a lot of energy. As a token of appreciation, a soft, shimmering feather floated from Cresselia's body, landing gently in Yuan's hands. A feather of the new moon? Another feather? Yuan's mouth twitched. Thanks, I guess. Still, it was a legendary resource, so its value was undeniable. I have imbued this feather with the power of the new moon. Use it wisely. I believe you and your Pokemon will bring peaceful dreams to many. As it spoke, Cresselia's gaze swept past Gengar before settling on Ninetales. At least one of them seemed normal. We will, Yuan nodded sincerely. Even without Cresselia saying it, that was already something they strived to do. That pure, genuine aura of his made Cresselia's respect for him grow a little more. Then I shall take my leave. Would you like a parting gift? Seeing that Cresselia was about to leave, Yuan pulled out another box of Pokeblocks. Cresselia initially wanted to refuse. It wasn't the type to do good deeds for rewards. Otherwise, it wouldn't silently dispel nightmares every time Darkrai appeared. But then it remembered the look on Darkrai's face when it opened its box. Much appreciated. Raising its crescent-shaped head, Cresselia let out a soft hum as it ascended into the night sky, leaving behind a brilliant trail of starlight. These scattered lights drifted over Canalave City, dispelling every lingering shadow of nightmares. At the same time, the box in Yuan's hand was enveloped in psychic energy and vanished in an instant. Caca. They're all gone? Gengar scratched its head. Not a single fight? That was 2 whole boxes of Pokeblocks down the drain. Yuan chuckled. Understanding the way the world works is a kind of knowledge. Social etiquette is an art. And among Pokemon, the same rules apply. The little ones all looked confused. Why did he suddenly start speaking so profoundly? Yuan sighed and simplified his words. When they accept our gifts, they'll owe us a favor. Next time we need something, they won't be able to refuse. Like, say, teaching Ninetales a new move or ability. Oh, now they got it. At the very least, the next time we meet, they'll show us some respect. Goka. Charcadet had learned something today. So respect isn't just earned through strength, it can also be traded through favors. Got it. Well, do you like it? Yuan held up the feather of the new moon for Ninetales. This thing was perfect for it. Feather of the new moon, a feather that glows like moonlight. Said to possess the power to dispel nightmares. Blessed by the guardian of dreams, the new moon's gift. It wasn't bad. At the very least, it would enhance Ninetales' hypnosis and might even boost its psychic abilities. Oh. It was clear Ninetales was pleased. It does look nice. Yuan tied the feather to a string and hung it around Ninetales' neck. Surprisingly, the soft green hue of the feather of the new moon actually suited it well. A bit of green never hurts. Oh. Ninetales lifted its head proudly, showing off its new accessory to the others. At least it's real. In the anime, Team Rocket once forged a feather of the new moon. According to Meowth, it was actually just a Pidgey feather, bent slightly and coated with glow-in-the-dark green paint. It looked exactly like the real thing, so much so that even Officer Jenny couldn't tell the difference. But now that Yuan had that thought in his head, he couldn't unsee it. Case closed. Cresselia is just a Pidgey evolution. Shaking his head, he pushed the ridiculous thought aside. Tonight had brought another gain. Ninetales had learned Moonblast. With Moonblast as a single target move, Dazzling Gleam as an AoE attack, and Misty Terrain as a team-wide buff, Ninetales now had the holy trinity of fairy-type moves. Time to slay some dragons. That was the biggest win for Yuan. After all, it had learned the move for free. No TMS, no expensive fairy-type resources. Free things are the best. Oh. Ninetales yawned, looking pitifully at Yuan. Tired. The feather of the new moon was already doing its job. All right, bedtime. Yuan gestured. The little ones all filed inside. But halfway through, Yuan stopped, narrowing his eyes. Gengar. Caca. Gengar. Dance. Wake gave him a strange look. Why don't you ask Cynthia's Gar comp and find out?
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.